Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is a story about what if Deku had a lesson in love part 1. If you guys enjoy this what if and want to see part 2, comment down below. And let me know before I start. Please do support for more awesome content and leave a like. And don't forget to subscribe to my channel and also share this video with your friends and check out the description in my playlist. The author of the story NeuroticBanana from fanfiction. So let's start the video. 1. In which Uraraka accidentally flashes Izuku Midoriya stood atop the cement platform that Mr. 𝗵𝗲 had created earlier that day for Class 1A's practical hero training. He'd managed to scale it in record time thanks to his work at Endeavor's agency. Normally, it would have taken him just a bit longer to reach the top of the structure, but clearly the time he'd spent learning from Endeavor was paying dividends. He'd only been there for a couple of weeks, and juggling the work-study with regular classes, as well as US practical hero training, was a lot of work. The work-study alone was highly demanding of his time, and kept him away some nights from his UA dorm. He missed his classmates, but he was incredibly grateful that he was able to work directly under the #1 hero. That same work-study had also brought him closer to Shoto Todoroki, and well, sort of Katsuki Bakugo. Working closely with those two was an added challenge, but also a lot of fun. He enjoyed watching as they also continued to improve with Endeavor's instruction. Ijiro Kirishima reached the top of the platform just then, pulling Izuku out of his thoughts. Kirishima's hardening quirk was on full display as he pulled himself up over the edge to stand. "Great job, Kirishima," Izuku exclaimed and smiled at the crimson, spiky-haired boy. Kirishima let out a sigh and said, "Thanks, Deku. Though it wasn't quite fast enough to beat you up here. I guess training under the #1 hero is really paying off." The tough, hardened exterior softened to normal skin as Kirishima stood by Deku. "Yeah, I think so too." Deku began only to be cut off by a high-pitched squeal. Deku turned his gaze back toward the edge of the cement platform and saw that Mina Ashido, Pinky, was gradually being floated up to their level. He couldn't help but smile at the sight of her because it meant that Ochako Uraraka must be close by. "Watch out, boys, I'm coming in for a landing," Ashido shouted as she floated just above the platform. Both Kirishima and Deku looked up at her and stepped slightly back as her weightless frame floated just in front of them. Kirishima broke out in a full smile at the sight of her. "Ashido, what the heck? Why did you use Uraraka to get up here? We all know you're badass enough to scale this thing all on your own." Ashido's weightless state suddenly changed, and she dropped to the ground like a rock. She must have been somewhat surprised by the drop because she landed hard on her backsides, letting out a grunt as she hit the ground. Just as she had started to fall, both Deku and Kirishima lunged forward to catch her, but they weren't quite fast enough to prevent the fall. "Haha, ouch. Guess I wasn't quite prepared for that landing. Don't worry over me, boys. I'm good and I was helping out 𝐒𝐬𝐬." She wanted to try to float someone up, while also scaling the cement on her own. Like doing 2 hard things at once. Ashido gleefully explained as both Kirishima and Deku struggled to catch themselves from stumbling in their failed attempt to catch her. "Oh, that makes perfect sense," Deku exclaimed once he'd regained his balance and attempted to extend a hand to Ashido, but was apparently not quite fast enough since Kirishima was already there, hand out. Ashido took it with a smile and rose to her feet with the grace of the dancer that she was. Deku noticed a slight blush forming on Kirishima's cheeks as Ashido dropped his hand and faced the edge to apparently cheer on Uraraka, who was still attempting to ascend. A tiny smile tugged at the side of Kirishima's mouth as his hand returned to his side, his eyes slowly moving up to take in Ashido's peppy and cheering figure. "Kiris," Deku began but stopped mid-sentence when Kirishima whipped his head away from Ashido to look at Deku, a much redder blush coloring his cheeks. What are you looking at?" he stammered. "That was weird," Deku thought to himself, and was about to reply when Ashido's shouts of support took on a new level of volume. Ochako Uraraka had reached the top of the cement structure. One small hand slapped onto the hard surface, followed by some grunting sounds, a second hand, and then the top of her auburn head popped into view. "Yay! Ochako, way to go. You almost got it, girl. And you got me all the way up here while climbing. You are amazing. Come on, 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐬," Ashido shouted, bouncing up and down and now waving her arms. Deku couldn't help but smile at her exuberance. "Ugh, almost there. grunted 𝐎𝐴ROCA as more of her head became visible, and she pulled the rest of herself over the edge. Did it! She rolled onto her back and let out several tired breaths. Way to go, 𝐎𝐴ROCA! Both Kirishima and Deku exclaimed. Great job, Ochako, Ashido beamed, joining 𝐎𝐴ROCA on the ground and enveloping her in a hug. Thanks, 𝐎𝐴ROCA replied and patted Ashido's pink, wild hair. That was amazing, 𝐎𝐴ROCA. I had no idea you were going to try to use your quirk to get another person up all the while climbing the cement wall yourself. That seems like a lot of work. And to release her without falling yourself. How'd you do that? You have to have your fingers touch each other to release, right? How'd you manage that without falling down? Deku asked excitedly. He wished he had his backpack with him because he wanted to take down notes. Oh, it wasn't all that hard. Thanks to Kirishima making it up before me, there were some well-defined hand and foot holds for me. I just made sure my footing was secure, and when I saw that Pinky was out of my sight, I released her with just a quick touch of my fingers. The difficult part was keeping her afloat and trying to keep pace with her while I climb. 𝐎𝐴ROCA replied and sat up. Ashido stood up as well, still apparently beaming with the excitement of having been floated up a huge cement structure. As she continued to bounce around, 𝐎𝐴ROCA began to rise to her feet, which Deku noticed a second too late. He moved to give her his hand, but Ashido bounced her way in front of him and practically pulled 𝐎𝐴ROCA to standing. That's so impressive, 𝐎𝐴ROCA. I bet that took a lot of stamina and concentration, huh? Deku asked. A bit, yeah, but thanks to my work study, I've been getting a lot stronger. I've been working on improving my stamina though. You know, trying to stretch the limits of my quirk. 𝐎𝐴ROCA mused and smiled at Deku. He smiled back. PFFT, don't be so hard on yourself, Ochako. You've got stamina for days. Plus, you got muscles, girl. Check out these abs. Ashido grabbed the hem of 𝐎𝐴ROCA's gym shirt and whipped it up, revealing her bare stomach. Both Deku and Kirishima's eyes followed Ashido's hand movement and landed on 𝐎𝐴ROCA's naked belly. The difference between gazes, however, was that Kirishima's eyes lingered there for only a moment or two before moving away, whereas Izuku's eyes somehow glued themselves to the now exposed pale skin. For what felt like a much longer time than it actually was, Deku took in the bare skin before him. She was somehow a perfect combination of soft and hard. His eyes followed the soft curve of her hips into the sharp edges of abdominal definition. It wasn't the six-pack abs that he was accustomed to seeing on himself or the other boys. It was just well-defined enough that he could make out what was probably a four-pack and well on its way to a six-pack. He could see the shadow of her ribs and could just barely make out the hem of what he assumed was her sports bra. His eyes took in the perfect little belly button in her middle that almost seemed to be winking at him. He was unaware of the blush that had started to spread over his cheeks as he continued to gaze at 𝐎𝐴ROCA's exposed abdomen. For him, time had stopped, and all that was there was the bare belly before him. He had an overwhelming urge to reach out and touch the exposed skin. He was transfixed. See abs? This girl has abs, Ashido proclaimed proudly, snapping Deku out of his staring. A tide of red washed over Ochako's face, and she ripped the hem of her shirt back down. Mina. What? That was embarrassing. The boys are right there. 𝐎𝐴ROCA hastily whispered into Ashido's surprised face. For the first time, Ashido looked surprised, as if it hadn't crossed her mind that exposing her friend's abs could possibly be seen as embarrassing. Kirishima was quick to chime in. Don't sweat it, 𝐎𝐴ROCA. I basically have a shirt off all the time when I'm in my hero costume, so everyone can see me. Ashido's just proud of her friend, and she should be. You've got killer abs. Despite his words, there was just the faintest blush on his cheeks. 𝐎𝐴ROCA seemed briefly relieved until her eyes darted to Deku's face and took in his tomato-colored face. Eek, she squeaked and averted her gaze immediately. Deku felt like his face was going to burst into flames and swiftly turned his head away, nervously laughing. Hee, it's okay, 𝐎𝐴ROCA. Not a big deal. Kirishima is right. They look great. Suddenly feeling like that could be taken the wrong way, he was quick to add. I mean, we see his bare chest, bare front part all the time. It's just all natural stuff. Not a big deal at all. However, the ever-darkening red on his cheeks and the octave increase in his voice begged to differ. Are you blushing, Deku? Ashido asked, a little too loudly. She shot a sly smile at 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 that only seemed to make the auburn-haired girl blush harder. What? No, I'm just looking away. Deku stammered, attempting to somehow turn his head even further away from Ishido and 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴. Come on guys, don't make it awkward. Kirishima paused, then pointed across the building they were in at their peers. Looks like everyone's finished up. We should head down and probably get ready for our next class. Good idea. Ochako, will you float me again? I want to float all the way down, Ishido asked, turning to 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 in excitement, quick to move forward from her friend's embarrassment. Sure, she mumbled and turned away from Deku and Kirishima entirely. Deku breathed out a sigh of relief and slowly turned himself around, preparing to descend the cement structure when Kirishima spoke. Well, that was a little awkward. Ishido just gets so pumped that she can be a little wild. He slapped Deku on the back and snorted. Come on man, let's go. He charged forward and left Deku's side, though Deku stayed where he was. He could still feel the heat on his face and knew that he was likely still red as a beet. Why am I so embarrassed? Kirishima is right. It's not that big of a deal. It's just skin. So I saw her stomach, her bare stomach, and part of her bra, and her bare skin, and it looked so soft, and I wonder if it would have felt soft. I've never seen a girl's bare belly before. I mean, I guess in swimsuits and stuff. But this was 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴's tummy, and not in a swimsuit kind of bare. What would it feel like to touch? I've never touched a girl's bare skin, let alone her abdomen before. Would it feel soft or hard like my own stomach? Is it a mixture of soft and hard? It looks like it'd be soft. What would it feel like? Would she stop? Deku tried to silence his thoughts, but it was too late. Now they were acting all on their own, and he couldn't stop them. He felt like he wanted to hyperventilate or to hide his face in a bag. He was too excited. Get it together, Deku, he thought to himself in annoyance. Thinking of 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 like that was wrong. He was training to be a hero, and there was no time for that stuff. No time. With a deep breath to steady himself and his thoughts, he turned toward the others and began his descent. It was later in the day. Classes were nearly finished. Just one to go, and it was some kind of special unit. Or at least, that was what the rumor was. While all other classes had gone as planned, there'd been some rustle amongst his peers that they were going to start some limited subject material that had a few of his classmates whispering, namely Minato and Kaminari. That didn't bode well. As Izuku sat at his desk, looking over some of the notes he'd taken in his earlier classes, his thoughts inadvertently wandered back to 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐴 and their embarrassing, accidental encounter earlier that day. He'd mostly avoided her after that, though that was easy since they'd been just in class, and as luck had it, they were always on opposite ends of the room. He wondered if she noticed that he'd been avoiding her. Why was he avoiding her? So he saw her stomach. Big deal. It was just skin. Right. He risked a brief glance her way and was mortified to see that she was in fact looking directly at him. Look away, he screamed at himself, but the moment their eyes met, he couldn't avert his gaze. He felt another wash of red coming over him and was horrified to see a blush forming over her cheeks as well. Yep, he accidentally squeaked out as he managed to divert his gaze. The squeak was not missed by the person in front of him. However, Katsuki Bakugo briefly turned around to glare at him, and seeing the shade of red he turned, wrinkled his nose and snorted in what Deku assumed was disgust. Damn nerd. Bakugo turned back around and resumed ignoring him. Great, now Kakin thinks I'm even weirder, thought Deku. He absently wondered what else could go wrong to make him feel more embarrassed. Just as that thought was released into the world, Miss Midnight paraded into the room, feather fan and whip in hand. Hello class, she purred sultrily. Mr. Aizawa barely acknowledged her entrance and simply said, Miss Midnight is here to start off our mandatory sexual education unit. I expect you to all pay attention and take this seriously. Midnight, they're all yours. With that said, Aizawa somehow seemed to evaporate from his desk to his sleeping bag that never seemed to be very far away from him when in class. Zippered all the way up, his eyes squeezed shut, and a brief, tense silence took the room. It is with great pleasure that I get to start off the sexual reproduction unit, Midnight proclaimed, flicking her whip as if to illustrate the importance of her words. There was an audible and excited gasp from what could only be Minato. A moment later he spoke without being called on. Miss Midnight, Am I to believe that this is the fabled education unit that covers all the sexy, hot, saucy, and sexy times that a hero has to face in his life? 𝗵𝗃 asked earnestly. Half the class turned back to look at him to gauge the seriousness of the question. 𝗵𝗃, that is highly inappropriate. This is essential learning of the human body. Class Rep 𝗬𝗖𝗔𝗂𝐻𝐵 snapped, standing up and pointing at 𝗵𝗃 as if to shame him. The outburst seemed to have no effect on him. Was that really necessary? Toru Hagakure asked. You moron, Bakugo quipped with a side eye toward 𝗵𝗃 that might have caused serious mental injury had he actually been paying attention. Gross, 𝗵𝗃, Ashido added. Really, 𝗵𝗃? 𝗬𝗪𝐴SUI chimed in. At the head of the class, however, Midnight was unfazed and simply gave a sly little smirk to the ridiculous question. Why, yes, grape juice, this is that class. And all the things you've heard. Well, you're about to find out if they're true. Midnight slapped her whip into her hand with a loud snapping sound. But to find out if those rumors you've heard are true, well then, you'll just have to pay attention. As if to confirm whatever rumors 𝗵𝗃 knew of, Midnight very slowly poked her tongue out and licked her lips. 𝗵𝗃 practically levitated in his seat at her words. Oh, thank you God, it's time. One of the reasons I got into UA to begin with was for this. The rumored sexy times class to be taught by the queen of perverts herself, Miss Midnight. I can die happy. Before any of the other students could even react, Midnight just laughed. Oh, silly boy, did you think I was going to teach the entire unit? No. I simply introduce the unit and provide the syllabus. Recovery Girl is the one who teaches the bulk of the unit. What? 𝗵𝗃 screeched. No way, really? Kaminari added, surprising those who had been paying attention. Midnight chuckled. A sound similar to tinkling bells and sashayed down the rows of desks to stand beside 𝗵𝗃's desk. With one hand on her hip, she said, Oh, don't worry, my little 𝗵𝗃. I teach a lesson or two, and there are quite a few heroes who are guest speakers during this unit that I'm sure you'll appreciate. The tears of despair that had begun to well up and cascade down the little pervert's face ceased as she spoke, and his frown turned into a beaming smile. There was a general sigh of disgust amongst the rest of the class at their classmate, as Midnight made her way back to the head of the class. All right, class, now listen closely. I'm going to go over the syllabus and what's expected of you during these lessons. We'll be learning about the process of sexual reproduction, as well as sexual education in general for the next 6 weeks. That's a lot of information in a short period of time, so take some notes. Midnight began and turned the blackboard and began writing dates. Deku had watched the announcement with both interest and dread. He felt bad for his classmate's outburst. Had he said anything like that, he'd have been mortified, but 𝗵𝗃 didn't seem embarrassed in the slightest. Deku was relieved that he didn't seem uncomfortable, but he was plagued by a bigger concern: sexual reproduction. The topic wasn't exactly one that he was looking forward to for several reasons. When he'd been in middle school, they'd covered quite a bit of sex ed in regards to puberty, that is, in terms of sexual reproduction and education, like how to make sure someone didn't end up pregnant. Well, that had been lacking. He wasn't afraid of the knowledge. Izuku valued almost all education and thrived on expanding his knowledge base. Yet something about doing an extended education unit on sex and sex things somehow made him blush, and he'd already been blushing, damn it. As Midnight continued to go over the planned syllabus, and even as she handed over the teaching to Recovery Girl, who had somehow entered unbeknownst to anyone, Deku couldn't keep his thoughts from drifting to Uraraka and her exposed stomach, and the inconvenient fact that of all days, they had to start a sex ed lesson today. He could feel another blush creeping into his cheeks, making him wish he could shrink and hide under his desk. Was anyone else struggling with this? Then again, he was the only unfortunate soul who'd had an accidental flashing earlier in the day, as well as starting an awkward lesson. He sought out Kirishima. Was he blushing? Deku was despaired to see that he looked bored. Not even a hint of a blush. Nervously, Deku shot a brief glance in Uraraka's direction. Her face was pointed down as if there was something intensely interesting on her desk. He couldn't see her face very well, but he thought he could just make out a touch of pink on the part of her cheeks that were exposed. Was she blushing? Why would she be blushing? Was it about earlier? Was she embarrassed about the upcoming sex ed stuff? Or was she replaying her shirt being pulled up too? Wait, was that what he was doing? Stop. Deku diverted his gaze from Uraraka to his desk, not unlike she was doing. Why was this so awkward? Wake up, nerd. A gruff voice snapped as a packet of papers dropped onto his desk. Deku raised his gaze to see Kaken's narrowed red eyes glowering at him. Apparently, while he'd been lost in his head, Midnight, or Recovery Girl, had passed out some material for them to study and Bakugo was passing it back to him, and so on. Oh, sorry Kaken, Deku murmured. PFFT, Bakugo snorted and turned away. Deku took one packet for himself and passed the rest back to Mainta, who seemed too eager to take it from him. He briefly looked over the packet he'd been given. In bold lettering it read, Sexual Health and Healthy Relationships. Understanding your reproductive health, sexual reproduction, consent, identity, disease transmission and prevention, and healthy romantic relationships. There were 2 people on the front of the packet, a boy and girl who appeared to be smiling at each other and holding hands. Behind them were multiple other couples as well as girl-girl and boy-boy pairings. The girl holding the boy's hand had particularly rosy cheeks, which for whatever reason made Deku's mind instantly conjure an image of Uraraka smiling at him. He felt another blush bloom on his cheeks. Damn it. Just when it was going away, he thought to himself in frustration. That evening Deku had gone out of his way to avoid Uraraka when they'd finished class. In fact, he'd avoided everyone, practically racing from the class to the dorm. They didn't have work studies tonight, so he was staying in his normal dorm tonight. While he was always happy to stay with his classmates, this time he felt tense about it and desperately wished that he'd be going with Todoroki and Kaken to Endeavor's agency tonight. But that was not how things went. At dinner, he'd wolfed down his food in record time and spent 0 time socializing or talking with anyone. You're supposed to chew it, not inhale it, dumbass. Kaken had snapped when Deku had wolfed down his pork cutlets in 2 or 3 bites. Are you alright, Midoriya? You seem to be eating kind of fast, had been Todoroki's soft response to Deku scarfing his food like a starved man. If you aren't careful, you'll choke, Ida had warned. Deku had brushed off all these responses and had then hurriedly gone to his room. He'd successfully dodged most everyone, including Uraraka. That was a relief. You'll have to face her eventually. You can't just hide in your room every time you might run into her. She's your friend. So you saw her bare stomach. That really isn't that big of a deal. She's my friend, and that's what matters most. Okay, I won't be awkward about this. It'll be okay, Deku thought to himself. He wouldn't be weird about this. It was a small little thing, and not a big deal at all. In the safety and comfort of his room, he started to feel less awkward. His eyes roamed over his room and took in all the comforting All Might paraphernalia. Things that made him feel safe. The sex education stuff would probably be a little awkward and embarrassing for everyone. Not just him, and it had nothing to do with Uraraka. There were some topics that were always just going to be a bit uncomfortable to go over. And that was one of them. Sure, he saw a girl's bare stomach and stared and got embarrassed about it. But that really didn't matter because she was his friend, and there was no need to make a big deal about it. Okay, he reassured himself and smiled. He moved away from the closed door and over to his desk to begin his nightly ritual of reviewing his notes, taking new notes, and adding to the current ones. 1 hour later, he'd made decent progress, but he could feel that he was distracted. His mind kept wandering back to the top of that cement block and Ishido pulling up Uraraka's shirt, revealing her bare stomach. The image kept replaying in his mind over and over again, like a movie on repeat. Honestly, he was getting kind of tired of it, and it was distracting him from completing his homework. Worst of all, it had caused him to develop just the beginnings of an erection. Now that was annoying, and probably something that needed to be dealt with. Anytime he didn't focus intensely on his notes, his thoughts would drift back to Uraraka and her bare stomach, and that obnoxious blooming bulge in his pants would remind him that yes, he was in fact an adolescent boy with adolescent boy urges. He'd never been opposed to masturbation. He understood it was just another part of growing up and a natural bodily function, but he'd never needed to do it because one of his friends had interacted with him. That was a completely foreign concept that made him extremely uncomfortable. That was something he didn't like, but the ever-growing trouser snake perched happily betwixt his legs was an unpleasant reminder that he really needed to masturbate. If he didn't, he'd probably not be able to complete his homework to his satisfaction. So, the only solution was to get rid of it. Deku was quick to his feet to open his window and let a blast of cold wipe his mind clean. When that failed to dispel the obnoxious bodily reaction, He slapped both his cheeks as the cold air blew in. While that hurt, it also didn't resolve the growing problem. He started doing jumping jacks, lifting weights, attempting complex English sentence conjugation, and finally, recalling the time when he let Eri return to overhaul and the aching regret he'd felt over it. That last one worked for a little while, and he was delighted to go back to his notes until his eyes accidentally roamed over the sex ed pack he'd gotten earlier in the day. That ruined all his previous efforts in a second. When his nethers began to rise to attention, it seemed that no matter what he did aside from perhaps causing himself bodily harm, he couldn't dispel his excitement. He was a teenage boy and well, all that was part of being a teenager. So reluctantly Izuku stopped what he was doing and pulled out the teenage tools of the trade: lotion and Kleenex. The rest was up to his imagination, which was more than up to the challenge. Ochako looked down at her phone and the unanswered text messages she'd sent to Deku. When they'd finished dinner, she had planned on trying to talk to him, but he'd hurried away so fast she didn't have the chance, so she'd sent him a text, and another, and another. Was he ignoring her? She'd seen his face turn beet red when their eyes had met in class and started that awkward unit of sex ed. As if learning about sexual reproduction wasn't uncomfortable enough. Now she felt awkward that she'd somehow managed to embarrass Deku thanks to Mina's impulsivity. It had been such a small thing, but the way he'd looked at her, his eyes glued to her torso, and the rose blush that came over his cheeks. It had made her blush. What had he been thinking? Oh, Ochako, stop being so dramatic. Who cares? She huffed and flopped down on her bed in frustration. He'd just been surprised by Mina's abrupt behavior and not expecting to see his classmate's naked belly. Yes, that sounded perfectly logical. And of course, it was made more awkward by the fact that they started the stupid sex education stuff. Who wouldn't have blushed during that? She was fairly certain she'd seen other blushes when she'd been sitting through Miss Midnight's introductions. Everyone except perhaps Minta, who'd seemed far too eager. So why was she so anxious that Deku respond to her texts? Well, it's just so unlike him to not respond, she mused to herself as she once again looked to her unanswered messages. She quickly reread her messages again to see if she'd accidentally said something stupid. 10 minutes before she'd typed, "Hey Deku, just wanted to say sorry about today. Ashido just gets so excitable sometimes. Sorry if it embarrassed you or anything. I didn't see you after dinner. I hope you're doing okay." 5 minutes later. Can you believe we have this sexual education thing starting? Weird that they'd make this long course in the midst of our work studies. Maybe Momo will host a study party. Another 3 minutes. "Hey Deku, are you there? Everything okay? Usually you're quicker to respond." 1 minute ago. "Deku." It all seemed innocent enough, though perhaps the stuff about the sex ed and Momo hosting a study party would make him uncomfortable. She started intently at her unread messages, anxiously awaiting some kind of response. But there was nothing. Maybe the thing about a sex ed study party made him feel awkward. Or maybe he really is just hung up on the whole thing with Mina sort of flashing him, she thought to herself as she flipped her phone shut. The minutes ticked by slowly. Her phone failed to buzz. But if I did make him uncomfortable and the text wasn't enough, or if he's ignoring the text, no, that's not like him. But if he feels embarrassed about it, he might not read anything I send. What do I do then? She wondered to herself, rolling onto her back. Ochako looked up at the overhead light and wondered what Deku was doing. Maybe he was just deep in his studies, or perhaps on the phone with his mother or someone. She flipped open her phone again, only to be greeted with no new messages. Heaving out a sigh, she moved to a sitting position and dangled her feet off the edge of her bed. Maybe I should just go to his room and check on him, just to make sure that there isn't any embarrassment between us, she thought to herself. But going to his room would mean going all the way down the stairs and to his room. The thought alone was enough to bring a blush to her cheeks. What would he think if she just randomly showed up at his door without any pretense? Would that make it more awkward? Okay, I'll text him again. If he doesn't respond in 5 minutes, then I'll go check on him, she proclaimed and hastily composed a text message. "Hey Deku, I'm just gonna swing by your room real quick to apologize in person for the embarrassing thing with sort of flashing you." The words formed into a sentence faster than she had realized, and before she knew it, she'd sent it. Eek, she yiped when she realized that she had in fact sent it, referred to Mina's pulling up her shirt as flashing him, and said she was coming by, and could not unsend it. I shouldn't have said that I flashed him. That's just going to make things more awkward. Maybe I should send another message to try and clear that up, she thought to herself in a panic. No, I should just wait 5 minutes, and if he doesn't respond, then I'll come by, okay? Here we go. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 set her phone down and moved to her desk. She pulled out some of her homework that she'd started on earlier, but hadn't been able to focus on. As she began to attempt her math homework, though in all honesty she was having an even more difficult time focusing on it, her mind raced with possible responses from Deku. What if he responded in a way that made it more awkward? No, she doubted that he could somehow make it more embarrassing than it already was. Her mind continued to ruminate on what kind of response he might have, and then began to drift to going down the stairs and standing outside his door. She was so engrossed in her thoughts that she had ceased all work on her math homework, and had in fact begun unconsciously doodling Deku's name into the margin of her paper. She'd gotten through most of his name when the buzzing of her phone took her by such surprise that she nearly fell out of her chair. With butterflies now in her stomach, she groped at her phone that sat idle on the edge of her bed. She grabbed the phone off her bed and flipped it open only to drop it accidentally. Of all the times to have butter fingers, she thought to herself in annoyance as she bent down to pick up the phone. Nervously, she looked at her phone and was instantly deflated. It was a message from Tsu about a little snack party in Momo's room. She sighed loudly and wrote a half-hearted response about joining them in 15 minutes. When she'd set her phone back down and looked back at her math homework, she broke out into a furious blush as she realized that she'd doodled most of Deku's name onto her paper. What is wrong with me? She hissed and snatched up her pencil to scribble out the doodle. Okay, I'm just going to go there and say sorry, she thought to herself boldly and marched toward her door. But as 𝗂𝗧𝗄's hand touched the doorknob, she hesitated. What if she was intruding? What if he hadn't responded because he didn't want to? No, this is the right thing to do to clear the air, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 reassured herself and steeled herself to the task ahead. The door swung open, and she stepped forward and into the hall. She passed no one on her way down the stairs and toward Deku's room. Even though there wasn't anything wrong with going to Deku's room, she was secretly very relieved that she'd not crossed paths with anyone. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 didn't know if she'd be able to coherently explain where she was going and what she was doing, let alone why. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 stepped into the hall and felt herself fumble a bit as she made her way down the hall. 4 doors were in plain view, with the 3rd door almost calling to her. She stood across from Tokoyami's door, and in just a few footfalls now stood outside Aoyama's door. Just a few more steps, and she'd be at Deku's door. With shuffling steps that somehow became heavier with each footfall, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 made it to Deku's door. The door loomed before her, somehow larger and more imposing. She felt sweat bead on her upper lip and pool under her breasts. Her heart felt like it was racing, and she wasn't even knocking on the door yet. Calm down, 𝗂𝗧𝗄. It's just Deku. Just knock on the door and say you're sorry for any embarrassment, smile, and be on your way. That's all you need to do, she reassured herself. She took an audible gulp and raised her hand to knock. It hung in the space between his door and her hand like an ominous question mark. Just knock. 1, 2, 3, knock. Her palm came down on the door like a sock filled with stones into a shallow puddle of water. Loudly and awkwardly. The sound somehow seemed louder than any knock she'd ever heard or experienced before. 𝗂𝗧𝗄 held her breath and whipped her hand away as if the door had burnt her. She was grateful that she didn't typically wear makeup, because if she'd had any on, it surely would have run right off her face with how much sweating she was doing. Silence followed her knock, which did nothing for 𝗂𝗧𝗄's nerves. How much time had passed since she'd knocked? 30 seconds, a full minute. Maybe he wasn't in his room. Perhaps she should knock again. Despite her anxiety level being enough to engulf all of Japan, her hand seemed to move of its own accord and knocked on the door again. This knock thankfully sounded slightly less intrusive, but it still seemed to be painfully loud in what was an otherwise extremely quiet hallway. She half expected Aoyama or Tokoyami to step outside their rooms and demand to know what she was doing, but that didn't happen. Instead, she heard just the faintest mutter of sound from behind Deku's door. A painful combination of anticipation and anxiety surged through her like a tsunami then. He's in there. I'll just announce myself and then go in, she thought to herself in a panic. Logically, 𝗂𝗧𝗄 knew that if he wasn't answering his door after 2 knocks that she, at the very least, should call out and see if it was all right for her to enter his room. He was a teenager after all, and teenagers behind closed doors should be regarded with caution. But the anxiety and tension that she felt was so overwhelming that common sense was currently beyond her. As if to reassure herself, she thought, besides, if he wasn't okay with someone just coming in, he'd lock the door, and if the door is locked, then I'll just leave. So despite the little voice of caution that was yelling from within her, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 grabbed the door handle and called out, "Hey Deku, I wanted to talk to you. I'm coming in." The door handle twisted without resistance, further boosting 𝐒𝐿's confidence that entering the room was the right decision. She swung the door open and took 1 step over the threshold before stopping dead. Deku's room was just as she remembered it. A fanboy homage to All Might, though there was a difference this time. Instead of shyly showing off his room as he had all those months before, Deku was now sat in his desk chair, his hands buried in his lap, a box of Kleenex and lotion awkwardly sitting atop his desk, within easy reach. The scene wasn't totally clear to her at first. For a few brief seconds, she thought that Deku was perhaps hunched over something he'd dropped in his lap. But realization suddenly hit her as her eyes moved from Deku's awkward posture to his horrified face staring at her. His entire face was as red as a tomato, and his mouth seemed to have fallen open in a mute scream. The Kleenex and moisturizer took on new meaning, as did Deku's hands tucked into his lap, frozen in the middle of a motion that was foreign to 𝐒𝐿. But realization was continuing to dawn on her as she stood there in his doorway, unable to tear her eyes away from the scene at hand. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, what are you doing here? Deku managed to choke out with visible effort. As the words left his mouth, his hands shot up with lightning speed to grab at whatever was on his desk. He managed to knock his notebook off the desk, as well as the Kleenex box. His hand at last landed on the bottle of lotion which he brought down to his lap, as if to shield himself from view. It sadly had little effect. His face remained bright red, and while his mouth moved, no other part of his face seemed to move with it. 𝐒𝐿 opened her mouth to speak, but her throat and mouth somehow seemed to be bone dry. She struggled to find words for what felt like an eternity. I was here to say sorry about Mina and my stomach and any embarrassment because of it." "Oh, gee thanks," Deku chimed, his voice somehow far higher than it should be. The bottle of lotion was still clutched like a lifeline against his crotch. "I didn't want there to be any, embarrassment. But well, I should leave you to it. Gotta go. Math homework to do that I haven't even started to do yet. And there's the sex education stuff, and who knows how hard that'll be. Biology and health aren't my strong suits. Haha." Much to 𝐒𝐿's horror, her own voice seemed to take shape on its own and had gotten significantly louder. "Haha, health class, yeah," Deku squeaked, somehow turning an even darker shade of red, his voice taking on an even higher pitch. "Close the door and get out of here. Leave him alone. Move your feet. Turn around and close the door. Leave. She thought to herself, but somehow she was paralyzed in place and couldn't seem to make her body move. 𝗓𝗏𝗏, I'm kind of, doing some, stuff. Can we talk later please?" Deku croaked. "Sure," she replied, far louder than she wanted to be. Just then she heard a creak in the floor and realized that someone Aoyama or Takoyami was about to leave their room. "Bye," she practically shouted, turned sharply on her heel and slammed the door shut in one fell swoop. "Okay, bye," she could hear Deku squeak out from behind the closed door. 𝐒𝐿 stumbled away from the door and managed to lose her balance and fall just outside Aoyama's door, just as it swung open, and a rather flustered-looking Aoyama looked at her. "Mondi, what is this ruckus? 𝗓𝗏𝗏, what are you doing here, mon ami?" Aoyama asked, his face perplexed. "Nothing. I came by to get a book from Deku that he'd borrowed. That's all," 𝐒𝐿 stammered. "Really? Is that all? Do tell. What book would inspire you to come all this way?" Aoyama asked, clearly skeptical. There was a twinkle in the blonde's eye that made 𝐒𝐿 want to blush from head to toe. "Yes, a book. A very good book," she screeched and struggled to come up with a title to provide the irritatingly curious Aoyama. Her mind landed on the first book she could think of and instantly blurted it out. "The Wizard of Oz." "Ma chérie, no need to shout. I'm right here," he purred. "J adore The Wizard of Oz. I had no idea that Midoriya was fond of it. I so loved that bit of cinema when I was on 𝗵𝗃𝗏. So of course I've read the books, though honestly, I don't much care for the latter editions. Do you? Aoyama gushed. She clearly had chosen the wrong title at random. Oh, I haven't read them at all, just that one which was, oh good. Ochako struggled to remember what she actually knew of The Wizard of Oz. She'd seen it once as a very young child and only really recalled the ruby slippers, the dog Toto, and a green horse. She had zero knowledge of the actual book. Well, ma chérie, we shall have to discuss it sometime. There's so much to talk about. But for now, I must return to sleep. Some of us have beauty rest that they need. Au revoir. Aoyama gently shut the door, leaving Ochako standing outside it in a panic. Her heart was beating a mile a minute, and all she could think of was getting out of that hall and away. She hastily made her way back down the hall and up the stairs. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I walked in on him. Well, doing that. I made things so much worse. If things weren't that awkward before, they certainly are now. This is a disaster, she thought to herself as she jogged her way up the stairs. Her head was lowered for momentum as she bounded up the stairs like a drunkard. She was so lost in thought and desperate to get to her room that she didn't notice the spiky-haired, foul-tempered blonde descending the stairs. Watch it, round face, Bakugo snapped in irritation as he was about to pass her. The sound startled her enough that she stumbled mid-step and began to fall. Instinctually, she reached out, tried to stop herself by grabbing onto the hem of Bakugo's shirt. When she realized whose shirt she was grabbing onto, she panicked and accidentally activated her quirk, thus making them both weightless and preventing a fall. What the hell? Hissed the blonde with fiery venom. The murder glare he gave her was enough to give an event the likes of someone like Kirishima pause. A split second later, after she'd stabilized herself, she pressed her fingers together. Release, she said softly as both she and Bakugo once again became weighted. While Izuocha's landing was much more graceful, Bakugo's was far less so. Bakugo had not often been the subject of her quirk's effects, and while he was more than capable of moving around in the air thanks to his explosions, being propelled by being weightless one moment and weighted the next was enough to throw even his cat-like reflexes off balance. He landed with a loud thump followed by an irritated, "Umph. Sorry, didn't see you there and didn't mean to use my quirk on you." Ochako apologized and briefly considered kneeling down to make sure he was okay, but the hiss of rage was enough to deter her and send her up the stairs and away. Sorry again. Ochako hurried up the stairs without looking back. She didn't think she could deal with an all-out verbal and possible physical assault by Bakugo after she'd just horribly embarrassed herself with Deku. "Damn it, get back here," was all she heard as she once again activated her quirk to accelerate her trip to her room. Thankfully, whilst Bakugo seemed infuriated, he did not attempt to chase her to her room, and once she was safely tucked behind the door, she breathed both a sigh of relief and embarrassment. What a disaster. Great job, Ochako, she mumbled to herself and sank down the length of her door to land in a crumple. One thing was for certain. While it might have been a little bit awkward before, it most definitely was very awkward between them now. Recalling that one scene in Bambi, the entire night Izuku had tossed and turned. The whole night he'd replayed the awful, awkward scene in his mind. 1 minute minding his own business by taking care of business. The next frantic knocks on his door followed by Izuocha's voice. And then she was there, in his doorway, staring at him with his hands in his pants, answering the hormonal call of adolescence. After the awkward encounter, and once he'd managed to slow his pounding heart, he'd discovered a handful of texts from her. She'd apparently felt embarrassed about the events earlier in the day too, or at least it had been on her mind, and she was worried about him, so worried that she felt the need to check on him. Deku had practically started ugly crying when he realized that if he'd just looked at his phone, or if it had been off silent, the whole mishap could have been completely avoided. Suffice to say, it had been a relatively sleepless night. He was fatigued enough that at breakfast he almost fell asleep at the table, sparking the interest of some of his friends. "You seem very tired, Midoriya. Did you not sleep well?" asked a concerned Shoto Todoroki. He looked like his usual calm and collected self. Deku oftentimes both admired and envied his almost unflappable cool composure. "A full night's rest is critical for good academic performance, Midoriya," Ida added seriously. 𝗵𝗃𝗲, who sat across from Todoroki, Deku, and Ida, glanced up from his food and shot him a devious little smile. "Spending too much time slapping the sausage, eh, Midoriya?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Waja?" Deku balked and blushed. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 wouldn't know the exact situation, but the fact that there was some element of truth in his question was enough to turn him a rosy pink. "That is highly inappropriate breakfast discussion, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. And a private matter at that," scolded Ida. "Oh, come on," 𝗵𝗃𝗲 snorted, apparently completely unbothered by Ida's chastising. "Everybody does it, us, and the girls. You just can't do it too much, or you end up looking like Midoriya here." "That seems to be generalizing a bit too much, 𝗵𝗃𝗲. Even if Midoriya is tired because of private self-care, or because he was unwell, we don't know. It's unfair to assume," Todoroki added coolly. "Is that what you call it, Todoroki? Private self-care? Interesting." 𝗵𝗃𝗲 mused more to himself than anyone else. "The necessary manual release of built-up excitement, tension, and hormonal accumulation. Private self-care," Todoroki said in a matter-of-fact way. "How very clinical of you," 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said with a pinched nose, as if he found the clinical description of masturbation to be offensive. "Not helpful," Midoriya squeaked and blushed a deeper red. "I'm sorry, Midoriya. I was trying to be helpful. But if you are excessively fatigued because you've been ignoring your own personal self-care and have been suffering too much excitement without release, then I'd recommend you schedule it into your routine. For example, I have scheduled personal self-care time immediately after I wake up and before sleeping for the night. That way my hormonal fluctuation is very regulated and controlled, and I am able to focus entirely on my academic performance and hero training," Todoroki explained. He was completely straight-faced the entire time, as if it were completely normal to explain one's masturbation habits and to go so far as to recommend times when it was most appropriate to do it. "That sounds far too routine-based and boring, PFFT. Self-care, as you put it. Well, it should be done when you're in the mood," replied a rather put-out 𝗵𝗃𝗲. "𝗵𝗃𝗲, this is a very inappropriate discussion topic. How dare you poke fun at a natural bodily response?" Ida chastised with an angry hand pointing at the little lecher, accusingly. Ida's chiding of 𝗵𝗃𝗲 seemed to attract the attention of Kaminari and Kirishima, who were seated further down the table. Much to Deku's growing embarrassment, they scooted down further and appeared to be joining in the conversation. "Great. What would make this even better would be if 𝐒𝐭𝐞𝐲 joined in," Deku thought, with a knot of worry beginning to form in his stomach. As if the crimson-eyed walking explosion had overheard his thoughts and decided to add to Deku's own personal hell, Bakugo abruptly plopped down next to Kirishima. While he joined them, he thankfully didn't seem to have any interest in any conversation they were having. Deku desperately hoped that that would continue to be the case. "What's up with you, Midoriya?" asked Kaminari as he continued to shovel his breakfast into his mouth. "Oh, I'm just tired. I didn't sleep too well," Deku replied with a forced smile. "Too busy licking your wounds and crying about me exploding your face because you suck with Black Whip," muttered Bakugo under his breath. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 snorted. "He's been jerking it a little too much, or maybe not enough. Either way, whatever his routine is, it needs to be revised. Trust me, I'm an expert." Deku shot 𝗵𝗃𝗲 a horrified glance. "Great, now Kaminari, Kirishima, and Bakugo think I'm some sort of sex pervert." Both Kaminari and Kirishima shot expressions mixed with shock and outright amusement in Deku's direction. The blush continued to darken over his cheeks. He was never going to live this down. "Damn, Midoriya," Kaminari laughed. "This is a hugely inappropriate conversation. Whatever Midoriya does in his private time is his business. I insist we must cease this line of questioning," Ida declared, standing up and drawing even more attention to them. At that moment, Deku would have been grateful if his quirk had been shrinking or shape-shifting anything to get away from this conversation. "I'm just here to help you out, man," 𝗵𝗃𝗲 said softly, leaning back in his chair, his hand up by his cheek, moving in small little circles as if there were some invisible mustache that he could fiddle with, when in reality his face was as bald as a baby's bottom. "I am an expert on the subject, after all." At that statement, Kirishima laughed. "Really, 𝗵𝗃𝗲, why are you an expert?" "Because I am very familiar with the finer sex, and the allures of their feminine wiles, and what it does to an innocent boy like Midoriya. I too was once like him, a slave to the constant need for a wank. But alas, I have now evolved beyond that," 𝗵𝗃𝗲 explained seriously. This time everyone aside from Deku, Ida, Todoroki, and Bakugo, who looked like he wasn't paying any attention, burst out laughing. Clearly, they did not believe in the wannabe Don Juan's claims. "Oh come on Minato, everyone knows you're like the class's resident horn dog. You expect us to really believe that you aren't constantly jacking it?" Kaminari asked, semi-seriously. "Laugh all you want. It's true. I've reached a zen-like state where I can spank the monkey whenever I want, regardless of horniness," Minato replied, leaning back in his chair with an air of superiority radiating from him. "Regardless of horniness? What? That doesn't even make sense," Kirishima said. "Again, I must insist that this kind of conversation is entirely inappropriate for the current setting," Ida snapped, again trying to end the conversation. "I agree with Ida. This isn't any of our business," Shoto agreed. There was a grunt from Bakugo, who let out an irritated sigh. "PFFT, I'm done with this crap. You're all idiots." He took his food and proceeded to leave the room. "Really guys, I'm just tired. We, don't need to talk about, well, this stuff," Deku mumbled, feeling another blush rise to his cheeks. "It's okay Midoriya, I want to help you. I can't ignore someone in need of help." Minato continued to lean back in his chair, the air of inappropriate confidence entirely perplexing to everyone else around the table. "Thanks Minato, but Deku began only to have Kaminari interrupt him. "Well now I'm curious. How are you so experienced in all this? Are you saying you've gone all the way with someone, and that's why you aren't a slave to the constant need for a wank?" he asked with a raised eyebrow. "Why are we even still discussing this? Shouldn't we be more concerned about how we can help Midoriya get through the day since he didn't sleep well?" Shoto asked, genuinely concerned for Deku. "As class representative, I really must insist we change topics," chided Ida. He was clearly growing more flustered with his continued hand and arm waving. To Mineta's credit, he continued to seem completely unperturbed by Kaminari's rather blunt question. "Well, I'm not one to kiss and tell." "Yes you are, Kaminari," Ida, Kirishima, and Shoto all said at the same time. "Am not. As I was saying, irregardless." "It is regardless. Irregardless isn't a word," corrected Shoto. "Quit interrupting me. I am trying to help Midoriya guys." Minato snapped and rocked forward in his chair to glare at everyone around the table. "Sorry," Shoto apologized. "Thank you. As I was saying, regardless of having gone all the way or not, I have reached a point where I can summon or dismiss the horniness required to rub one out on command. It's just something I've developed over time. I'm always ready at a moment's notice. Soft or hard from one second to the next. Bet you get where I'm coming from, Kirishima." His explanation made no real sense to anyone else at the table, and even Izuku shot him a confused glance. Had he actually sought help from Minato? He wasn't actually sure how that explanation was supposed to help him. "Okay, on that note I'm gonna go catch up with Bakugo," Kirishima said with a wrinkled nose and swiftly left the table. Minato let out a pitying sigh. "Even with his hardening quirk, he can't get to my level. What a shame." Shoto and Kaminari shot a disbelieving look at him. "None of that makes any sense. Let's change this discussion to something else, please," pleaded Ida, still desperate to fulfill his class rep role and smooth out the disorderly nature of the conversation. "Okay, assuming you can just get a whack off on command, how does that work? What is your secret? Like everybody needs some time between sessions," Kaminari asked, seeking clarification. Even though Mineta's bizarre explanation really didn't make sense in any context, it did make Izuku wonder about the petite pervert's sexual stamina. Leaning onto his elbows and getting closer to the group of boys, Minato said softly, "That's just it. I'm always horny." Kaminari snorted. "Really? You're going to quote the Incredible Hulk now?" "Yeah, I'm out." He also got up and left. "But it's true," persisted Minato. Shoto rolled his eyes. Ida continued to chide Minato for starting and continuing such a lewd conversation, and Minato continued to defend himself, but Deku was lost in his own thoughts. He didn't really think too much about Mineta's claims. Any other day, he'd probably be horribly embarrassed by this conversation and be right there with Ida trying to redirect it. But right now he was too tired. Too tired and anxious about going to class and seeing Izuocha. He'd lucked out in that she hadn't been in the common room when he'd come down from his room, but he knew he'd see her in class. That much was a guarantee. Just as he'd feared, Deku felt intense anxiety when he made it to homeroom and spotted 𝗬𝗧𝗏 in class. She looked like her normal self. She was standing at Sue's desk, a smile on her face, her cheeks their usual cheerful pink. As he looked at her, he was somehow struck by her appearance in a way he'd not been previously. It vaguely reminded him of when he'd first seen her in her hero costume. He took in her smile, the gentle fall of her hair like falling autumn leaves, the stockings that hid her milky white skin from view. She was truly lovely, a proper beauty. The thought hit him like a slap in the face. Why was he thinking about her beauty? Why did that even matter? Pretty or not, she was his friend and aesthetics didn't matter. So why was he fixating on them now? Was it because he'd been so entranced by her bare belly that he'd felt the need to masturbate with her on his mind? As that realization hit, he felt a horrible face-wide blush color his face. Perhaps because fate is cruel, or just because he was having bad luck. At that very same moment, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 turned her gaze in his direction. As their eyes met, a similar redness started to dust 𝗬𝗧𝗏's already rosy cheeks. Great. Now she's seen me and is embarrassed. How could this be any worse? Deku thought to himself. Sit your ass down, nerd. Class is about to start. Snapped Bakugo as he brushed by and shoulder-checked Izuku on the way to his own chair. Quit creep staring. Deku swore that if he could blush harder he might burst into flames. Yeah, I gotta go to the bathroom. He mumbled and half-sprinted out of the room. He knew that there were only a few minutes remaining before Mr. Aizawa would arrive, and then he'd have to go to class and sit in there, painfully aware of 𝗬𝗧𝗏's presence. As he fled the classroom, he briefly heard Minato murmur, "Poor bastard." Rather than go to the bathroom, Deku just sat outside the classroom on one of the benches against the windows opposite the door. He plopped his head into his hands and let out a tired sigh. What a terrible start to the morning. If only he'd seen his text messages from 𝗬𝗧𝗏. If only, if only. A soft voice speaking to him made him snap his head up fast enough that it had a regular person done it, they'd likely have gotten whiplash. Before him stood 𝗬𝗧𝗏. She had a deeper red across her cheeks, so he knew that she at the very least was feeling shy. Her eyes wouldn't quite meet his, instead seeming to have locked onto his chin, or perhaps his poorly tied tie. "Hey Deku, sorry. I know this is awkward, but I wanted to talk to you," she began nervously, still not meeting his gaze. "Oh, okay, what did you want to talk about?" Deku asked, his voice so high he thought it might shatter the glass of the window behind him. Great. She must have heard him say he needed to go to the bathroom, assumed he was going to masturbate again, and probably now thought he was a sexual deviant. His thoughts moved all on their own, and he quietly started to panic that perhaps she now thought any time he'd left to use the restroom, or had vanished, that had happened because he was in fact masturbating. But if she thought those things, why was she here? Was she about to call him out and reveal him for being a sexual deviant? But that didn't seem very 𝗬𝗧𝗏-like. Well, about yesterday, and, last night. The statement made Deku break out in a body-wide sweat. Not good. She wants to talk about that. I mean, of course she wants to talk about it. I just didn't think she'd actually approach me. What do I do? Deku thought in a panic. How was he supposed to respond to her? For the second time that morning, he wished his quirk was shrinking or shape-shifting. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, he began and trailed off. He didn't know what to say. What could he say? Sorry you inadvertently flashed me, and you later saw me masturbating. No, he couldn't say that. I'm sorry, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Sorry about, no Deku, it's okay. The whole thing is just an embarrassing little, no, not a little, what I mean is, the blush on her cheeks was now darkening to a scarlet. What I mean is that it is okay. She huffed as if that entire sentence had taken great effort to get out. Deku blinked, confused but also possibly relieved. He wasn't sure. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, he said softly, the blush on his cheeks growing. Despite his embarrassment, he intentionally made eye contact with her. Thank you. This time, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 met his gaze. It was just for a moment, and then she was sitting at his side. Close enough that if he'd wanted to, he could have leaned over and bumped shoulders with her. But he stayed where he was, fearful of physical contact. She began speaking. I shouldn't have made such a big deal over Mina pulling up my shirt yesterday. If I'd just brushed it off, then we never would have, we never would have to be having this conversation. Not that I don't like talking to you, but I'm sorry you had to see that, he chuckled softly. Should have locked my door. Uraraka turned to look at him then, though he didn't turn his head to face her as she spoke. But Deku, what I saw well, what happened was a completely normal thing to do. It's a natural part of growing up, exploring and doing that. She paused briefly, searching for the right words. Everyone does it. Like everyone, it's part of growing up. I said that already. Sorry. Her pace had increased, but she continued anyway. Exploring your body and what it likes and all that. It's just learning what you like, and everyone does it. Like I'm sure all the boys do it. I know it. The girls too. Like I've done it. Forget that. But yes, everyone does it. The blush had begun to blossom down her face and onto her neck, but still she pressed on. You know the adults do it too. Like, just imagine. They were young like us once too, and you know, Miss Midnight, that one's obvious, but like I'm sure even people like Mr. Aizawa do it. Shouldn't you two be in your seats already? Interrupted a painfully familiar dry, deep voice. Both Uraraka and Deku's heads turned stiffly toward the voice, only to be greeted by Aizawa's bored and tired face. If they'd possessed Bakugo's explosion quirk, they most definitely would have exploded out of pure embarrassment at Aizawa's appearance. Mr. Aizawa, they both exclaimed in unison and horror. You've got exactly 2 minutes to get into the classroom and into your seats, he warned and nodded down the hall. I've got to give 𝗵𝗲𝗄 some paperwork, but by the time I get back from that, I expect you both seated and ready to start. Aizawa spared them one last glance, and then proceeded to shuffle down the hall. Deku exhaled loudly. Talk about embarrassing. He turned to Uraraka, who was probably as red as he was. We'd better get to our seats, he said quietly, but added. But thank you, Uraraka. I don't want you to be embarrassed, and thanks for what you said. I didn't want there to be any weirdness or embarrassment because you're my friend and I like spending time and talking to you. I like looking at you. I like listening to you. I like your smile. I like all of you. A small little voice whispered in the back of his head. Deku tried to squash that line of thinking down. It would do no good going down that path. Uraraka nervously scratched the back of her head and gave Deku a full-face smile. I want that too, which is why I said what I said. So yeah, let's move on. Okay, Deku agreed, smiled and held out a closed fist. His goal was to repeat when they'd playfully bumped fists all those months ago. It was an innocuous gesture that he hoped would reassure that there was no lingering embarrassment between them. However, in that moment when he held out his fist and Uraraka saw it, she was seized by a different compulsion. Her thoughts briefly danced back to the previous day when she'd seen those big green eyes glued to her stomach and the look in them. A curiosity mixed with something else she wasn't certain of. What she did know was that she secretly liked the look he'd given her. She liked it when he looked at her. Of course, Uraraka wasn't completely conscious of this. But these unconscious thoughts caused her to pause before interacting with Deku's extended fist. Those same thoughts compelled her to grab his extended fist into a hand hold. The gesture clearly surprised Deku, since the smile dropped from his face and another blush found its way onto his cheeks. Without really thinking that deeply about it, unusual for him, Deku unfurled his fist and entwined his hand with hers. To anyone crossing by in the hallway, the gesture would have been innocent enough and easily overlooked. It merely looked like two classmates were shaking hands. But to Deku and Uraraka, it was so much bigger. Uraraka stared at him, a similar blush coloring her cheeks. Deku, she murmured. She hadn't expected him to actually take her hand, but for that matter, she didn't even know what had compelled her to change the nature of the original gesture. Deku wasn't entirely sure what had possessed him to entwine hands with her, but he was aware of the time that was swiftly passing. We'd better get into class. We can, talk, or something later if you want, he said, and using their linked hands, pulled her to her feet. When he looked back at her, she was rosy-cheeked and staring at him with wide, sparkling eyes. It was a look he'd never seen from her before, and for a moment his heart seemed to sputter in his chest. A distant memory of the Disney movie Bambi came to mind, and the lines of long-forgotten dialogue filled his head. Well, what's wrong with them? A cutesy Disney skunk asked in response to two birds feverishly flying around each other. Why are they acting that way? A rabbit added. Well, don't you know, they're Twitter-pated, answered an old knowing owl. His eyes locked onto those warm hazel browns again, and knowing suddenly dawned on him. You're Twitter-pated, Deku, a tiny voice whispered inside him. He pulled his hand away from her as if she were a caustic chemical that was burning him, and with speed to rival Ida's engine quirk, he turned toward their class and raced forward. "Gotta get to our seats." He spoke a little too loudly and quickly before vanishing into the classroom, leaving Izuocha slowly following behind. She moved to follow, her mind feeling slow, her limbs somehow heavy. It must have been mere seconds after Deku had gotten into class and his seat that Izuocha followed. There were a few side glances at the two entering the room right around the same time, and even more questioning glances when they took note of the blushes on both of their faces. Izuocha took her seat and numbly looked forward, her mind still slow and somehow empty. "We can, talk, or something later if you want," the words repeated in her head. If I want? Did she want to? She shot a nervous glance in Deku's direction. He was looking straight ahead, but there was a blush all across his freckled face. Aizawa entered the room a moment later and briefly shot both of them narrowed eyes before beginning on the day's lesson plan. Izuocha reluctantly focused her attention on Mr. Aizawa. Across the room, Deku sat rigid as a pole in his seat, the term twitterpated repeating in his head over and over again. When girls gossiped, the chance to talk later did not come around. Their classes had been particularly demanding that day, and the section they started reviewing in the new unit, in-depth female and male anatomy, was especially embarrassing. Everyone in the class seemed to be affected by the awkward subject. All except maybe Bakugo, who for all intents and purposes really didn't appear to care in the slightest. Minato was the other exception, in that he seemed far too interested in the subject material. After class had finished, Deku, Shoto, and Bakugo were off to their work studies with Endeavor, while Ochako went to hers. In the back of her mind, she knew that Deku likely wouldn't return to the dorm tonight, since Endeavor's agency had its own built-in sleeping quarters. Tomorrow he and the others would come in for a half-day due to their work study. She knew she'd not see him until tomorrow, and more so than that, she knew she wouldn't be able to have any sort of real conversation with him until after class tomorrow, and even then he might have more work-study work to do. She had been briefly stopped by Aoyama, who'd wanted to discuss The Wizard of Oz with her, much to her horror. She knew next to nothing of the book and any similarities it had with the film, which she also hardly remembered. Thankfully, Aoyama had let her go when she'd said she had to get to her work study, but she knew that she'd get cornered by him again. Ochako was going to have to dedicate an evening to the book's Wikipedia page later on. All through her work study that evening, Ochako felt distracted and slow to respond. Thankfully, they weren't doing anything that required laser-point focus, but still, her inability to focus was bothersome to her. At last, at the end of the day, she, Tsu, and Nejier were all changing out of their hero attire and back into school uniforms. Did Ochako feel like she was starting to focus a bit better? Her mind was still focused on the day's earlier events, and the events of yesterday as well. As she slid out of her costume and started absently buttoning up her blouse, did she register that Tsu had asked her a question? "What?" she asked blankly. Tsu gave her a quizzical look and tilted her head to the side. "What's up with you today, Ochako? Ribbit." Ochako felt a blush rise to her cheeks and swiftly shook her head, trying to redirect, saying, "Oh, nothing. Nothing. Everything is fine. I'm just, flustered by the new health unit that we're doing." Tsu gave her a skeptical look in response. Nejier suddenly inserted herself into the conversation. Hey, are you talking about the super awkward sex ed unit they make you do in first year?" "I remember that. What do you think about it?" she asked, stopping mid-removal of her costume to come over and look at the two younger girls. Yeah, I'm guessing that means you had something like that too in your first year?" Ochako asked with a blush and looked away from Nejier's mostly naked form. She quite liked Nejier, but her sometimes ditzy inquisitiveness was not only intrusive but overbearing. It didn't matter if Nejier was stark naked and in front of a boy. If she heard something that she didn't know or that made her curious, she would insert herself into whatever it was and have her curiosity sated. Yeah, it was a long time ago though, but I remember almost everyone in class being very uncomfortable about it. Poor Amajiki was so gloomy during the entire unit that he hardly talked to anyone, even to Tagada. Nejier exclaimed and raised a finger to her lip, quizzically. "We just started it, Ribbit. Nobody seems to be excited about it, except maybe Minato," mused Tsu as she started to slide into her skirt and apply her stockings. "Oh hey, I know him. He's the one they call grape juice, 𝗫𝗧𝐼 exclaimed, clearly pleased with herself for remembering someone she'd only met in passing. He's kind of a pervert, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, 𝗬 stated in a very matter-of-fact way. Every class has one. 𝗫𝗧𝐼 smiled, then returned to getting dressed herself. Are you sure that's it, 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲? You seemed kind of flustered this morning, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 dropped the shoe she was about to slip on. Oh great, she remembered. I knew someone had to notice. What do I say? She thought to herself nervously as she sloppily grabbed her shoe and tried to get her foot into it. Hey, you missed your 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. Do you really want to put on your shoes without your leggings on? 𝗫𝗧𝐼 pointed out, making 𝗂𝐽𝐽𝐲 blush. Oh, right, she mumbled in response and dropped the shoe again and hastily began digging through her bag to get her stockings out and on. 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲, 𝗬 said softly and crouched down next to her clearly flustered friend. Are you okay, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏? Her hands were shaking as she slid on her tights, which she desperately hoped that 𝗬 didn't notice. Of course I am. It was just that lesson they went over, stockings on. She rushed putting her shoes on again, dropping one in the process. Suddenly 𝗫𝗧𝐼 was in her face, pointedly looking at her. 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏, I think 𝗬 is right. I think something's up with you. What's up with you? It's nothing, 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 snapped, but instantly regretted the sharpness of her words. She sighed, I'm sorry. It's just with that stupid sex education stuff, and something embarrassing that happened yesterday with Deku that I feel off. 𝗬 was quiet, but 𝗫𝗧𝐼 practically squealed in delight. Oh, with Deku? What happened? Oh, look at your face, it's getting all red. Do you like him? Does he like you? She asked gleefully. She still wasn't fully dressed and was crouched at 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲's side, her head tilted to one side expectantly. No, I do not like him. There was just this thing with Ishido at school yesterday where she pulled up my shirt in front of Deku and Kirishima, and it was embarrassing. That's all, 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 explained nervously, half covering her red face with her hands. She was in real danger of nervously activating her quirk and starting to float away. Who's Ishido? Do I know her? 𝗫𝗧𝐼 inquired. She's one of our classmates, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, 𝗬 supplied. Is that what you and Deku were talking about this morning before class? Oh, you were talking together, alone before class? Are you sure you don't like him? That did it. 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 let out a little eek, and then inadvertently began floating up and away from the two girls. She floated upside down and squeezed her eyes shut, willing the moment to pass, though she knew that 𝗬 and 𝗫𝗧𝐼 would still be there, waiting for her to explain her behavior. Great, I really did it this time. Now they definitely know that something is up, she thought to herself while she floated. She suddenly felt something warm and damp wrap around one of her ankles, tugging her upright and back down to the ground. Guess I can always count on 𝗬 to prevent me from floating away. I really need to work on my quirk activating and floating up and away when I get embarrassed, 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 thought worriedly as she was tugged back down. Got you, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗬 said just as 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 became weighted again and landed on her backside with a gentle thud. Did I make you float away? Sorry, 𝗬𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. I just wanted to know about what's bothering you, 𝗫𝗧𝐼 said with a smile once 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 opened her eyes to see the periwinkle-haired girl looking at her. It's okay, 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 started but paused. What did she tell them? That she was so concerned about embarrassing Deku that she went uninvited to his dorm room and walked in on him masturbating. No, better to keep it short and cut out that part. I was just worried that by having myself accidentally exposed that I'd embarrassed him or made things, well, weird between us. He's my friend, so I didn't want that, so we just talked about that this morning, because I think he'd been avoiding me all yesterday. I wanted to, clear the air. Yeah, I wanted to clear the air. Clear the air, that makes sense. 𝗫𝗧𝐼 nodded and stood back up to resume getting dressed. All this time, and she'd only managed to exchange her sports bra for her actual bra. She really was easily distracted. But 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲, if you did like him, I bet that would be okay. It's okay to like somebody. Friends can like each other too, 𝗫𝗧𝐼 said with a soft smile. 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 briefly wondered if she was alluding to personal experience, and her thoughts drifted to both Tagada and Amajiki. 𝗫𝗧𝐼 is right, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗏. It'd be okay if you liked him or anyone for that matter. Except maybe 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏𝗏, 𝗬 added with a wrinkled nose at the thought of 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. 𝗂𝐭𝐽𝐲 laughed at that. I know, but we're just friends, she asserted, But even as she said it and tried to make it as convincing as possible, some small part of her whispered, "Liar. I'm not lying. We are just friends. I am not lying, right?" A few hours later, 𝗀𝗏𝗄 and 𝗬𝗏 were piled into Momo's room, spread over her enormous bed. Mina, 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐻, and 𝗔𝗨𝗧 were also there. Some books and other various study materials were spread like a smorgasbord over the bed as well. Momo was leading a study group, or perhaps a more apt term was gossiping group. The girls usually gathered a few times a week or more to study and spend time with one another. That had become harder recently with the work studies. Some of their study sessions became more of social catch-up sessions for them. While they did complete studying and homework, they also caught up on gossip and girl talk. Thankfully, 𝗀𝗏𝗄's recent adventures with Deku were not on the menu. Instead, it seemed to be all about all the girls aside from she and 𝗬𝗏, and maybe Gyro two crushes on Shoto Todoroki. It seemed that most of the girls were smitten with the two-toned boy. In all honesty, 𝗀𝗏𝗄 wasn't entirely sure why. Sure, he was very pleasant to look at, but she found him to be a bit cold and closed off for her to want to fawn over him. His quirk was impressive, and he was pretty, but aside from that, she liked Todoroki as a classmate and friend and nothing more. He's just so thoughtful. I dropped my book the other day, and he picked it up for me without hesitation. 𝐒𝐻𝐽𝐻 exclaimed gleefully. I'm not sure that counts as anything other than being polite, Gyro countered as she twisted one of her long earlobes around her finger. 𝗀𝗏𝗄 snuck a glance at her and wondered if she too had a crush on their classmate. All of them had admitted to thinking he was extremely attractive, but Gyro wasn't one to swoon over him like Mina, 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄, and Momo. In fact, she was more often quieter in their group conversations than she and 𝗬𝗏 were. Always on her phone, in fact. Who are you on the phone with? She wondered to herself before dismissing the thought, and assuming that she was probably composing music or doing something music-related. Oh, come on, Gyro. Has he ever picked up a book for you? 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄 asked in annoyance. No, but I can't remember ever dropping one near him, she quipped. Besides, Kaminari would probably be there picking it up for you, right? Mina teased with a mischievous look. PFFT, no, muttered Gyro mostly to herself and looked away. Shouldn't we be studying, Ribbit? 𝗬𝗏 asked as she flipped through the pages of her study book. I keep getting the seminal vesicles and vas deferens mixed up. There'll be plenty of time to learn that later, Mina said with a smile and rolled onto her back. She stretched languidly and said, I want to talk more about Todoroki. Why? He doesn't seem to notice that we exist, protested 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄. Well, in your case, 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄, you are invisible, Mina pointed out. 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄 gave a frustrated sigh. You know what I mean. I think 𝗬𝗏 is right, and that we should focus on studying. This is a lot of information to memorize, Momo said softly as she too looked through her notebook. You're just being all serious because you've got a big old crush on him and don't know how to ask him out, Mina giggled. No, I am simply saying that it would be in our best interests if we assimilated this information now instead of leaving it for the last minute, Momo defended, though there was the beginnings of a clear blush on her cheeks. So serious, 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄 chided. I'm simply saying that, Momo began only to be cut off by Mina. You just have to be direct, Momo. Like tell him that he's hot and you want to go out. And how well did that work out for you, 𝗎𝗏𝗄? Gyro chirped with a side glance at the wild-haired pink girl. Oh, shut up. So it didn't go the way I wanted it to. At least I did it, Mina snapped back defensively. You asked him if he wanted to go out sometime, and he asked you why you wanted him to go outside. You're clearly not even on his radar, Gyro said with a devious expression on her face as she continued to twist her earlobe round and round her finger. Yeah, okay, so you're just going to have to be more direct, Momo. Tell him he's hot, and that you'd like to have a date with him, Mina suggested with renewed vigor. He'd probably take the date part literally and ask you which date you meant, huffed 𝗒𝐻𝗫𝗄. He's not stupid, he'll know, Mina argued. Ladies, please. Let's just do some actual studying, please, Momo sighed. 𝗀𝗏𝗄 saw the blush in Momo's cheeks and wondered if she too felt flustered and hot when it came to Todoroki like when she thought about Deku. Her eyes widened at that thought, and she let out a little squeak that drew the attention of the other girls. What was that, 𝗀𝗏𝗄? Asked Mina curiously, moving to her belly and perched on her elbows to look at her. Oh, nothing, 𝗀𝗏𝗄 said too quickly for anyone to overlook. Gyro raised an eyebrow at her, her attention no longer on her phone. "What was up with you and Midoriya today?" "Yeah, you were like shouting something." "Were you fighting?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 asked. Bakugo bumped into him, and then he ran out of the classroom saying he had to go to the bathroom. "It was a bit odd, I agree," Momo recalled, and also shot Ochako a curious look. "Then you just rushed right out after him, huh? Wonder what that was about," Mina said with a mischievous twinkle in her eye. Not good, she thought to herself, and realized she was once again at great risk of accidentally activating her quirk. Then they'd all know that something was indeed up. "Just breathe deeply, Ochako. In and out, in and out." "Well, if you hadn't made it weird by basically flashing him yesterday, I wouldn't have had to go talk to him," Ochako blurted out. The other girl's eyes widened. "No way," 𝐒𝐬𝐼 said, dropping her earlobe. "For real?" 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 exclaimed. "You flashed him, Mina?" Momo asked. "I did not flash him. I pulled up Uravity's shirt to show off her abs, since she was being a badass and Deku got stuck staring at her. That is what I did." "It was Midoriya who couldn't stop looking at her," Mina explained, as if it was the most casual thing in the world. The conversation turned back to Ochako. Thinking fast, she replied with the first thing that came to her mind. "It wasn't just Deku. Kirishima was there too. It was embarrassing for everybody and awkward enough for Deku that I wanted to apologize to him about. That's what I was doing this morning." Hopefully her hastily put together distraction would be enough to redirect the conversation. "Kirishima was there too?" Momo asked. "That seems kind of rude, Aceto," 𝗓𝗏 admitted with a glance at the pink-haired girl. Ochako felt a wave of relief wash over her. The conversation had been successfully redirected, until 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 spoke. "What did Kirishima do when that happened?" "He didn't stare like Midoriya did," Mina replied without missing a beat. The girls all directed their attention back at Ochako, who felt her heart skip a beat. "This is bad. I need to get them to think about something else. But if I change the subject now, they'll know something is up," she thought to herself in a panic. Again, she felt like she was getting very near accidentally activating her quirk and becoming weightless. Thankfully, Tsu came to her rescue. "That seems weird, Ribbit. Why would Midoriya stare and not Kirishima? He did see it happen, right?" Mina sat up and glared at Tsu. "Of course he saw. He just wasn't gaga-eyed for it like Midoriya was." Something in the way Ashido brushed Kirishima's presence off struck Ochako as odd. She seemed very intent to brush over his presence. Perhaps she should dig deeper into that. "If I remember correctly, he looked at me for maybe a second, and then looked at you, Mina," Ochako pointed out. So, while Deku might have been looking at me, Kirishima was staring at you," Ochako said triumphantly as she saw Mina's face shift slightly, and the tiniest of blushes form on her already pink skin. "Why would he do that when you were making a point of showing off my bare skin?" "Kirishima was staring at you?" 𝗓𝗏 asked, now shooting Mina a suspicious look. "He does look at you more often than not when we're in class," Momo mused. "Does he? I never noticed. Tomorrow in class I'm going to have to watch for it," 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 exclaimed in surprise. "Didn't you two go to middle school together, Ribbit?" Now a true blush colored Mina's cheeks as she clearly struggled to come up with some sort of response. "We did? Yeah, but so what? He looked at me. Doesn't mean he's into me or anything. So we knew each other before. Doesn't mean we're dating or anything." "So, there's nothing going on?" 𝗓𝗏 asked, a sly smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "You mean like there's nothing going on with you and Kaminari?" "No, there is nothing going on between Kirishima and I," Mina protested angrily. However, the growing blush on her cheeks told a different story. "Hey, don't pull bolts for brains into this. Just because he's an idiot, who I've pointed that out to multiple times before, doesn't mean there's something going on between us. Besides, he's too busy leching around with Minta anyway," 𝗓𝗏 snapped back. The atmosphere had changed quite a bit, going from playful girl talk to charged bitchiness. It was time to call it a night. "I'm sorry I brought it up. I didn't mean to upset you. Let's just call it a night for tonight," Ochako said with mock frustration. Secretly, she was extremely pleased that Mina had taken the Kirishima bait hook, line, and sinker. "I agree with Ochako, Ribbit," Tsu agreed. "All right, we'll have to do some more studying tomorrow. And by studying I mean actual studying," Momo said with a sigh. Slowly the girls gathered up their belongings and headed their separate ways. Considering that Mina was on the same floor as 𝗎𝗪𝗀 was, the two shared a somewhat awkward walk back to their respective rooms. Just as they stepped off the stairs, Mina stopped and said, "That was low, bringing Kirishima into the convo." 𝗎𝗪𝗀 stopped and looked at Mina's downturned mouth and her narrowed eyes. She really did appear to be upset that 𝗎𝗪𝗀 had brought him up. Filing that away for further analysis, she said, "I'm sorry, Mina. Just you bringing up Deku and the whole flashing thing, it made me very uncomfortable. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings, though." She bowed a little in apology. Mina sighed and started walking toward her dorm. Yeah. She stopped and looked pointedly at 𝗎𝗪𝗀 and said, "There isn't anything going on between Kirishima and I. We went to middle school together and that's it. If there was, I would have said something because he is hot." 𝗎𝗪𝗀 snorted in disbelief at Mina's boldness. If only she could find such boldness. In his own strange, plain way. "I guess Deku's kind of hot too," Mina mused with a naughty grin and wink in 𝗎𝗪𝗀's direction. "Night, 𝗎𝗪𝗀." She left 𝗎𝗪𝗀 standing alone in the hall, feeling very flustered. She thinks Deku is hot. Wait, does she think that, or did she say that just to mess with me? Why do I even care? What is wrong with me? Her thoughts were full of angsty adolescent turmoil as she managed to break out of her standstill and walk to her own room. She didn't bother to turn the lights on once she was inside, instead sinking down along the door and land in a slump on the floor. She sat there, brooding to herself about the day and about the girl time they'd had, which had turned out to be awful. What a day. "Get it together, Izuocha," she whispered to herself and pulled her legs up to her chest to cradle herself. Why was being a teenager so hard? There was a buzz in her pocket then, and she reluctantly pulled out her phone to see who was messaging her. It was probably Tsu checking in, or maybe one of her parents. She flipped open her phone and dropped it when her eyes read who the message was from. The message was from Deku. Her heart suddenly beating a mile a minute. She groped for her phone and accidentally dropped it once, twice, a third time, excitedly activated her quirk, and made it weightless and watched in fury as it began to float away from her. "Release," she practically snarled and caught the phone as it fell. She opened the phone and saw two messages from Deku. One was an image of him smiling along with an enraged-looking Bakugo and a tight-lipped-looking Todoroki. She could vaguely make out what looked like something flaming in the distance, and assumed that that was probably Endeavor in the distance. The second message was just text and read, "Sorry we didn't get to talk today. Assuming you wanted to talk, that is. I hope you had a good evening, Izuocha. I'll see you tomorrow." She could practically hear his voice reading the lines to her as her heart hammered excitedly in her chest. Calm down. It's just a text message, and just Deku being Deku," she thought to herself, though she couldn't help the smile that was tugging at her lips. He'd texted her. That meant that he'd thought of her. In fact, he'd thought of her enough to take a selfie with murdery Bakugo, and Todoroki to boot. Would they talk tomorrow? Did he want to talk? Did she want to talk tomorrow? The more she thought about it, the more excited and nervous she became. It was the only thing on her mind as she changed into her pajamas and got into bed. What would they talk about? What was there to talk about? Maybe about how her heart had started to beat alarmingly fast when she thought about him. No, that wasn't a subject to bring up. As she lay in bed, she remembered Nejire's and Tsu's words. It'd be okay if you did like him, and not for the first time since coming to UA. She wondered if he might think it was okay if she liked him too. But Shoto misreads the signals. Shoto Todoroki sat quietly in class, as Recovery Girl stood at the front, with a large diagram cross-section of both the female and male anatomy. While some of his peers were blushing and looking away, he was mostly unmoved by the images. It was just anatomy after all, not an actual naked man or woman. That might elicit a blush from him, but not simple diagrams. He could see Minato in front of, and in the row next to him. While Minato seemed largely uninterested in most of their lessons, he was rapt with attention now. Shoto briefly wondered if one of the rumored guest speakers was going to be Minato's work-study preceptor, Mount Lady. Of course, that was something that would thrill him. Perhaps he'd be the top student of this unit, simply because of his interest in the subject material. With just the slight incline of his head, he looked toward the seat next to him and Yaoyorozu, who also seemed very intent on the lesson. Even if Minato was overly interested in this lesson, he'd be hard-pressed to beat out Yaoyorozu's academic prowess. She never failed to routinely be the #1 student in their class, which didn't surprise him. He had great respect for her. His eyes moved beyond Ieyasu and up the road toward the fiery Bakugo, who was leaned back in his chair and clearly not even paying attention. He would never quite understand how that one managed to score so well. For all intents and purposes, it seemed that Bakugo had zero interest in anything they learned. Yet he consistently scored amongst the top students. Clearly, despite being hot-headed and uninterested in almost anything academic, Bakugo was naturally gifted in almost all areas. Except manners, Shoto thought to himself as he recalled their work study yesterday when Deku had tried to take a selfie of the three of them, which had set Bakugo into a fiery rage. Ultimately, he'd launched one of his explosions at the green-haired boy. The fact that Midoriya consistently tolerated Bakugo's brash and rude behavior never failed to impress him. Midoriya was currently taking feverish notes, his nose practically pressed into the pages of his notebook. Shoto wasn't quite sure what kind of notes he was taking since Recovery Girl was mostly reiterating the location and function of the reproductive organs. Though as he thought about it, it was highly likely that Deku had drawn very similar diagrams and was labeling them in identical fashion. Shoto wondered briefly to yesterday when his friend had looked so tired. He'd abruptly run out of the class claiming he had to go to the bathroom just before class had started. Shoto had been somewhat surprised to see Uraraka quickly follow him out. That was a curious interaction, but one he shrugged off as it wasn't his business. When Deku had come back into class, he'd been blushing, but hadn't looked as exhausted as he had that morning. Perhaps he'd even looked a bit brighter. As the day had gone on, Deku had acted more like his normal self, and when they'd gone to their work studies and once again begun trying to catch up with Endeavor, he'd been much more his upbeat self. Whatever had bothered him enough that he couldn't sleep had apparently stopped bothering him by the end of the day. Aside from Bakugo's usual violent behavior at something as small as a selfie, the evening and night went largely as expected. Their work this morning was also to be expected, though Shoto noticed that as the afternoon drew close, Midoriya seemed to become more excitable. Was he excited to get back to class? Normally, he seemed more excited to be doing work with Endeavor. Shoto shifted his gaze across the room and toward Uraraka. She looked like she was paying attention, though he noted a slightly pinker color in her already rosy cheeks. Was she too embarrassed by the subject material? Tomorrow, we'll have 2 special guest speakers during the lesson. I expect you all to pay them appropriate respect, Recovery Girl announced, drawing Shoto's attention back to her. Mina's hand shot up at once, prompting a tired sigh from Recovery Girl. It seemed that the only student who had regular questions during this unit was, of course, Mina. Who are the guest speakers? He asked, practically clawing his way out of his desk. Wouldn't you like to be surprised? Recovery Girl asked. Only if I know that they're going to be hot girls, Mina shot back. Recovery Girl sighed again and said, it'll be a man and a woman, 2 separate speakers. Sick. At least one's a hot chick, Mina exclaimed with delight. Both discussing super sexually transmitted diseases and infections, Recovery Girl added pointedly. Most of the class shifted uncomfortably with that announcement. Shoto assumed that she'd made that statement to calm Mina down, but her remark didn't seem to have any effect on him. Doesn't matter. As long as it's a hottie, I don't care what they talks about. Mina half muttered and half shouted in response. Even Shoto had to repress an eye roll at that. Mina truly was undersexed and highly inappropriate at all times. Quit acting like a cat in heat, you moron, snapped Bakugo angrily from further up in the row. That's enough class, Mr. Aizawa suddenly added, surprising everyone. Once Recovery Girl had come to class to begin the lesson, he'd zipped himself up in his sleeping bag and disappeared behind his desk. But apparently he hadn't completely gone to sleep. He was awake enough to interject and calm the class down, just in case things got out of hand. Classes for the day ended just a short time later. Shoto gathered his books and prepared to head out of the classroom. He briefly took note of Ishido swiftly moving in his direction, until he realized that she was headed not toward him, but to Ieyasu, who was still gathering her things. Once Shoto was out of the classroom and on his way toward the dorms, Midoriya caught up to him and said, Hey Todoroki, can I borrow your notes on the last lesson of English we had? There's just something with the I after E, except after C rule that I can't quite get. I know you're good with English and have helped me before, so I thought I'd ask. Sure, Midoriya, Shoto replied softly and paused briefly to open up his bag and pull out the notes he had from their English class. Oh, you don't have to give me the notes right now. We can do it once we get back to the dorm, Deku said with a wave of his hand. No, it's okay, Midoriya. Here they are. Shoto handed over the notes, which Deku took with a small bow. Gee, thanks, Todoroki. I think this will really help, he began with a smile, only to be interrupted by a soft, inquisitive voice from down the hall. Excuse me, Midoriya, but can I, talk to Todoroki for a moment? Ieyasu asked. She stood a few paces down the hall from them and looked rather nervous. Shoto noted a slight blush in her cheeks and that she was avoiding his gaze. He wondered what was wrong. This was unlike her. Did she have a fever? Was she sick? Oh, a sure thing. See you later, Todoroki, Deku said with a worried glance at their classmate. He continued down the hall and out of sight. Most of the other students had also left, leaving just Ieyasu standing in the hall with Shoto. Shoto moved closer to the red-cheeked girl and looked at her with concern. She still wasn't meeting his gaze, and the flush in her cheeks was more pronounced the closer he got. Could she be sick? Did she need help? Was she overheated and needed cooling down? Ieyasu, are you all right? He asked, genuinely concerned for her well-being. Oh, yes, I was. Well, you see, I wanted to, she began but paused, clearly uncomfortable. Shoto's concern for her continued to grow. Why was she having a difficult time talking to him? This was so unusual for her. You look hot and your cheeks are flushed. Do you need cooling down? Shoto asked and raised his right hand toward her shoulder, already feeling a coolness spreading over his fingers and down his arm. What? I'm hot? Oh, no, I'm not feeling hot, she stammered and finally met his gaze, though it was already too late. Shoto had placed his hand on her shoulder and let some of the coldness permeate into Ieyasu. Well, you look like you might have a fever with how red your cheeks and neck are. This should help cool you a bit until you can see Recovery Girl. I'm glad I was here to help you, Shoto said softly and removed his hand, seeing that the redness was beginning to fade thanks to his quirk. Recovery Girl. But, okay, you're right. I'm sorry. Ieyasu looked down and away, and Shoto thought he saw disappointment or hurt in her eyes, or perhaps a combination of both. That was perplexing, but he instantly dropped that thought when he saw the red coloration in her cheeks come back with vigor. Ieyasu, your cheeks, they're so red. We should get you to Recovery Girl as soon as possible, Shoto said with worry. He grabbed her wrist with his right hand and again began cooling, trying to help abate the persistent fever that Ieyasu seemed to have developed. Todoroki, please, it's Al, she began but was interrupted by an older voice from just inside the classroom door. I'll take it from here, young Todoroki. Thank you for trying to help her, Recovery Girl said with a gentle smile on her face. Shoto was confused since he'd thought she'd left the class even before the students did, and if she'd returned, he'd not heard or seen it at all. Where had she come from? Okay, thank you. I hope you feel better, Ieyasu, Shoto said earnestly and released her wrist and began walking down the hall. She was acting so strange. I hope she's okay, Shoto thought to himself as he exited the building. He paused briefly as he stood just outside the school and looked down at his right hand. Despite having just used a bit of his cold quirk, his hand felt somehow warm. Shoto held it up to his face and stared at it curiously. It should still be cold after having just used his quirk, but it was still oddly warm. He hesitantly looked back at the school and again wondered if Ieyasu had a very high fever. Slowly, he lowered his hand and began walking away from the school again. As he walked, he was vaguely aware of some kind of tension developing deep in his belly when he thought of Ieyasu's flushed cheeks and the feel of her wrist in his cold hand. He hoped she was okay. Back in the school, Ieyasu stood in the empty hall with Recovery Girl, feeling horribly embarrassed and awkward. She'd been trying to do what Ashido had kept telling her to do, and it had gone oh so poorly. Todoroki really did seem to be oblivious to her and any of the other girls' affections. Oh, don't fret too much, Creati. A boy like him just needs a bit of time to put the pieces together, Recovery Girl said as she shuffled toward the much taller girl. Just like you'll learn in my class, girls develop emotionally faster than boys do. Somehow the old woman's words were both encouraging and depressing. Thank you. I guess I'll be going too. With that, she bowed slightly toward the old nurse and left the school. Recovery girl looked on after her. I wonder if Shoto Todoroki will realize anytime soon why she was blushing and what she was trying to ask. Can't stop twinkling references. The Wizard of Oz and Deku doesn't have a clue why. He had butterflies in his stomach, and he wasn't entirely certain why. They'd been with him when he'd eaten his dinner, and when he'd started talking with Todoroki about the English notes he'd borrowed. He'd also been distracted by his phone, kept feeling the need to repeatedly check it to see if he had gotten any messages. You seem to be checking your phone a lot. Are you expecting a message? Todoroki asked softly. Izuku raised his eyes from his phone and saw Todoroki watching him carefully. He quickly put his phone away and gave a nervous smile. Oh no. Just checking it, hee. I guess I just keep thinking I feel it buzzing. Oh okay, Todoroki said with the tiniest of shrugs. He went back to going over some of his more intricate notes on English grammar rules and sentence structure. Deku attempted to focus on what Todoroki was saying, but continued having a hard time with it. He was distracted again, and he still could feel the flutter of butterflies in his stomach. Why was he so excitable? Hey, what was going on with Yaoyorozu after class today? Asked 𝗧𝗏, interrupting Todoroki's note review and pulling Izuku back to the present. Deku was surprised by 𝗧𝗏's question since he didn't remember him being around when Yaoyorozu had stopped them. But in all honesty, he was a bit curious about her as well. Oh yeah, what was up with that? She looked like she needed to talk to you about something serious, Deku surmised thoughtfully. Yeah, I think she was sick. Her cheeks were really red, Todoroki recounted. Do you think she had a fever? Deku asked innocently. He remembered Yaoyorozu nervously standing in the hall, not meeting their eyes. It had been unlike her to act so insecure. She must have had some kind of fever for her cheeks to be that red, Todoroki said. Deku noted that he seemed quite concerned for his classmate. 𝗧𝗏 suddenly laughed. Guys, you really think she had a fever? Come on. He laughed and shook his head. Deku looked at him in confusion as Todoroki questioned. You don't think she had a fever? Did she say something to you? No, but I saw her arrive back to the dorms a while after you did, Todoroki, and she looked totally fine. A little down, but totally fine. I don't think she was sick. 𝗧𝗏 laughed again and shook his head. Why would she look so overheated then? Todoroki asked, mostly to himself. Deku was suddenly reminded of just the day before when Uraraka's cheeks had been so rosy red, and she'd looked flushed as if with fever. It had been because she was embarrassed. Slowly, the wheels began turning in Izuku's head. But alas, the same could not be said for his half-hot and half-cold friend. You idiots, growled a harsh and angry voice. The nerd I get not knowing, but icy hot. How can you be so bright and yet so dim? Bakugo stood behind them from where they sat on the couch and glowered at them. Kaken, didn't see you there, squeaked Deku in surprise. Was Kaken about to blast him with another explosion? Speaking of which, he'd have to go and train Black Whip with him again. They were overdue for another chase and capture fail, explosion to face session. Shoot up, I wasn't talking to you, snapped Bakugo with a sneer. He looked at Todoroki with contempt and asked, a fever? Really? You can't think of any other reason why a girl would be red-faced in front of you. Todoroki squinted in confusion, but slowly some kind of new idea seemed to dawn on him, albeit at a snail's pace. I guess, if she were embarrassed by something? His voice trailed off, and he lowered his eyes in thought. Bakugo stared at him incredulously. Deku thought he could see him physically bristle at Todoroki's careful inward contemplation. Well, I'm not gonna spell it out for you, icy hot. Figure it out yourself. He stormed off then, and Deku thought heard him mutter, "Dumbass," under his breath as he walked away. What would she have been embarrassed by? Do you think she wanted to ask for help in English, but was feeling shy for wanting to ask for my help? Todoroki asked, mostly to Deku, though 𝗧𝗏 was still present and listening. I don't think that's probably it, Deku said sheepishly. He wasn't sure since he'd not been there for the conversation. But he was thinking that perhaps something similar, or at least something embarrassing, had happened between them, and she was trying to talk to Todoroki like Uraraka had tried to talk to Deku. Briefly, Izuku felt horrified that perhaps an identical situation had occurred and Yaoyorozu had walked in on Todoroki, but he decided that that was highly unlikely considering his friend's confusion about it all. Even Todoroki, unflappable as he was, would be flustered about that. Maybe she was trying to ask you out, 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 supplied and playfully jabbed Todoroki in the ribs. Todoroki just looked more confused. Ask me out where? He asked sincerely. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 sighed. No man, like on a date. Like a girl and boy date. Go get ice cream or go see a movie together. That kind of date. Finally, realization dawned on Todoroki. His gray eye and blue eye widened in surprise. Yaoyorozu was not asking me out on a date. I suppose she might have been embarrassed about something, but I do not believe she was trying to ask me on a romantic date. I doubt that Yaoyorozu has those kind of feelings for me or anyone here, he said firmly. Okay, whatever you say, 𝗧𝗏 shrugged. What would even give you that idea? Todoroki asked. Well, if she wanted to talk to you alone and went so far as to ask Midoriya to leave and was all red in the cheeks about it. Well, that's what I'd think, 𝗧𝗏 replied casually. I am not you, he responded coolly, and with slightly more emotion than Deku expected him to respond with. The reaction seemed to surprise Todoroki as well, since he quieted immediately and said, Sorry, that's just really not what I think was going on. I was worried she was sick. She could have been sick, Todoroki, or maybe she was trying to ask for help with a class like you thought, and that made her embarrassed, Deku said supportively. However, he couldn't dismiss the memory of Ochako's pink cheeks and cautiously added, though it could be that she was embarrassed because she was trying to do what 𝗧𝗏 suggested. It was Todoroki's turn to have a blush come over his face. Deku felt flustered for his friend and quickly tried to smooth it over. But that's probably not it. It doesn't seem like something Yaoyorozu would do. I wonder if she's struggling with English too, and was going to ask you for help with it. The flush diminished from Shoto's cheeks, and Deku was relieved to see that his friend seemed to relax a little at his words and return to his composed self. Perhaps that is it. Should we resume going over these notes, then? Right. Deku agreed cheerfully. 𝗧𝗏 looked at the two and shrugged again. It was obvious to him. Why wasn't it obvious to them? And the better question, why wasn't Yaoyorozu getting all blushy around him? He would have been delighted to have her sweet face pink-tinged confessing her love to him. Deku and Shoto continued with studying English for a little, while longer before they called it quits and Deku began heading upstairs to his dorm. He'd not seen Uraraka that evening because she'd gone straight to her after-school work studies immediately after class. Despite not seeing her though, his stomach was still doing flip-flops, and he felt nervous like he had yesterday. He had received one message from her early this morning that had been a smiling emoji in response to the last message he'd sent her. He wasn't entirely sure how to take that other than that she was happy to hear from him. Happy for the selfie. He wasn't sure. As he ascended the stairs to the second floor, he felt his phone buzz and anxiously picked it up, only to be deflated by seeing a message from his mother, asking him how his work study had been going. He composed a quick response and sent it away quickly before putting his phone away. Just as he entered the hall, Aoyama suddenly fluttered into view with a smile. Midoriya, I was hoping to run into you, he said with a smile. Oh, hi Aoyama, Deku replied cheerfully. Mon chéri, I just have to know how you liked the book. Did you simply adore it? Aoyama asked with a flourish. Deku was utterly confused. Book? What book was he talking about? Book. I'm confused. What book are we talking about? A tinkling laugh escaped the blonde-haired twinkling star. My, how could you forget such an elegant piece of work? The Wizard of Oz is one of my most favorite books. The Wizard of Oz? Deku asked with a raised eyebrow. He'd never read The Wizard of Oz. In fact, he wasn't sure that he'd ever seen the movie even. It was a piece of pop culture that he was familiar with, but aside from that, he had very little knowledge of it. In fact, did he know that it was even based off a book? Mon Dieu, Midoriya, your memory. Do you not recall the lovely Miss Uraraka here the other night, scandalously outside your door? Aoyama asked dramatically. Izuku suddenly felt his throat tighten as all the color drained out of his face. The other night, Uraraka outside my door. He knows. Wah? The words were barely a whisper. C'est vrai. She was here to retrieve that most precious of books. Did you not actually read it? He gasped dramatically and looked at Deku with a frown. He doesn't know? He doesn't know. Uraraka must have stumbled into Aoyama sometime between seeing me and leaving and said she was giving me a book. Fast-thinking Uraraka. But now I've got to run with it, he thought to himself in a panic. giving Aoyama his brightest and most cheerful smile. Deku said, "Oh yes, that book. I read it. I was just surprised to hear that someone else had. I didn't know you were into it. Cool." To perhaps anyone else, Deku's sudden random exuberance would have been somewhat questionable. But to Aoyama, it was the appropriate response when discussing one of his favorite books. "Oh, I am so pleased. 𝐤𝐻𝐸𝐺 the Wizard of Oz. I am so glad you loved it as well. We will all three of us have to talk about it. Perhaps a little book club, even." Aoyama paused and narrowed his eyes playfully at Deku. "With lots of cheese." Deku briefly recalled Aoyama's strange obsession with cheese, the cheese outside his window. His French friend definitely would have cheese at any get-together he might arrange. "Yeah, lots of cheese," Deku agreed, though lacking a bit of the enthusiasm he had mustered previously. "Indeed. Now I must be away. Adieu," Aoyama said with a flamboyant bow before he practically pranced his way into his room. Deku was left standing alone in the hallway, somewhat confused. What a bizarre interaction that had been. A little while later, dressed in his UA gym clothes, Deku was outside practicing his kicks and punches. It was getting later into the evening, so he'd have to call it a night soon. But for now he was content to keep up his practicing. Before coming outside, he'd stopped by to see if Kaken wanted to do some black whip practice with him. That had gone less than smooth. After he'd asked him, Bakugo had glared murderous intentions at him in response, and Izuku had taken the hint and been on his way. So here he was, outside practicing to make his fighting skills perfect. He couldn't reach his goal of becoming the #1 hero if he didn't practice. Plus, the physical exercise was a nice distraction from any intrusive thoughts about the last few days or about Uraraka in general. As long as his mind and body were focused on hero practice, he could keep all annoying teenage boy thoughts away. That is until the object of some of those teenage boy thoughts was spotted walking up to the front door of their dorm. He'd been mid-kick when the sound of voices had attracted his gaze in the direction of the front doors. There on the footpath leading to the front door was Uraraka and Asui walking toward the dorm. They must have just returned from their work studies and hadn't noticed him yet. However, Izuku hadn't expected to see her, and the surprise of seeing her had thrown him off that he overshot high landing when coming out of his kick and stumbled. "Oof," Deku murmured as he stumbled forward to catch himself. "Deku." Both Uraraka and Asui cried in equal parts alarm and surprise as they watched him stumble. Before Deku could say anything to deter her, Uraraka started to rush forward, as if to help him. He had easily recovered and regained his balance by the time she reached him. But there she was all the same. "Are you okay?" she asked, clearly worried. Though as she took in his upright form, she realized that she'd perhaps been a little overzealous in coming to his aid. "Yeah, just stumbled is all. I wasn't expecting to see you and Asui." He bumbled and blushed at having yet again tried to call her Asui. "We just got back from our work studies, Ribbit. What are you doing out here? It's cold." Tsu asked. She made no forward movement to get closer to either Midoriya or Uraraka, instead remaining where she was on the path. "Oh well, I figured I'd get in some training time since Kaken didn't want to do any black whip training with me," Izuku replied thoughtfully. "How often are you doing that? I thought you'd gotten pretty good with black whip, Ribbit," Tsu asked curiously. "Oh well, I'm still having a hard time maintaining it for any length of time. And I fail a lot when I try to do a capture technique on Kaken. I need a lot more practice before I can really make black whip my own," he mused and looked down at his hand and clenched his fist. He could feel the energy of black whip just beneath his skin and bones, waiting to be unleashed. "Well, I think you're doing great with it, Deku," Uraraka exclaimed cheerily. Deku took in her warm smile and smiled back at her. "Ah, thanks, Uraraka." As he smiled at her, he suddenly felt his stomach flip-flop again, and became acutely aware of her close proximity to him. Blushing, he tried to subtly put some space between them. Tsu suddenly broke the silence. "Well, I'm going to head in. It may be February, but it's still too cold out here for a frog like me, Ribbit. See you later, Ochako, Deku." She then left them standing together on the grass alone. The silence and stillness reigned heavily between them. "So," Deku started. "Yeah," Uraraka said at the same time. They both stopped and then chuckled. "It feels like I haven't really talked to you in a long time," Uraraka said softly, her eyes downward facing and cheeks rosy. Whether they were rosy from the cold or from something else. Deku wasn't certain. It has been a while, hasn't it? We're both just so busy with school and the work studies. It's a lot to do, Deku added, his eyes also downcast, neither one really willing to meet the other's gaze. And not enough time to do it, murmured Uraraka. She raised her eyes to Deku's face, only to see that his eyes were lowered to the ground. There was a blush on his cheeks that she was certain matched her own. She'd wanted to talk to him all day, still remembering what he'd said yesterday morning that they could talk more. She wasn't sure what they were going to talk about, but she knew that she wanted to talk to him now. Deku, she began nervously. This time Deku raised his eyes from the ground to meet hers. The blush on his cheeks only deepened. Yes, Uraraka, he asked quietly, acutely aware of how close she still was to him. He thought he'd managed to put a little distance between them, but he'd either not moved as much as he thought he had, or she had moved closer. I just wanted to talk to you, because I like talking to you and I still feel, weird about what I saw, she stammered nervously. Deku nervously looked away and laughed anxiously. Oh yeah, that? His voice had gone up an octave again. Not good. Why does she still want to talk about that? I thought we addressed it, Deku nervously thought to himself. What had they actually said to each other yesterday morning? He raced through the interaction in his mind, recalling the embarrassment, and then vaguely remembered saying that they could talk later. And then, he remembered. He'd held his fist out to do a fist bump with her, and she'd surprised him by open palm taking his hand, and then even more surprising, he'd taken her hand in his. What had compelled him to do that? Better question, what had compelled her to do it in the first place? I don't want there to be any weirdness between us. You're my friend, and just because that happened doesn't mean it has to be awkward. We can be like we were, Uraraka said nervously, her voice moving a little too quickly for it come off as any way other than anxious. I don't want it to be weird either. I'm sorry if it's been bothering you, he said softly, feeling genuinely guilty that she'd had to see him doing that. He was also immediately grateful that her quirk wasn't mind-reading, because if it was, she almost certainly would have found out that he was doing that whilst thinking of her. That thought only made the blush deepen on his cheeks. No, don't be sorry, Deku. I walked into your personal space without waiting for permission. If there's fault, it's on me, not on you. I mean that, she said firmly. Deku felt touched by her words and said in a quiet little voice, Uraraka, But he didn't know what else to say, so his words stopped there and silence moved in between them once again. Uraraka directed her gaze briefly to the ground, flicked her brown eyes back to his greens, before darting to the ground again and asking, But I do have something I want to ask, if that's okay. Yeah, sure, he said softly. He watched her as she seemed to struggle with whatever words she was trying to come up with. He was curious, but also nervous as to what she might have to say. Why did you take my hand yesterday? Why did you hold my hand? She blurted out, a deep scarlet settling itself onto her cheeks. Deku instinctively took a step back and gave a nervous laugh. Well, you had taken my hand, and it felt natural to just take your hand, I guess, he bumbled. He'd squeezed his eyes tightly closed and plastered a nervous smile on his face, hoping that that was an okay answer. Why did he hold her hand? Why had he done that? It had felt natural, but what else had compelled him to do that? Was it actually holding hands? Or had it just been a handshake? A pause and then, "Oh," was all Uraraka said. Izuku opened his eyes at her response and couldn't help but see what he was certain was disappointment in her eyes. She wasn't looking directly at him anymore, instead looking down. But he could see it clear as day in her eyes. She was disappointed. That makes sense, she said softly, and then began to move away from him. I'll leave you to your practice. Don't work too hard. She forced a smile at him and then turned to leave. A panic suddenly seized his heart as she turned away from him. He didn't want her to go just yet, and it bothered him more than he was willing to admit that she was disappointed by his response. He'd disappointed her, and that was something he'd not experienced with Uraraka before, and now having felt that, he hated it. Wait, Uraraka, he exclaimed and reached out for her. His fingers brushed against the wool of her brown coat and tugged gently. She stopped where she was but didn't move to face him. His heart skipped a beat in his chest. What was he doing? What did he expect out of this? What was his next move? He watched as her auburn hair rustled with the gentle breeze in the air. "You have to say something, Izuku. You can't just let her stand there waiting for nothing. Say something." "But what do I say?" "Tell her the truth." "But what is the truth?" he asked himself. His mind raced through all the feelings he'd had over the last 2 days and over the last year, and ever since meeting the rosy-cheeked girl who made all things weightless. There were so many emotions to sift through that he didn't think he could begin to get to the bottom of it in this moment. He wasn't sure what he was feeling or what he wanted out of this interaction, but he'd stopped her from leaving, and now all he really wanted was to remove that look of disappointment from her face. What is the truth? The truth is, when she took my hand yesterday, my heart started beating out of my chest, and all I could think was this girl, my friend, was trying to comfort me over something embarrassing that I'd been mostly responsible for. But here she was, making sure I was okay. And her hand had felt so nice against my fist that I did what felt natural and right to do. I held her hand because I wanted to, because I didn't want to let her go. I took your hand and held it because I wanted to, because I didn't want to let you go, Deku admitted in a very soft voice. He felt like his face was on fire, and he desperately wanted to look away in embarrassment, but he didn't. He stared into the back of her head, willing her to look back at him, to see the truth on his face. "Deku," Izuocha murmured softly, and turned just enough of her face toward him so that their eyes could meet. She turned to face him fully then. Deku's hand fell away from her coat and returned to his side. The disappointment he'd seen on her face was gone, replaced by surprise and something else that he couldn't pinpoint. Despite his heart racing like a frenzied rabbit and his stomach doing flip-flops, Deku took a step closer to her and boldly asked, "But Izuocha, why did you take my hand first? Why take it at all?" It was a question that had been bothering him. Had she not open palm taken his hand, he never would have felt compelled to entwine his own hand with hers. Her eyes dropped to the ground, but she made no move to put space between them when he'd stepped closer to her. I saw your fist and I don't know, just seen you smiling at me and," she paused, her downcast eyes still somehow twinkling, "and I just wanted to hold your hand. I didn't know what you'd do, but I guess I didn't think about that, and just knew that in that moment I wanted to take your hand in mine. To show you it was really okay." Deku felt like his heart might burst out of his chest. That had not been what he'd expected her to say. He wasn't sure what to even say in response. "She wanted to hold my hand. A girl wanted to hold my hand. Not just any girl, but Izuocha. I can't believe it," he thought excitedly to himself. "Oh wow, you don't say," he said nervously and again squeezed his eyes shut and anxiously smiled. "Deku," Izuocha began anxiously, and his eyes sprung open at the sound of her voice. He looked at her and saw the uncertainty on her face and felt concern wash over him. "Deku, what does that mean? What does this mean?" She pointed to herself and then to him and looked at him quizzically. For the life of him, he didn't know. Did it mean that they liked each other? Liked each other? Did it mean that they should start going out? His thoughts briefly returned to Todoroki's earlier conversation about Ieyasu, but he pushed those thoughts away. He needed to be in the here and now. "I don't know what it means, Izuocha. I think that's something we have to find out over time," he said honestly. Part of him was ecstatic about this moment in time, but another part of him was incredibly wary of what was happening. The dynamic between the two was on the verge of changing. He could feel that much and was certain she could too. They hadn't exactly said that they both liked each other, but they'd admitted that they wanted to hold each other's hands, and to him, that meant that there might be more on the horizon. It wasn't just friendly behavior to want to, and to actually hold each other's hands. He'd been transfixed by her bare skin when she'd accidentally had her shirt pulled up by a Shido. He'd been close to her since he'd first started at UA, and she was one of his closest friends. It made sense that things could easily progress into a more-than-friends situation, but he wasn't sure that that was a good idea. They were both training to be heroes, and Izuku had lofty goals to be the number one. Not to mention he was the secret inheritor of One for All, and likely would have to have some kind of huge showdown with Shigaraki in the near future. And what if it ruined their friendship? He didn't want that. He cherished his friendship with Izuocha, and the thought of jeopardizing it was not something he could even think about. At the same time, doing nothing and pretending like there was nothing but friendship between them also seemed like not the greatest idea. He didn't know what to do. "I don't know either," whispered 𝐎𝐬𝐴 and looked at him and said, "But I don't think I can ignore whatever this is or pretend like we're just friends. There's something going on." Deku nodded, but wasn't sure what to say. After a moment he said, "Let's sleep on it and see what we feel in the morning." She looked at him dubiously. "I'm not saying that we should pretend like this conversation didn't happen. I'm just saying that let's give it the night and then see how we feel tomorrow. Maybe it's just all the tension surrounding, well, you know." 𝐎𝐬𝐴 seemed to accept that suggestion, though she looked doubtful. "Right. Okay. Let's go inside." She nodded and turned away from him. He picked up his notes off the ground and followed close behind her. While he thought that giving it the night was the right thing to do, he was fairly certain that when the sun rose tomorrow their dynamic would stay changed. He wasn't sure what he wanted to do moving forward. But as he continued following her to the doors, watching her hair bounce as she walked, taking in her rosy cheeks, he couldn't help but feel his stomach flip-flop in excitement. She got to the doors before he could and pushed them open. He watched as the lights from the inside bathed her in a soft, glowing warmth, and he was struck by her figure in the light. She turned back toward him and gestured for him to come inside, a smile on her face. He hesitated for just a moment at the threshold of the door, staring at her. His hand half raised in an effort to take hers before he realized what he was doing and forced himself to drop the partly raised limb. He followed her inside, his heart racing and his stomach fluttering. He had no idea what they were or weren't about to become. But he did know that in that moment, he really wanted to hold her hand again. But Red Riot and Pinky have a secret. Initially, when he'd received her text message, he'd been excited. It had been months and months, after all. So to receive that one text message that simply read, "My room. Now." He'd been both excited and nervous to respond to it. During his trek down and around the square, his phone had buzzed again, this time the message simply reading, "Don't let anyone see you." After that, he'd moved cautiously and carefully, doing his best to not be seen. The hall had been relatively deserted, thankfully, but once he'd rounded the corner he'd spotted 𝐎𝐬𝐴 coming up the stairs and heading to her room. He'd quickly ducked back into the hall and waited until he heard 𝐎𝐬𝐴's door open and then close. After that he waited maybe another 15 seconds and then moved back into the hallway with 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜's and 𝐎𝐬𝐴's rooms. Surreptitiously, he moved to 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜's door and stood there nervously. His heart was beating fast. It had been so long since the last time, and that hadn't been in her dorm room, and she had said it was a one-time thing, just to explore. Yet here he was. He nervously raised his hand to knock only to drop it as her door flew open, and he was violently pulled in. "What's wrong with you? Were you actually going to knock?" 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜 demanded with angry eyes. Ichiro blushed at her. She was right. Knocking would have been stupid. Sorry 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜, guess I wasn't thinking." "Duh, did anyone see you?" she asked in a quiet and tight voice. Proudly Kirishima proclaimed, rather loudly, "Nope." "Quiet down," 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜 chastised. She frowned, pressed her index finger up to her lips in a silent motion, and then pulled him into the small toilet that was attached to all the students' dorm rooms. The toilet was cramped for 2 people, and Kirishima was painfully aware of the close proximity of 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜. Their bodies weren't quite touching, but almost were. He was also surprised by the amount of pink that adorned her bathroom, though he shouldn't be surprised considering how much pink there was in her actual room. There was some sort of pink trim around the mirror over the sink, and the rug in front of the toilet and sink were both a hot pink. There was also a pink bathrobe hanging on the back of the door to the toilet. So much pink, thought Kirishima. "Sorry, I just got excited. Didn't mean to be loud," Kirishima apologized once they were tucked into the cramped safety of the bathroom. "It's fine," 𝐈𝐺𝐻𝑖𝐷𝑜 huffed and glared at him. "Look, we need to talk." Kirishima gulped nervously. So this was going to be a talking kind of meet-up and not a romantic tryst. Well, that was okay. Swallowing any disappointment that was there, Kirishima said, "Okay, shoot. Have you said anything to anyone? Or even suggested that we know each other in a way other than classmates or friends?" she demanded, her dark eyes watching him carefully. Kirishima always had to be careful not to stare too long into her eyes. He was truly a sucker for those dark raccoon eyes. "No. Nobody's the wiser that I'm aware of," he said honestly. "In all truth, He'd never even dreamed of breathing a word to anyone, even his closest friends that he and Mina had decided to on a one-time occasion explore and go all the way with each other. She'd suggested it so casually at the time that he'd thought she'd been joking. But then when he laughed and she straddled him and looked at him with those dark, beautiful eyes, he knew she hadn't been teasing. Because they'd gone to middle school together, they had some existing familiarity with one another. It didn't make them outright friends, but they were naturally more comfortable with each other than with anyone else. Not that they'd spent copious amounts of time together, but on occasion they'd gone to one another's house to study or practice fighting. It had been strictly platonic, and their studying sessions had ended pretty abruptly once Bakugo decided to take him under his wing and make them study together. Even with those stopping, though, they'd still seen each other on and off to practice fighting with one another. It had been shortly before the fiasco summer camp that they'd spent one evening together practice fighting that they'd taken a short break to rest that she'd suggested that they explore each other. "I just want to explore, you know? Plus, I know you and I trust you, so why not?" She asked him so carelessly that he'd not taken her seriously. He'd laughed, and then the next moment she was sitting astride him and staring at him. "Ashido," he'd asked nervously. "I'm being serious, Red Riot. Let's explore. It can just be a casual, one-time thing that we never speak of again. Deal?" She asked, leaning closer to him, closer to his lips. "But what? I don't know. That doesn't sound very, gentlemanlike," he'd stuttered. She was so close and her body was so warm and soft. Ashido up close was better than anything he ever could have imagined. "But we're friends. I'm not asking you to explore with me and then run off and tell the whole class about it. I'm saying that before we get out and into the big old scary world that we do this one time with each other. Like a safety fall. This way we'll know what we're doing when we do it for real." She hadn't needed to do much convincing. He was halfway ready to making a mess of his pants already. "Still, Ashido, I think this feels wrong, like I'm taking advantage of you. You're my friend and my classmate. I respect you more than that." It had taken all his willpower in that moment to try and push her off, but he'd managed it until she pressed her cute little pink nose up against his and smiled at him. "You're so adorable when you act all chivalrous, seriously. But no, I don't think it's taking advantage of me at all. It was my idea, and I'm the one pushing it, and believe it or not. But I've thought about this quite a bit. For months, in fact. I made up my mind that I wanted to have my first time with someone I trust, and who was hot. And that's you." She'd wiggled her little nose against his, which made his face turn beet red. "Ashido, I don't know, are you sure?" Kirishima wasn't entirely sure he felt comfortable with this. It didn't seem like the right thing, but here Ashido was, right in his face and practically begging him to go all the way with her. Despite his constant endeavor to be manly and an upstanding gentleman, he wasn't going to be able to resist her much longer. Yes, I am," she'd practically purred the response, and before he knew it, her soft pink lips were pressed up against his, and he was having his very first kiss. Things had proceeded very quickly after that, with clothing be removed, more frantic, and not very skilled kissing, his hands buried in her cleavage, her hands running over his well-muscled chest. Kirishima didn't exactly know what he was doing. It wasn't like he did research into this kind of thing or had ever expected this kind of thing to happen. But as a teenage boy, he'd seen enough of the dirty side of the internet to know roughly what went where and what was expected of him. Even with zero experience, or really all his experience being in what he'd seen in magazines and porn movies or probably exaggerated stories from his friends, he wanted her to enjoy this first time as well. He had some understanding and knowledge that a girl's first time was usually not nearly as pleasant as a guy's, and he didn't want that for her. Even if it was a one-time thing, he wanted both of them to have a good first encounter that they could look back at with fondness. It took all his control to not totally blow his wad when Ashido's bra had come off, and he'd been faced with her bare and very pink breasts. There had been so much going on that he'd not really known what to do. Touch her breasts. Put his hand down her panties. He seemed to remember that being a common thing that girls in all the media he'd seen had liked. But he wasn't entirely certain where to put it and how to move it once he got it down there. Thankfully, Ashido somehow seemed more knowledgeable with what to do despite her asserting ignorance of previous sexual experience. She'd guided his hand down between her legs and assisted him with where to touch and what to do. He'd adapted quickly to her guidance and was pleased to see that it seemed to have a desired effect on her when her cheeks flushed rosy and her eyes had squeezed shut in what he hoped was pleasure. Kirishima wasn't doubting her reported lack of experience, but was more so just glad that she seemed to know what she liked when it came to her own body. It made everything go much easier. And then before he'd known it was even happening, he was inside that most secret and private of places. 𝐈𝐴 had made the tiniest of grunts which had briefly worried him, but he was quickly overcome by the sensation of her to think about the sound she'd made. The feeling of being surrounded entirely by something other than his own hand was just a thrilling concept, but to actually be surrounded, well, he was completely overtaken in the moment. Hardly one pump later, and he was done and mortified since he knew that boys know. Men were supposed to last longer, weren't they? They did, at least in all the dirty movies he'd seen. But this was a first time. So how was he expected to have the ability to last an incredibly long time when he'd never ever done this kind of thing before? Was he supposed to use his hardening quirk or something but pinpoint it just to his junk? Could he even do that? Feeling a blush wash over him, he'd scooted off of her in embarrassment, and then, even more mortified, realized that he'd not even thought about birth control. Oh no, what if she got pregnant? He didn't think of that. This was bad, really bad. Why are you so red-faced? Was it not good? 𝗓𝐴 had asked, a hint of anxiety in her voice. Kirishima wasn't even sure how to answer. Why wasn't she more concerned? 𝗓𝐴, I didn't use a condom. You could get pregnant. The words sounded foreign and horrible on his tongue. He was swiftly regretting ever agreeing to this teenage tryst. However, 𝗓𝐴 surprised him by laughing. He had to admit that lying there, totally naked with a light sheen of sweat glistening on her beautiful body, was one of the most amazing sights he'd ever seen before. Scratch that, it was the most beautiful thing he'd seen. What? I'm on birth control, silly, she said, sitting up to smile at him. Huh? Birth control? Now he was confused. Why would she be on birth control? Wasn't that for girls who had sex a lot? As if she could read his thoughts, she clucked her tongue and gave him a sideways glance. Not that it's any of your business, but my periods were out of control, so to help regulate my hormones, I was put on birth control a year ago. So no worries. She paused and looked at him seriously. Was it not good though? Relief had washed over him that he let out a huge sigh. Phew, no, I loved it. I'm just glad we don't have to, worry about that adult stuff. But you were amazing, 𝗓𝐴. Just recalling their actions from the last few minutes made him excited all over again. He blushed as miniature Red Riot started to stand at attention. Haha, easy there, boy. One time was enough for me, she'd said with a giggle, but then when she'd seen him look away uneasily, quickly added, I'm not saying I didn't enjoy it. I did. You took my guidance really well. I just meant what I said when I said it was a one-time thing. Now it's a secret between us. After having said that, she had leaned onto her knees and held out a pinky finger toward him. Our secret? Kirishima questioned and looked at her extended pinky finger. Yup, our secret, 𝗓𝐴 had agreed. Okay, he'd replied softly and entwined his pinky with hers. That had been how they'd both lost their virginity to each other. And now, standing in her cramped little bathroom, he felt both excited to be this close to her and nervous. Had she heard something? Had someone said something? He hadn't breathed a word of it to anyone, and many times went out of his way to ignore her or spend large amounts of times with his other friends, and he never mentioned to anyone that they'd gone to middle school together or even knew each other previously. Well, I have it on good authority that you stare at me when we're in class. And why didn't you stare at Izuocha when I pulled up her shirt? Why did you stare at me? She asked, her golden eyes offset by that inky blackness peering deeply into him. Kirishima couldn't meet her gaze. What was he supposed to say? That seeing her flash Izuocha's stomach had made him feel awkward, and that the exposure had made him painfully aware that really, all he wanted was to see her bare stomach. Ideally, her whole naked body. He couldn't say that. 𝗓𝐴 had made it clear that their tryst was a one-time thing, and that they were supposed to treat it as such, and to his credit, he'd done just that. But he couldn't help that deep down he wanted to do things with her again, proper couple things like going to movies, holding hands, kissing, and all that stuff. That was what he wanted, but he respected her too much to push the established dynamic into that. It didn't seem right since she'd been very clear that nothing could change after being together. He would respect that. It was the manly thing to do. Even if he had deeper feelings for her that had only grown as time had gone on, he would continue to ignore those feelings. She didn't need him to be her boyfriend or her lover. She needed him to be her classmate and friend. So that's exactly what he'd do. I did look at her. I just, felt embarrassed, so I looked away from her, Kirishima explained nervously. It was true for the most part. But hey, I can't help if I end up looking at you in class. You're like right in front of me. No, I'm not. I'm in an entirely different row than you. If anything, I'm adjacent to you, Ashido defended with a huff. Kirishima wasn't entirely certain if she'd used the word adjacent correctly, but he was impressed she'd used it at all. Someone's been paying attention in ectoplasm's math class, he said proudly. Ashido rolled her eyes and continued to stare at him. What? I don't stare at you. You are often in my line of sight when we are in class, so I guess it could be seen as staring. But that's not what I'm doing, Kirishima explained quickly. In reality, he did look at her more often than not, though they were just fleeting glances. Well then, don't be so obvious about it, Ashido suggested. Or rather instructed. Okay, I won't look at you when we're in class. Kirishima was starting to regret coming to her room. This was far from the encounter he had hoped for. Good, the pink-haired and pink-skinned girl said quietly and looked away. But hey, if anyone did suspect anything, I think that would have made it round to the boys, Ashido, or at least to 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. He's like the horniest of horn dogs, so if there was even a whisper of us together, or having been together, he'd be all over it wanting details, he reassured her and patted her shoulder. He instantly regretted the touch, since between the close proximity to her, and now even that innocuous touch made him excited. That tracks, she said with a smirk and couldn't help but let out a giggle. Okay, sorry I freaked out. I just got nervous is all. Come on. She slid the bathroom door open, and the two quietly exited the cramped space. Back into her room, Kirishima was struck by the scent in the room. It smelled like a mixture of candy and flowers, somehow very Ashido. He'd not been in her room since they'd first entered the dorms, and that had just been a brief view of it. Now he was in her room, surrounded by her. That thought alone was enough to make him even more excited. Haha, well I can see what you thought would happen when you came here, mused Ashido with a playful smile. Kirishima followed the direction of her gaze to his crotch and the now relatively obvious bulge there. A blush washed over his face. Yeah, sorry teenage boy and all, he whispered and turned slightly away from her. Nah, it's all good. I get it. Much to his surprise, she then playfully swatted his behind. His cheeks burned brighter red then. Why was Ashido so? Oh, he didn't know what word he wanted to use then. Teasing, annoying, irritating, adorable was the other word that came to mind, but he immediately squashed that thought. Ashido, he chastised quietly and glared at her. She just grinned at him, her eyes squeezed shut in amusement. Without warning, she leapt toward him and wrapped her arms around his middle, hugging him tightly. Kirishima just about froze in place as she was molded to his chest. Don't ever change, Kirishima, she said grinning, and then released him. Now go quietly, back to your room. Easy for you to say. You're not the one here with a big old boner poking out to say hello to everyone I pass by, he thought to himself with a twang of annoyance. Ashido crept toward her door and pressed her ear to it to listen carefully. After a moment of cautious silence, she flipped off her light so that they both stood in darkness and then cracked her door open a sliver. The light from outside poured in, briefly blinding Kirishima, though Ashido seemed unaffected and continued to peek out the crack in the door. Coast is clear, go, she said quietly and pulled the door open for him to creep out. The second he was outside her door it closed, somehow eerily silent. Moving as stealthily as he could, Kirishima made his way to his room. He thought he was in the clear until he crossed the turn to lead to the boys' portion of the floor and stopped dead as he spotted a cranky-looking Bakugo leaning against his door. Where you been, moron? He asked with a sneer. Kirishima did his best to control himself and not blush. Well I was, I don't actually care. You done your homework for the new unit yet? Bakugo asked gruffly. Breathing a very small sigh of relief that in true Bakugo fashion, he didn't actually care where and or what he was doing, he replied. No, actually. Hadn't quite gotten to it. Did you want to do it together? I could actually use your help reviewing, the parts and stuff. Bakugo rolled his eyes at Kirishima, and then pinched his brow in frustration. Have you really not put 2 and 2 together and realized that they'll likely do a quiz tomorrow? Huh? Had Izawa mentioned that? Had Recovery Girl? Idiot. Of course, they'll have a quiz to review the anatomy. Tomorrow they're changing topics by having some idiot wannabe pros talk at us. It's the only thing that makes sense, you dumbass, he explained harshly. Oh, was all Kirishima managed to say as he couldn't help but agree that 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 was probably right. Well, that was a problem since he had only a basic understanding of the major players of both the male and female anatomy. Aside from knowing the location of the penis, testicles, and anus, Kirishima was hard-pressed to remember much else of the male side of things. He remembered a bit more of a girl's external anatomy. Okay, moron, listen up. We're gonna study so you don't flunk out of class tomorrow. Idiot broomhead. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 cursed and frowned angrily at Kirishima, who could only give an embarrassed smile at his friend. Come on, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 commanded and began to turn away, but then inadvertently caught sight of the knot as prominent as it had been bulge in Kirishima's pants. Kirishima realized what 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 was seeing and blushed, rolling his eyes and wrinkling his nose in disgust. But otherwise unfazed, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 snapped. Hurry up and go take care of that weird hair. Then meet in my room so you can get a passing grade tomorrow, he huffed, and then added nastily, idiot. Okay, see you soon, Kirishima said with forced positivity, and then quickly fled into his room. He wasn't even sure that he'd need to masturbate since the sheer look of disgust on 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏's face and the thought of an upcoming quiz that he was grossly unprepared for was enough to make even the most persistent boner go soft. While he was always grateful for 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏's help, he always felt like it was a torture session any time he did study with him. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 grasped things instantly, whereas Kirishima felt like it took him years to learn the most basic of things. Perhaps that was just because 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 was his study partner though. As Kirishima managed to calm down, he absently wondered if 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏 ever got flustered about sex stuff, or if he even thought about that kind of thing. It really seemed that all his friend was interested in was being the best and possibly murdering villains as well. Okay, time to study, Kirishima reassured himself, and then headed out of his room toward 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗧𝗏, knowing full well that he was about to enter a torture chamber of education and judgment. But guest speakers are the worst. The day had been a relatively slow grind, and every class she sat through seemed to drag painfully. Thankfully, she didn't have her work study tonight, and she didn't think Deku did either, so maybe that meant that they could talk more. Deku. Thinking of Deku made a soft blush blossom over her cheeks. She wanted to look over at him, but didn't. Just as he'd suggested, she'd slept on whatever feelings they'd had last night, and just as she'd expected, her feelings were unchanged. She could understand his thinking that perhaps they were just experiencing confusing emotions associated with the last few days. But deep down she knew that it was more than that. From the first moment she'd seen him outside the entrance test for UA, about to fall flat on his face, to every moment in between, she'd admired and liked him. When that friendly liking turned into a deeper thing though, she wasn't sure when that had started. She'd attempted to squash those feelings when they'd done their licensing exam, and she'd succeeded to some extent. But they still remained. Feelings didn't just go away because you willed them to, especially when the subject of those feelings was around her all the time. Then something about Mina flashing him and her walking in on him. Something in that had ripped those feelings wide open, and now they refused to be ignored. The morning had been relatively uneventful aside from her having butterflies dancing about in her belly whenever she caught sight of Deku. To Deku's credit, he acted mostly normal, though his voice did seem to elevate a hair whenever she walked by, and a rosy little flush was visible on his cheeks. Even now, when they did catch each other's eyes, she swore his eyes got big and a blush dotted his cheeks. They were most definitely going to have to talk again later today, but what would they talk about? She wasn't entirely sure he wanted to move forward or change the nature of their relationship. Ochako had sensed some unresolved tension in him when they'd spoken last night. She understood at least some of it. Was being more than friends really a good idea? Yes, a secret and shy little voice whispered deep inside her. She felt her cheeks burn red at that thought, and tried to distract herself by listening to Recovery Girl drone on about the horrors of unprotected sexual intercourse. They'd had a dreadful quiz to start off the lesson that had been awkward and unpleasant. Thankfully, Ochako had done a bit of studying, so she felt confident that she'd at least be able to get a passing grade. After the quiz had ended though, Recovery Girl had started a long-winded lecture into all things sexually bad that could be transmitted, sexually speaking. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wondered why they weren't moving to the detailed anatomy of the reproductive system, or the science of sexual reproduction, since that would be the next logical step after learning cursory anatomy. Yet, that was not what was happening. She could have sworn that Recovery Girl had mentioned that they'd have guest speakers today. Pros, supposedly. But she'd seen neither hide nor hair of any rumored pro guest speakers. This is why, if engaging in sexual activity, whether it be penetrative vaginal or anal intercourse or oral sex, some sort of barrier method is preferred. Aside from abstinence, it is the best method to prevent the transmission of diseases, Recovery Girl said seriously. She paused, looked down at the watch on her wrist, then added, "All right, class. I'd like you all to welcome the number 2 and number 5 heroes, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗵𝗃𝗏, as your guest speakers." At the mention of 𝗵𝗃𝗏's name, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could clearly hear Minato make a loud gasp. She guessed that that was one of the female heroes he'd wanted and hoped to have guest lecture. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 also noted that several of the girls seemed to take notice at Recovery Girl's mention of 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Makes sense, thought 𝗏𝗏𝗏, thinking of the winged hero and his carefree attitude along with his sandy hair, golden eyes, and playful nature. He was sure to be a heartthrob to everyone. She wondered if even his protege, Tokoyami, had a little crush on him. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 both entered the room then. 𝗵𝗃𝗏 wearing her usual white and purple leotard. Her stark white hair and rabbit ears almost painfully contrasted to her dark skin. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 followed behind her, wings almost catching on the frame of the door. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 saw a few loose red feathers dust off of him and wondered if he was aware of those falling feathers and could summon them back to him at will. "Hey, squirts," 𝗵𝗃𝗏 said with a ferocious grin and stood at the front of the class with her hands on her hips. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stood casually at her side, hands in his pockets, yellow glasses pushed up on his forehead. So cool, thought 𝗏𝗏𝗏, fangirling just a little bit. "Hey there," he said in that oh-so-cool voice of his. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 swore that there was a collective sigh from all the girls in the class. They've graciously taken time out of their busy schedules to talk to you all about the dangers of super sexually transmitted infections within the super-powered community, Recovery Girl added, and moved to sit at the desk at the front of the class. Izuocha wondered if Mr. Aizawa was still back there behind the desk, and if Recovery Girl had simply walked over or on him. The rabbit hero had her hands on her hips and seemed to look over the class with an expression that made 𝗏𝗏𝗏 think of a lioness hunting on the savannah. "So, the Hero Safety Commission said we had to come talk to," 𝗏𝗏𝗏 cut her off and playfully jabbed her in the ribs. "Haha, come on now, 𝗵𝗃𝗏. The Hero Safety Commission suggested that we visit some of these promising up-and-coming heroes. So here we are," 𝗏𝗏𝗏 said with a smile and a very, very brief side eye at the number 5 hero. "PFFT," snorted Bakugo from across the room. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked over at him. He was in his usual uninterested posture, leaned back in his chair, scowl on his face. If it isn't my one-time murderous kid pal, Bakugo," 𝗵𝗃𝗏 said with a wicked smile directed at Bakugo. Izuocha recalled that she, Deku, and Bakugo had briefly teamed up with 𝗵𝗃𝗏 for half a day, and that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 had seemed quite pleased with Bakugo's intense murder aura. Bakugo seemed unmoved. "Real heroes don't waste their time talking about this crap," Bakugo said sharply, and then rocked forward in his seat, his crimson eyes now wide and savage. "They spend it on the streets hunting down the villains." He practically snarled the last word. "Kaken," Deku said, alarmed at Bakugo's sassy quip. "Shoot up, Deku. They didn't come here because they wanted to chat. They came here because somebody told them to. Meanwhile, the villains are out there doing whatever the hell they want. Might as well take care of them myself," Bakugo exclaimed, nearly shouting. The intensity in his eyes had increased dramatically, and Izuocha genuinely thought that he might fire off an explosion, despite being in class. "I love the murderous intent," 𝗵𝗃𝗏 said, something akin to pride in her voice. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 highly doubted that any of 𝗵𝗃𝗏's brash and aggressive behavior could be attributed to influencing Bakugo. He came that way long before ever meeting the rabbit hero. Looking between the two of them, she thought that those two seemed like two strange peas in a pod. The rabbit hero was clearly excited by Bakugo's words. That much was clear, as Izuocha took in her poise to strike stance, her long rabbit ears tilted forward as if to detect a threat, red eyes focused and savage, her smile somehow the female twin of Bakugo's. "Mirko, come on," we agreed. Hawks muttered softly and grabbed one of her flexed biceps, as if to restrain her from lunging forward at Bakugo or any of the students for that matter. Mirko looked as if she might jerk her arm free of Hawk's grip, but after a moment's pause relaxed and returned to her previous posture, hands on her hips. "We've been asked by the Hero Safety Commission to talk about some of the super sex bugs in the super-powered community, and the difficulty they cause," Hawks began with a forced smile. Clearly, he wasn't exactly keen on this little event either. "Sexually transmitted infections, or STIs, please," corrected Recovery Girl. "My bad," Hawks said with a carefree shrug. All the girls in the class seemed to get glassy-eyed at Hawk's boyish charm. "So listen up. In the super-powered world, there's some bad bugs out there," began Mirko with a tone that brokered no questions. "Sexually transmitted inf," Recovery began to correct. "Yeah, they get it. As you little pipsqueaks get older, you're gonna do pro-hero stuff," Mirko continued with that same ferocious grin on her face. "Please, tell me more about the pro stuff you do," 𝗵𝗃 purred from behind Deku. Ochako shot a shocked look at the pint-sized licentious boy. What is wrong with him? Why attract Mirko's attention with a question like that? Mirko was so much bigger and stronger than the little round deviant that Ochako was certain that if Mirko gave even one feral murder glare that 𝗵𝗃 would be struck dead. "Well, aren't you eager?" Mirko said with a laugh that somehow sounded predatory. Before anyone could even blink, she'd leapt through the air to land with pinpoint precision in a couched position on 𝗵𝗃's desk. 𝗵𝗃 stared wide-eyed at the rabbit hero, crouched not unlike an actual rabbit on his desk, just mere centimeters from his hands. Given the little creep's short stature, his face was almost perfectly aligned with Mirko's crotch, which was now up front and center thanks to her crouched position. To 𝗵𝗃 it was a moment sent from heaven. However, to everyone else, it looked almost like Mirko was some sort of jungle cat eyeing up a troublesome rodent that was completely unaware that they were being actively stalked. "Think he's the master of his horniness now?" Uraraka heard Kaminari mutter to Kirishima and couldn't help but blush at hearing their conversation, not knowing the context of such a statement. "Mirko," Hawk said in a warning tone from the front of the room. "As I was saying, superbugs in the community are a real problem that definitely needs squashing," Mirko practically growled, completely ignoring Hawks. Ochako swore that Mirko's irises and pupils had doubled in size as she eyed the quite possibly drooling over the current situation, 𝗵𝗃. She wondered if perhaps Mirko shouldn't be labeled as a rabbit hero, but maybe more suited to be called some kind of huntress hero, because the way she was looking at 𝗵𝗃 made it seem like she was about to swallow him in one whole bite. Though honestly, she wasn't sure that 𝗵𝗃 would mind that. "Please excuse our classmate's behavior, rabbit hero, Mirko. As class representative, I apologize for his disruptive behavior," Ida suddenly interrupted, calling attention to himself. Mirko's gaze shifted from 𝗵𝗃 toward Ida, who was standing up and bowing slightly in apology. Her ears flicked a bit and her little pom-pom of a tail twitched, accidentally hitting Midoriya in the nose, who'd been turned around to stare at Mirko on 𝗵𝗃's desk. "Achoo," Deku sneezed, Mirko's fluffy pom-pom still in his nose. "My bad, kid," Mirko said, looking back at Deku's blushing face and now watering eyes. Without missing a beat, she deftly leapt backwards off 𝗵𝗃's desk, flipping through the air to land back at Hawk's side. "Thanks for the save there, class rep. That little squirt didn't know what he was in for." Mirko laughed. "Again," Hawks began this time with clear frustration. "The Hero Safety Commission has asked us to come talk to you about the very real issue of SSIs in the world we live in, and how they can impact everyone, not just heroes." Ida had sat back down and was now paying attention to what Hawks was saying. Deku had also turned back around and was also paying proper attention now. 𝗵𝗃, however, was just staring at the spot Mikro had been on his desk, his eyes wide and glittering. "I'll worship this desk every day from now on," he muttered to himself, and with a clearly trembling hand, touched the spot where just minutes before Mirko had been crouched. Her lady bits were right here, he marveled, his eyes twinkling with excitement. "𝗵𝗃," Deku chided quietly, hoping not to attract the attention of Mirko after what had happened previously. "Shut it, you squishy little perv," Bakugo snapped, not bothering to even lower the volume of his voice. Mirko's eyes snapped over toward Bakugo, 𝗵𝗃, and Midoriya, and they narrowed. Ochako felt nervous for them, even from all the way across the classroom. Despite Mirko's narrowed eyes, She didn't make any motion this time to pounce on the little deviant. At Mirko's side, however, Hawks did seem to take note of the interaction, and his eyes also narrowed in what Izuocha assumed was annoyance. Obviously, the Hero Safety Commission had instructed them to come and guest speak to the class today, regardless if they wanted to or not, and clearly, they weren't all that interested in doing this guest speaking. Continuous interruptions weren't exactly making their job easier. For the next 20 minutes, Hawks and Mirko detailed some facts about super sexually transmitted infections and about how they'd seen the hero community personally affected by it. Hawks briefly highlighted on abstinence and barrier methods in terms of safe sex, while Mirko encouraged open conversation between sexual partners about their history and the ease with which testing was available and encouraged. After they finished their lecture, they opened up the topic for discussion, with little to no response from the class. However, 𝗵𝗃 did raise his hand, and even though Hawks looked physically pained to ask him for his question, he did anyway. "Can you, Mirko, perhaps demonstrate the proper way to put on a condom?" 𝗵𝗃 asked, his voice high with anticipation and excitement. In an even quieter voice, but nowhere near quiet enough to escape the rabbit's ears, he whispered, "With your mouth?" "Really?" Hawks puffed out and sighed heavily. 𝗵𝗃, that will be taught later. By Recovery Girl began only to have Mirko interrupt. "Bold of you to ask, ball boy," Mirko said and licked her lips. While 𝗵𝗃 saw her licking her lips as sexy, the rest of the class, except Bakugo, who was too busy smirking at her ball boy comment, couldn't help but see it as an ominous gesture. 𝗵𝗃's eyes were big and bright as he stared at Mirko and said in an odd voice, "All the best boys are ball boys." "Mirko," Hawks began again with an undertone of warning in his voice. But that did not stop Mirko from once again leaping through the air with impressive physical prowess. She was so fast in the air that she briefly reached out and brushed a playful gloved hand over Bakugo's spiky blonde hair before dropping a savage Luna fall onto 𝗵𝗃's desk. It certainly wasn't a full-powered Luna fall. That probably would have gone through the floor. But it was powerful enough to crush 𝗵𝗃's desk and snap it in two. As she landed and the desk broke in two and 𝗵𝗃 stared in despair at his ruined desk, his newest prized possession, now destroyed, did she lean over and eye him with naughty eyes and said, "Sorry kid, I'm fresh out of him. I'm sure the old lady can show you, personally." 𝗵𝗃 just stared at her, his face somehow caught between awe at her being this close to him and sorrow at his ruined desk. "Haha, dumbass," Bakugo chuckled darkly from further up the row of seats, a legit smile on his face. Meanwhile, Deku was silent. Once again, Mirko's 𝗵𝗃 tail was in his face, tickling his nose. Across the room, Ochako just stared at the scene. This certainly hadn't been the kind of lesson she'd been expecting. Looking around the class, she thought everyone probably felt the same. Except maybe Bakugo, who seemed to be enjoying 𝗵𝗃's suffering far too much. "Well, that's quite enough," Recovery Girl said with a frown. Hawks was pinching the bridge of his nose and shaking his head. "This is why I can't take you anywhere," he murmured in frustration. "Thank you, Hawks and Mirko," Mr. Aizawa suddenly added, rising up in his sleeping bag from behind Recovery Girl. He looked no less rested, but perhaps more irritated than earlier in the day. "I expect you or the Safety Commission to replace that desk by tomorrow." The tone begged no arguing. "No prob, teach," Mirko said with a smirk and turned away from the still dumbstruck 𝗵𝗃 and made her way back to the front of the class. "Hope you tiny tykes learned some things today." She leaned one muscular arm onto Hawk's shoulder and looked out proudly over the class. Bakugo apparently took offense at being called a tiny tyke as he growled and said, "Speak for yourself, rabbit." "All I learned was that you like to make idiots like him," gesturing backwards at 𝗵𝗃. "Piss his pants." Just as Bakugo finished speaking, Hawks turned toward Mirko and attempted to grab her, knowing that she'd be spurred into action by his words, but was a second too late as she literally hopped away like a rabbit, up and over 𝐒𝐩𝐼𝐧𝐿's desk, this time to land on Bakugo's desk. Izuocha watched tensely, wondering if Bakugo was now about to have his desk smashed as well. Her eyes darted toward Mr. Aizawa. Would he take away her quirk? But did that even matter? Mirko's raw strength was so powerful that Ochako doubted that even with her quirk erased, that she'd be stopped from smashing anything in her way. Close enough to feel her breath on his face, and eyeing Bakugo like he was a small and defenseless animal, a strange paradox considering the quirks of both individuals. "Love your spark, my fiery friend." Then, just as quickly as she'd landed on his desk, she gracefully backflipped away to the front of the class. "Well, we'll be going. See ya, squirts." 𝗵𝗃𝗀 gave a wink and a thumbs up at the students and then strutted toward the exit. Ochako watched the exchange with some surprise, moderately impressed that 𝗵𝗃𝗀 hadn't chosen to smash the explosive boy's desk. Perhaps she was leery of his quirk and didn't want to have the classroom completely destroyed. She was briefly confused when she glanced at 𝗵𝗃𝗀 and noticed that his usual smug or annoyed face looked, flustered. No, that didn't seem right. She'd never seen 𝗵𝗃𝗀 give that expression before. Had 𝗵𝗃𝗀 really flustered him or frightened him? That seemed unlikely. There was just a hint of rosiness in his cheeks, and she wondered if 𝗵𝗃𝗀 had managed to make even the constantly annoyed 𝗵𝗃𝗀 blush. Hawk sighed, bowed in apology, and said, "Sorry for her, she can get a little carried away sometimes. Good luck, kids." Then he too made his way out of the class to follow 𝗵𝗃𝗀. Izuocha wasn't certain, but she thought she heard hushed angry voices outside the classroom and wondered if Hawks was having an angry talk with the rabbit hero. She somehow imagined that conversation wouldn't really get anywhere. "Now class, take what you've learned from Recovery Girl and prepare for an in-depth lecture on what she has planned for tomorrow," Mr. Izuocha said tiredly and dismissed them. The class started to thin out, though poor 𝗵𝗃𝗀 continued to stare at his destroyed desk as Mr. Izuocha was headed his way. Ochako decided she didn't want to hear whatever that lecture was going to be and quickly gathered her books and left the room. Deku followed behind her a moment later. He picked up his pace a little so he could walk at her side. The two walked quietly down the hall, silently exchanging their slippers for their proper shoes. Once outside, they continued walking silently toward their dorm. "Weird class, huh?" Deku murmured softly, obviously trying to make conversation. "Yeah, I'm guessing those two don't usually work together or do that kind of thing," Ochako mused. "No, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 is a new breed of hero. She never teams up with anyone really, and refuses to have an agency. I think she reminds me a bit of 𝐒𝐭𝐻," Deku said thoughtfully. Ochako thought about that for a moment. She couldn't help but smile at his words. She'd had those same thoughts just a little while ago. Maybe when 𝗵𝗃𝗀 goes pro, 𝗵𝗃𝗀 will actually be willing to team up with him. They can start an agency together, Ochako said cheerfully, thinking of the murderous rabbit and the fiery explosive boy working together. The world might not survive a pairing with those two. But then again, neither would any villains. "Haha, I don't think that would happen. I don't think 𝗂𝐿 would be willing to team up with her or vice versa," Deku said with a chuckle. Silence reigned between them again as they continued walking. Ochako shot a nervous glance at Deku and wondered what would happen between them. The weekend was coming up, which meant that she'd not see Deku until early Monday morning, since he'd be doing his work study all that time. There just wasn't enough time. "Deku," she began nervously, and then stopped and closed her eyes. Her heart began pounding a little harder in her chest, and her stomach started to nervously flip-flop. "Yes, Izuocha?" Deku asked, also stopping. With her heart continuing to beat faster and faster, Izuocha struggled to form the words she wanted to say to him. Once again, she felt that nervous energy in her belly that meant that she was at great risk of inadvertently activating her quirk and floating away. That would be just great. I slept on it, Deku, and things didn't change," she said softly, opening her eyes, but unable to meet his gaze and uncertain if he was even looking at her. Oh, Deku murmured, and Izuocha felt her anxiety reach a whole new level at hearing that one-worded reply. Did they change for you?" she asked nervously. There was a pause and then silence. Ochako felt like her face might be about to ignite with how hard she was blushing, and even though she hadn't overused her quirk, or even used it, she thought she might be at risk of throwing up from the anxiety. "No," Deku said so quietly that she almost missed it. She raised her eyes to his face to see that he was blushing furiously and not looking at her. "No?" she asked, something gleeful and excited creeping up her throat and threatening to explode. This time Deku did look at her. His cheeks flushed. "I still want to hold your hand. And I like the idea of being able to hold it whenever I want. Or to, hug you sometimes." A high-pitched sound that couldn't really be described as anything other than perhaps an extremely excited "yay" escaped from Izuocha's lips, and she smiled from ear to ear. His feelings hadn't changed, and he wanted to hold her hand and even hug her. Really? I want to hold your hand too. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 practically yipped in excitement. Both hands on her cheeks in excitement, she surged forward, wanting to throw her arms around him and to grant his wish to hug her. Her belly felt like it was full of butterflies and glitter, so much that she didn't even realize that her fingertips had taken on their distinct pink glow when her quirk activated. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴, where are you going? You're floating, came Deku's cry of alarm as 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 also realized that in her excitement she had done exactly what she hadn't intended on doing, activated her quirk. However, even as she realized she was floating, she felt too elated to stop or to try to control herself. She was already starting to float upside down and away. Deku grabbed for her and missed. He jumped to try and get a hold of her arm, but she'd already floated above his capacity for a non-quirk powered jump. Oops, guess I should try to calm down and release myself, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 thought to herself, finally able to gain some control over her excitability. Below her, Deku prepared to jump into the air using one for all to catch her when, much to his surprise, a foreign hand extended and managed to grab just the edge of her sleeve and start to tug her down. Deku immediately halted and looked for the owner of the hand, and was almost stunned stupid when he saw that it was 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐿. Ochako watched as the spiky-haired, red-eyed cranky boy reached up, and with superior height and reach, caught her, and began tugging her down. He moved his grip from her sleeve to her wrist, to get a more secure grip. He also seemed acutely cautious of her hand and fingers, clearly not wanting to be subject to her quirk's effects. She was both surprised and alarmed at him helping her. Bakugo made quick work of pulling 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 down to the ground for her to safely return herself to being weighted. Thank you, 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 said once she was safely back on the ground. 𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿, thank you. I was about to use my quirk to get her, but you got to her first. Deku exclaimed with a smile, clearly impressed and pleased at Bakugo's willingness to help. Shoot up, nerd, Bakugo snapped with murderous eyes, then shot 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 an equally venomous glare. And you, learn how to control your stupid quirk. Fucking idiots, he said with a scowl, and then began trudging away from them. Deku and 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 watched him walk away, still surprised at him stepping in to help either of them. Smiling, Deku said, "He's going to make such an awesome hero." 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴 couldn't help but smile at Deku's positivity. Her stomach flip-flopped as she looked at him, and she shot a nervous glance in all directions. Deku, do you want to hold hands now?" she asked quietly and looked away, trying to hide the blush in her cheeks. There was a pause, and then very softly, "Yeah, I'd like that." With no one else in sight, the two entwined their hands and began to slowly walk toward their dorm, both blushing furiously, but inwardly their hearts singing with excitement. The pint-sized pervert sees something unexpected unbeknownst to both Deku and 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐼𝐴. There had been another set of eyes that had seen their little exchange, and the couple depart with hands entwined. He'd been delayed in getting out of class because Mr. Aizawa had had to talk to him about his desk, a most disastrous turn of events in that it had been destroyed by that hot babe Mirko and her fiery temper, and that had allowed him to bear witness to the curious little exchange. As he had left the classroom after everyone else had left, he'd also run into Bakugo, who'd been leaving the bathroom, looking particularly foul. It had knocked him totally over and onto his rear. 𝗵𝗲 had planned to say something saucy to whoever he ran into, but when he realized it was the blonde that everyone feared, he'd kept his mouth sealed shut. Midoriya might be able to tolerate explosions to the face, but he most certainly didn't want to. "Get out of the way, ball boy," he'd snapped at the diminutive boy. At the use of Mirko's term for him, he couldn't help but get rosy-cheeked recalling their encounter, and how close he'd been to her, all of her. "It is a good nickname, huh? Glad she gave it to me," 𝗵𝗲 murmured, his eyes now far away, lost in memory of those thick, beautiful thighs. Oh, he ached to know what it felt like to be brushed between those two beauties. Whilst not paying any attention to Bakugo, 𝗵𝗲 was completely unaware of Bakugo's quickly rising fury at his words. To him, he was just replaying that wondrous moment of Mirko landing in a squatting position on his desk, and the front row seat he'd had. "Shut it, you little creep." As if the rabbit would hesitate to pop your head off, had she not been some bullshit guest speaker for that stupid class. "You're lucky all she did was smash your desk," Bakugo spat, his voice acidic. "I would have blown your pervy little ass into the next world." Drawn out of his memories by Bakugo's hot temper, 𝗵𝗲 didn't doubt the validity of his words. He seemed especially worked up too. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 took in 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 large pupils, enraged expression, his aggressive stance over the diminutive up-and-coming hero, and recalled his exit from the toilet that had started this whole encounter. He'd looked especially cranky when leaving the toilet, or perhaps frustrated. But then again, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻's baseline expression seemed to anger or some other negative sentiment. A new idea suddenly bloomed in 𝗵𝗃𝗃's mind, and even though he knew it might cost him his life, he couldn't help but smile. It takes one to know one, thought 𝗵𝗃𝗃 with that devious little smile on his face. When 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 had seen the smile on 𝗵𝗃𝗃's lips, his face had contorted to new levels of fury. "What the fuck are you smiling at?" 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 grabbed the collar of 𝗵𝗃𝗃's shirt and pulled him up and into his face, ready to put one of those oh-so-dangerous murder palms in his face. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 could practically smell the beginnings of smoke and fire, and knew that he was about to get an explosion to the face if he didn't choose his next words carefully. Nothing at all," he'd chirped, though the smile had been stubbornly resistant and stayed on his face. Deep down he was chortling in laughter. "I know why you're so bothered. I know why you're pissed off. Oh, I know." "Then stop smiling, you idiot." 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 snapped and aggressively released 𝗵𝗃𝗃. He shot him one more nasty look, and then stormed off toward the exit. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had watched him go and had continued to smile, unable to help himself, now that he knew 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 was a teenage boy just like the rest of them. While his quirk was the pop-off sticky balls that he could produce and use at will, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 secretly thought that he had a secret second quirk. He had an uncanny sixth sense for detecting when someone had masturbated. Like a bloodhound, he could seek out any conversation regarding hot girls or sexual things, usually within a mile radius of him. This sixth sense for all things sexual, or perhaps the more apt term would be perverted, had convinced 𝗵𝗃𝗃 that he did in fact possess at least two quirks. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻's delayed exit from school to detour to the bathroom could only be one thing. He'd stopped there to rub one out. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 was certain of it. How could he not when the rabbit hero had practically stroked his head with her hand, and had graced him with her presence on his desk, and she'd not chosen to destroy it? It also explained his ornery disposition with him. Of course, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻 was always irritable, but this level of hostility wasn't usually common. If Deku had been around, that would have made more sense to 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃. 𝗵𝗃𝗃𝗃 seemed to have extra spite for the green-haired boy. It was weird, but he hadn't been anywhere near them, and yet 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 had raged at him. It makes perfect sense that 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 would be pissed after a wank. That type probably rarely even has to partake in the joys of self-love, because they're so, gross, can hardly even think it asexual, but occasionally even someone like him would feel the need. 𝗵𝗃𝗀𝗃 is probably the perfect catalyst to his sexual awakening. A true beast would be what it takes to make someone like 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 get a hard-on. The fact that it was bad enough that he had to address it probably made him even angrier. A slave to hormones even he is, 𝗵𝗃𝗃 thought with a devious, knowing smile. Yes, he had it all figured out. He supposed he could feel jealous that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had paid some attention to 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 as well. But he wasn't. She'd chosen to destroy his desk after all. That counted for something. Feeling proud that he'd figured out something, he was certain 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 would be murderously mortified that he knew. He confidently had walked toward the exit. However, just as he was about to leave the school, he stopped where he was and took in the scene just outside. Deku was crouched down, as if he were about to jump into the air. Izuocha was floating upside down in the air, and much to his surprise, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 stood between them, one hand extended and grabbing Izuocha's sleeve. He watched as the spiky-haired boy pulled the rosy-cheeked girl back down to earth. 𝗵𝗃𝗃 cracked the school door open just a fraction so that he could overhear what was happening. I was about to use my quirk to get her, but you got to her first," Deku had exclaimed with a bright smile on his face. 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 just looked annoyed. "Shoot up, nerd." 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 had snapped with murderous eyes, then turned toward Izuocha and said, "And you, learn how to control your stupid quirk. Fucking idiots." 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗃 trudged away. 𝗵𝗃𝗃's gaze shifted from him to both Deku and Izuocha. Smiling, Deku said, "He's going to make such an awesome hero. More like an awesome murderer of villains," thought 𝗵𝗃𝗃 to himself. Deku, do you want to hold hands now?" Izuocha said, surprising him. His jaw practically fell to the floor, and he outright stared. He watched in shock as Deku nervously scratched the back of his head, and then replied, softly enough that 𝗵𝗃𝗃 had to lean his ear right up to the crack in the door, "Yeah, I'd like that." Both 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐳𝐿 and Deku then proceeded to walk toward their dorm, hands entwined. 𝗵𝗃 continued to stare in disbelieving shock. Once they were out of sight, he exited the school and stared off in the direction of the dorm. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, you sneaky bastard, 𝗵𝗃 mused with a mixture of pride and disbelief coloring his face. So that was why he'd looked so tired a few days ago. He'd been up with 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐳𝐿. And it was why he'd run out of class, and she'd run after him. Oh, this was just too juicy. A new thought dawned on 𝗵𝗃, as he realized that this could very well mean that 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 had kissed, no, gotten to second or third base, or, gulp, a home run. How is it possible that 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 could get farther along with a girl before me? He can barely talk to the girls if it's about anything other than hero stuff. 𝗵𝗃 marveled quietly. It didn't make sense. Of all people, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. But as he thought about it, it did make some sense. 𝗵𝗃 thought back to how chummy 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐳𝐿 and 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 had always been. In fact, most of the girls seemed to like him. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 usually got along with everyone, the boys and the girls. But he was so hero-focused. No. There was no way that 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 was somehow secretly a Casanova and able to woo their classmates. He wasn't even all that good-looking. His hair was always a mess. He had those stupid freckles. Everyone knew freckles only looked good on girls. He didn't have a particularly manly voice, though he himself didn't have some suave, sexy voice. Either his quirk wasn't particularly flashy or cool. He was obnoxiously obsessed with all might. His tie was never tied right. He always wore those ugly dumb red shoes. His right arm and hand were covered in scars. He was often muttering to himself when he became focused on something. He took too many notes. He wasn't even tall. Of all the boys to get a girlfriend or make progress with a girl, it should not be 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. The memory of Mirko's bunny tail and sweet sexy ass in Deku's face suddenly filled 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's mind. He practically broke out crying at recalling that. He'd been too focused on her being in his face and on his desk that he'd barely registered her ass being in 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's face. It wasn't fair. How could this happen? 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 crossed his arms spitefully. He made no movement to return to their dorm despite the setting sun. Maybe it's just 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏. Maybe he hasn't gotten to the other girls. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 thought to himself, but still cringed. Even if he hasn't gotten to the other babes, he's still getting some kind of action with 𝗬𝗏𝗏. I gotta get to the bottom of this, and fast. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 charged forward, but abruptly halted. He would have to be careful about this. He wouldn't be able to ask 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 directly since he figured that it was highly likely that 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 would deflect and deny any carnal knowledge. If he wanted to know what Deku had done, how far he'd gotten, he'd have to be cautious and clever. Neither were his strong suit. Perhaps he needed to involve someone else. Someone who could be a bit craftier and more surreptitious than he was able to be. But who? He murmured to himself in thought over their classmates. He wasn't sure who would actually be willing to assist him in getting 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 to spill. His mind initially went to Kaminari, 𝗧𝗏, and Kirishima, but then he shook that off. Kaminari definitely lacked an ability to be clever and quiet as did 𝗧𝗏, and Kirishima would almost certainly dismiss such behavior as less than manly. Most of the other boys were out too. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 might be willing to discuss things of that nature with someone he was close to, like Todoroki. But 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 knew that that was a lost cause. That boy lacked any guile and was far too literal to sneak around and dig up 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏's secrets. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 seemed close. Well, close was the best term he could come up with, sort of friends with Bakugo. But he was extremely skeptical that 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 would ever confess such a thing to him, or that Bakugo would even be willing to listen. Basically, all the boys weren't an option, and almost all the girls would probably say no too. It's not like he could rely on one of the teachers to dig around for information. Suddenly, a dark-eyed, pink-haired girl's face came into his mind, and he knew who might be able to help him. He wasn't certain that she'd even agree to help since he was an established pervert. But he knew she liked to be in on secrets like that. Plus, going at it from 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 might not yield any information. But if one of 𝗬𝗏𝗏's friends inquired enough, she might spill. And if she spilled, then 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 would probably also cave. It was the perfect plan. All he had to do was convince Ashido of his discovery, and then try to get her to assist him in finding out just how far innocent little 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏𝗏 had actually gotten. Because of the two of them. Yeah, I bet she's into the freaky stuff, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 murmured to himself deviously. Invention of the term 𝗪. By the time 𝗬𝗏𝗏 and Deku got back to the dorm, it had gotten a bit colder. Deku had noted that 𝗬𝗏𝗏 hadn't worn her brown wool coat, and had quietly worried over her temperature. She didn't look like she was shivering, but he felt like she must be cold. Her hand in his didn't feel cold and her cheeks were rosy as ever, but still he worried. As they approached the front door of their dorm, they stopped and faced one another. With their hands still entwined, he was uncertain if they should go in holding hands or go in like they had any other time. Did they want everyone to know about what was going on? He wasn't sure he wanted that. Why not? A small voice asked inside him, and he struggled to think of exactly why he wouldn't want that. However, any progress on knowing why was halted by Izuocha speaking. Maybe we shouldn't tell the others, or well, maybe we should keep it to ourselves. I don't want anyone to make a big deal over, us holding hands. Her voice had sped up at the end of her sentence, and she was blushing much harder now. But what even would they be telling the others? That they'd decided to hold hands every now and then. That Izuocha had been excited to hug him, that she'd floated up and away. That he'd masturbated with her on his mind. He shied away from that thought and again wondered what they would be telling the others. Were they dating? Were they a couple? What did that even mean? What did couples actually do? I think that might not be a bad idea, at least, he paused, uncertain how to proceed. At least until we know exactly what we'd be telling them. Izuocha nodded in agreement, which was a bit of a relief. Though even as that relief passed through him, he wondered why Izuocha didn't want anyone to know. But again, that raised the questions of what exactly it was that others should know about. Right, she began and looked down anxiously at their entwined hands. She slowly removed her hand from his and faced the door. Deku was immediately struck by how empty his hand now felt, but also how sweaty it was. Oh no, I had sweaty palms. Was it that sweaty this whole time? Did she want to stop holding hands with me because my hand was too sweaty? Is she grossed out? Was her hand sweaty? All these anxieties plagued him as she opened the door and stepped inside. He followed woodenly behind her, still lost in thought that she might very well be repulsed by his horribly sweaty hands. Upon entering their dorm, he also suddenly felt very visible and aware of having just held hands with Izuocha. Was it just him? Or was everyone staring at them as they entered the common room? Did he leave handprints on Izuocha's palm that screamed, "Izuku Midoriya was here"? "Ochako," called Tsu from the couch. She hopped her way over to Izuocha, who smiled in greeting. "Hey Tsu," she chimed cheerfully. Deku still felt like he must be red-faced, excessively sweaty, and somehow guilty-looking, though no one seemed to pay him much attention. "Did you want to go over some of the classwork? I could use some help." "Ribbit?" Tsu asked, her tongue just poking out of her mouth. "Sure, just let me," she began until 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐳 was suddenly at her side with a big grin on her face. "We're going to have another study session tonight. We can do it all then. But dinner is soon, so come on," 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐳 exclaimed and pulled Ochako and Tsu away. Deku was left standing alone and staring after the girls. Izuocha shot one glance over her shoulder, something akin to apology in her eyes. Deku slowly started to trudge forward. He needed to drop off his bag and change out of his school clothes. As he ascended the stairs, he passed by Bakugo, and suddenly remembered that it had been several days since they last trained together with Black Whip. He knew that All Might would likely be available if he sent him a text asking for his help. "Hey Kaken," began Deku somewhat nervously. "Yeah, spit it out, nerd," snapped Bakugo without looking at him. He seemed utterly bored while somehow also appearing very irritable. "After dinner, do you want to do some training with Black Whip?" "You mean more of you failing and explosions in your face?" "PFFT, whatever," he said with a shrug and continued down the stairs. He had hardly said anything that mean to him. What an improvement. Deku practically floated the rest of the way up the stairs. Kaken must have really been in a good mood to have helped out Izuocha earlier, and to agree to train Black Whip without even an insult. After changing out of his clothes and putting away his backpack, Deku went back down the stairs to dinner. He briefly noted that 𝗵𝗃 had arrived at some point and wondered where he'd been. Had he still been in the school? He vaguely recalled 𝗵𝗃 hanging back to speak with Mr. Aizawa. At that thought, he had a brief cold shock of fear run through him. Had he seen anything? But wait, what was there to see? All they'd done was hold hands, and that wasn't really all that peculiar, was it? However, as Deku got his food and took a seat at the table, the diminutive boy didn't even spare him a glance and behaved like he'd normally behave on any other day. That was at least a relief. Though something about it still made Deku uneasy. Again, he asked himself why it would even matter if 𝗵𝗲 saw he and Uraraka holding hands. He'd eaten his dinner quietly and kept mostly to himself, only speaking a few times when spoken to. Izuku was mostly lost in his own thoughts until someone called his name, and he was pulled from his inner thoughts to the present. Kaminari sat across from him and looked at him expectantly. Sorry, guess I missed that. What did you ask? Deku asked with an embarrassed and apologetic smile. Sheesh Midoriya, I would have thought you'd be paying more attention, Kaminari said as he continued to shovel soba noodles into his mouth. What I asked was what was it like to have the number 5 sweet rear in your face? Her tail basically in your mouth. Deku broke out in a bright red flush at that question, as he recalled the whole encounter. It had been awkward to say the least. Not only had he had to bear close witness to 𝗵𝗲 being pervy and Mirko's response to said perversion. Her bottom, albeit extremely well-toned and attractive bottom, was basically right in his face. She'd been perched in such a way that her little pom-pom of a tail had flicked and hit his nose, making him sneeze. It had all been very uncomfortable. Honestly, it was kind of embarrassing, Deku admitted sheepishly. Seriously? Kaminari asked, astounded. Clearly, he thought that such a situation was enviable. Gotta admit, Midoriya, I'm a little jealous, Zero added with a smile. He was seated next to Kaminari across the table. You should be glad she just has a little rabbit tail. Imagine if she had a tail like mine. You'd have a broken neck, mused Ojiro, who sat on the other side of Zero. Even I must admit that I was impressed by her impressive acrobatics, exclaimed Aoyama, who'd come to sit next to Deku. Or had he been there the whole time? She seemed to cause Hawks quite a bit of frustration. I've not seen him be that annoyed before, murmured Tokoyami, who was on Midoriya's other side. I guess he did seem a little flustered, agreed Deku, who thought back to Hawk's side glances and narrowed at Mirko. He's probably just jealous that she chose to pay attention to me and not him, 𝗵𝗲 said. He sat on the other side of Aoyama, causing Deku to lean over to look at him. Haha, come on 𝗵𝗲. You're just lucky that Hawks didn't also join in embarrassing you, Kirishima added as he walked behind the table that the boys were seated at. As if completely oblivious to Kirishima's statement, or the fact that Mirko had not in fact been flirting with him, he said, I've come up with a new term. Rilf. All the boys around the table exchanged quizzical looks before looking back at 𝗵𝗲 in question. Bakugo was suddenly at Kirishima's side, apparently having gained interest in 𝗵𝗲's new word. What is a Rilf? Ojiro asked, confusion evident on his face. 𝗵𝗲 smiled and said, Rabbit I'd like to fuck. There was a mix of laughter and snorts of disgust from across the table. Haha, seriously, only you 𝗵𝗲, Kaminari laughed. Bakugo seemed to lose all interest in the conversation, snorted and muttered, morons, and then trudged off. Deku took that as his cue to also be done to go work on Black Whip training. A quick text to All Might, and he was on his way to the gym to get to work. After an hour and a half of Black Whip training, Bakugo, All Might, and Deku called it quits for the night. While Bakugo had continued to be able to blast Deku with explosions, Deku was getting significantly better at using Black Whip, and had managed to avoid quite a few blasts. Despite having avoided several blasts this go-around, he had still been on the receiving end of quite a few of them, and so his hair was a smoky, charred mess. So straight after training he'd had a bath, and then proceeded to complete his homework and look over his notes. As the hour crept toward 10 o'clock, Izuku heard his phone buzz. He'd been deep into his math notes, so it had had to buzz a few times to finally gain his attention. Once he'd picked up his phone from beside his bed, he'd been surprised and pleased to see that he had gotten a handful of texts from Uraraka. Oh wow, he murmured softly to himself as he scrolled through the messages. 2000, hey Deku. Sorry we didn't get to talk much before or after dinner. I'm studying with the girls right now, but maybe we can talk later. 2045. I just saw you come back from training with Bakugo. Wow, he never holds back, does he? I hope he didn't burn too much of your hair. 2100. Do you think that we'll have some time to talk after we're both done with our homework? 2130. Study session complete. How's your homework going? Did you finish? 2145. Want to talk if you're done? 2149. We could go talk in the common room, or I could come down there and we could talk in your room. 2150. I was thinking of coming down to visit you. But Bakugo and Kirishima are out in the hall having some sort of loud conversation with Ishido. Well, actually Bakugo left, and I think it's just Kirishima and Ishido. But they're right outside, so I can't exactly go downstairs. Plus there might be someone down on the 3rd floor or out in your hallway. 2152. Wait, I think that sounds bad. I wasn't trying to invite myself into your room or anything. I was just saying that I wanted to talk to you, and that I could come to your room if that was something you wanted. Sorry, I'm making this awkward. Deku's eyes widened as he read those last 3 messages. She wanted to talk in his room. A girl wanted to talk to him in his room. A girl and a boy alone in a dorm room. Nobody else around. His mind instantly started conjuring horribly adult scenarios that made his cheeks flush red and his palms break out in a sweat. Stop thinking like that. She wants to talk and nothing else. Deku pinched his arm to try to banish that line of thinking. Think of a reply. Think of what to say. She clearly wants to talk. Do I want to talk? Yes. Okay, calm down. We both want to talk, and we could potentially do that downstairs in the common room. But there will be other people there. Gyro is usually a night owl, and will almost certainly be down there. We could talk in my room, he thought to himself in a panic. He briefly imagined Uraraka sitting on his bed looking at him with a smile on her face, but imagining her on his bed quickly warped to them, holding hands, which then escalated to a conjured image of Uraraka without a shirt on, with nothing on but a bra, her bare stomach the center of the imagining, and his trembling hand reaching out to touch its stop. Taking a deep breath, he looked at his phone again and thought about what to do. He wanted to talk to her, but he wasn't sure that talking alone in his room was a good idea. The thought of being alone with her was both exciting and terrifying. His phone buzzed again. 2200. Deku. Was it already 10 o'clock? It was getting late. Perhaps they should just try to have a talk on another day. No, I want to talk to her. She clearly wants to talk to me, and well, I'd really like to see her before I go to sleep. Maybe even hold her hand or hug her if she'd be okay with that. His cheeks warmed at that thought about how nice it might be to hug her, to hold her, to pet her hair. Before he could stop himself, his fingers were hurriedly typing out a message that his brain had little say in. 2202. Sorry it took me a while to get back to you. Was caught up with my math homework. I would love to talk to you, but it is getting a little late, and I don't want to keep you up. I'd be okay if you came to my room, if that is something you're okay with. He'd sent the message before he knew it, and watched in muted horror as the message sent away and was marked as delivered. Oh no, this is bad. I just invited her to my room, and I probably used too many exclamation points. She probably read that as me shouting. Stupid. What do I do? Deku moved around his room in a panic. He grabbed the bottle of lotion and box of Kleenex that were on the other side of his desk and hurriedly stuffed it in a desk drawer. There was a drawing of All Might on the wall that he'd hung up that now somehow looked horribly drawn and awful. He pulled that down and shoved it under his mattress. With panicked glances, he looked around his room and took in all the All Might paraphernalia. Well, there was no way he could possibly remove all of that in a timely manner. Besides, she already knew he was a mega fanboy. His comforter was ruffled back, so he hastily drew it up to make it at least somewhat presentable. There was some random debris on the floor that he quickly collected and haphazardly tossed into the rubbish bin. Deku realized that behind the garbage bin was a dirty magazine that 𝗵𝗃 had given him the day before to assist with his supposed masturbation problem. Huffing in frustration and panic, Izuku snatched it up and briefly spared a glance at the cover. On the front cover was a high-definition photo of Mirko in a very revealing bikini with big bright lettering that read, "We know they're short, but are they curly? Insider tells all." Deku wrinkled his nose in embarrassment and quickly shoved that under his mattress as well. There was suddenly a frantic knock on the door and Deku froze in place, terrified of who he knew was on the other side of the door. He took a step forward and then stopped, too petrified to move closer. Without thinking, he called out, yes. He immediately regretted it, because if Uraraka was out there trying to sneakily knock on his door, she didn't exactly need him to be shouting out greetings. So stupid. Midoriya, what are you doing in there? I keep hearing you thud around in there like you're trying to dance. Wait, are you trying to learn to dance? Came 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 voice from the other side of the door. Relief washed over him like an ocean wave. He instantly crossed the gap between he and the door and swung it open a little too fast. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 practically fell forward into Deku's room because the door had opened so quickly. It took him a moment to regain his balance, but once he did, he shot Deku a puzzled look. Why are you so sweaty? And why do you look like I just caught you with your dick out? 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 asked suspiciously. He leaned his head sideways and glanced into Deku's room. Nothing looked out of the ordinary aside from the rubbish bin, now appearing to be overflowing with garbage. I was moving things around and cleaning, that's all. Deku explained far too quickly to be convincing. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 narrowed his eyes and looked even more suspicious. Midoriya, were you like beating off with props or something? Deku felt like his whole face must have turned red. What? Props? How would know? I was cleaning. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 just stared at him. 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 eyed him dubiously and remained silent. Finally, after a painfully long pause, he said, Sure you were, Midoriya. He gave one more doubtful look at his classmate and then turned away. Deku gratefully shut the door and then sunk down to the ground. How embarrassing. Was it better or worse that it was 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 at the door and not Izuocha? He wasn't really sure. Just as his heart had slowed down a bit, he heard a very quiet scratching at his screen door. Puzzled, he rose to his feet and moved over to the glass door. The curtain was pulled shut, and as his hand closed over the fabric he wondered if he was going to find cheese outside his window again. 𝐒𝐩𝐢𝐢𝐚𝐴. He pulled back the curtain expecting to see some sort of design with cheese, but was so shocked, he let out a little screech to see Izuocha floating just outside his door. He stumbled backwards and tripped, barely able to catch himself. Yura, he began loudly, but immediately dropped his tone and quieted. She floated just outside his room, dressed a pair of pale blue gym shorts, socks with bunnies on them, a light pink hoodie, and what looked like something black underneath. She hovered delicately, her face bright red, but a hard look of concentration there as well. He realized that she must have made herself weightless and had to maintain that for quite a while since she was 2 stories above him, and on the opposite side of the building, which meant she'd likely floated up and around the dormitory to end up at his window. He briefly wondered how she knew which one was his from the screen door alone. Looking back briefly to the door and hesitating, expecting to hear 𝗵𝗲𝗄𝗧𝗏 or someone else banging on his door demanding to know why he was making so much noise. After that moment's hesitation, and no one shouting at him, he very quietly moved to his screen door and opened it. Izuocha floated in, silent as the grave. The moment the door was shut again, and he was facing her, she let out a breath, touched her fingers together and gently landed on the ground. Izuocha, Deku exclaimed in a whisper. She looked at him with red cheeks. Sorry, I got your text and I was planning on just, walking. But Ishido was in the hall, and I didn't think I could get down here without being seen. So I used my quirk, she admitted, sighing heavily, her face slightly red from prolonged and precise controlled usage of her quirk. Deku stared at her, equal parts surprised and impressed. Surprised that she was actually here standing in his room, just an arm's length in front of him. Impressed that she'd made herself weightless long enough, and provided enough direction and momentum to get herself to his room. A small, sly little voice whispered, this could come in handy in the future, that he immediately blocked out. He didn't have time for devious thoughts in his current agitated adolescent state. Wow, that must have taken some work, Deku marveled quietly. Silence followed, and they both stood there, awkwardly, neither one knowing what to say in that moment. Okay, think Deku. She's in your room. What do you do now that she is here? We both wanted to talk, or maybe just see each other since we didn't get to talk much tonight. So what do I say? Wait, I got it. Thinking fast, Deku moved over to his book bag that was up against the foot of his bed and pulled out one of his notebooks. This particular notebook housed a lot of his detailed notes on his classmates' powers and costumes. Izuocha had several pages dedicated to her quirk, and all iterations of her hero getup during their time at UA. Deku flipped through the pages as he moved to Izuocha's side. He was going to break the silence by asking her about her most recent costume modifications and what the inspiration was. When in doubt, one could always talk heroes. Uraraka wore a puzzled expression on her face as she watched. Deku flipped through his notebook. About halfway through the book, Deku flipped to the page that detailed Uraraka's first costume and the first notes he'd ever made on her quirk. I was going to ask you about your costume and the new look I've seen you in. What inspired it? Deku asked cheerfully as he flipped to the second page that was also all about Uraraka. Much to his alarm, Deku realized that on the second page, he'd doodled her name multiple times in the margins of the notebook. Even more mortifying was a little heart he'd drawn next to one of the smaller doodles he'd made of her name. Toward the bottom of the page, there was a small footnote about her costume and its perks, and then the phrase "skin tight," which was underlined twice. He flipped onto the next page in a panic, which was a bit safer, though he realized that again, he'd doodled her name in the margins. Sorry guess, I was, distracted when I made these notes," Deku mumbled nervously. To his horror, he then realized that he'd hastily scribbled out some lines commenting on the fabric that her costume was made of, and how it wouldn't really leave much for undergarments. One particular line made him flush a healthy shade of tomato. Read, "It looks like it is form-fitted perfectly to her body. Must be moisture-resistant. Heroes do a lot of sweating. What kind of underwear would she be able to wear under it? No underwear? Support built-in? Bounce control." After reading those lines, Deku abruptly tossed the notebook aside, toward his bag, and gave Uraraka a sheepish smile. Never mind. They're mostly just random notes and, things that I take note of. That is, stuff. Shut up. Don't keep talking. You're making it worse. Oh, that's okay, Deku, Uraraka said with an equally embarrassed smile. Great. Now she thinks I'm a lunatic who is obsessed with what she wears under her costume, he thought to himself miserably. Silence returned to the duo, and he struggled to think of what to say or do. Why was this so hard? Uraraka, he began, and cast a nervous look away from her. What did he say now? Where did they go from here? To be honest, I don't really know what to say. I don't have any experience with this kind of thing, or with girls. He felt his cheeks burn an even darker red. A gentle hand touched his shoulder then, surprising him. He looked at Uraraka, who was now giving a reassuring smile and actually touching him. That's okay, Deku. I don't have any real experience with this kind of thing either. You're the first boy that I've liked a lot, I guess. There was a faint blush in Uraraka's cheeks that somehow looked adorably endearing to Deku. He felt like his heart was expanding in his chest, just from looking at her. I'd really like to hold your hand again, he thought to himself. He eyed her silky auburn hair and wondered what it would feel like to run his fingers through the soft tresses. I don't know really what it is we're supposed to do. Do we start like going to movies together or something? He asked softly. Uraraka dropped her hand from his shoulder and tilted her head to the side as if in thought. With her hand no longer resting on his shoulder, he started to feel the compulsion to hold her hand. It wasn't touching him anymore. Couldn't he just take it? Just take it. A little voice inside him whispered persuasively. But she might not like that, another voice cautioned. I guess before we do that, we should, figure out what this, she pointed to the both of them, is and what we want it to be. Deku nodded. That made sense. But what were they? He'd asked himself that earlier in the evening when they'd been holding hands before getting to their dorm. He'd not been able to flesh out the answer to that question. What are we? What do I want us to be? He looked at her as that thought ran through his head. Without really even thinking deeply, a part of him already knew the answer to that question. I like her. I really like her. I'd love to go to the movies with her and hold hands. I want to share ice cream and Pocky sticks with her. I want to be able to hug her and touch her face and stroke her hair. I want to see her smile and laugh because of something I said or did. I want her to have a twinkle in her eye because she knows that we're going to do something fun together. I want her to accidentally make me float like she made herself float today because she's so excited. I want to write her love notes and buy her All Might action figures. I want to see her bare stomach again, maybe even her whole body. At that thought, Deku immediately stopped himself. No, he would not think those things. That would just get him all flustered and embarrassed. Besides, he wasn't even sure that Uraraka wanted those things, and that was kind of a very important part of this. She had to want those things too. Uraraka, I think for right now, Deku stumbled and struggled to find the right words to use. I think for right now, I just want to be around you. I like being around you, and I really like talking to you, and holding your hand today was so nice. It made me happy. I don't know if that means we're like a couple or anything. I'm not even sure we have enough time to do normal couple stuff like go to the movies. But I think that I just want to be together and do whatever comes with that. He honestly had no idea what came with that other than holding hands, going to the movies, sharing ice cream, and announcing their couple status to the world. And he wasn't sure how feasible a lot of that was. He also wasn't sure he wanted for everyone else to know. He liked the idea of it being just them, especially when it seemed neither of them really knew what to do. I like that idea. Just being together, Izuocha said softly, and looked at him with those big, beautiful brown eyes. Izuku felt like his heart might melt in his chest. She was so pretty. Why had he never realized before that she was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen? Okay, he whispered, and then in a moment of boldness, closed the distance between them and wrapped his arms around her in a hug. The movement seemed to surprise Izuocha because she was extremely stiff at first, but slowly relaxed and wrapped her own arms around him. The two stood like that for a while, locked in each other's arms, just enjoying the shared space. After a little while, they separated and were awkwardly silent again. Izuocha eventually broke the silent moment by moving to Izuku's bed and sitting down. She gently patted the spot next to her, and he nervously took a seat beside her. He was sweating bullets as he sat next to her, and she smiled at him. Here they were sitting alone on his bed. This seemed too fast, but then she surprised him by starting to talk about her costume and the new modifications she'd made to it. Her talking hero stuff immediately broke his anxiety, and he was able to engage with her much more comfortably. For the next 45 minutes, they talked about their work studies, costume modifications, Deku's training with Black Whip, Izuocha continuing to press the limits of her zero-gravity quirk. It was a conversation that had become relatively relaxed and easy for both of them. They were so engrossed in their conversation that they lost track of time until Deku briefly glanced at the bedside clock on his nightstand. It was already 11:15. Whoa, Izuocha, it's really late. We need to get to bed, he said with a yawn. He wasn't sure how he'd managed to stay up this late without feeling tired until just now. Izuocha looked at the clock too, and then back to him in surprise. Wow, guess that time really flew by. She was quiet briefly before adding, guess I should head back to my room. I imagine the halls are probably mostly empty by now. Yeah, Deku murmured. He didn't realize it until just that moment, but he was actually kind of sad at the thought of her leaving. He'd enjoyed talking to her and just being near her. Her leaving would somehow make his room feel so empty. Can I, use the toilet before I go, though? She asked with a nervous smile. Blushing, Deku nodded. Oh, yeah, sure. Izuocha got up quietly and moved over to where Deku's bathroom was. For one panicked moment, Izuku worried that there was something horribly embarrassing in the bathroom. But in all honesty, he didn't spend much time in there, so the chances were low. Still, the thought of her in his bathroom did fill him with some anxiety, and perhaps excitement. He heard the door to the toilet slide open and then closed, and he sat quietly in his room, trying to ignore the sound of her moving around the bathroom. He'd never realized how thin the walls were until this moment. To distract himself, and perhaps to calm himself as well, Deku lay down on his bed and began focusing on his breathing. Breath in and breath out, he thought to himself as he lay on his bed looking up at his ceiling. He felt himself begin to relax a little as he laid there breathing slowly and thinking about the day's events and about the girl he'd been lucky enough to hold hands with and even hug. At that thought, he smiled to himself and briefly shut his eyes. He'd only intended to rest there on his bed for a few minutes while Izuocha used the restroom. But apparently, he was more tired than he realized, and once his eyes were shut, sleep claimed him. A few minutes after he dozed off, Izuocha quietly came out of the bathroom. She looked toward the direction that she'd left Deku, and was quite surprised to see him lying down on his bed. Moving silently, Izuocha made her way over to the bed to look at him. He'd not moved when she'd exited the bathroom, and he was very still now. He was asleep. Ochako couldn't help but smile to herself as she watched the sleeping boy. He looked so peaceful. She cautiously moved to the door but hesitated. She couldn't leave the light on. Izuocha made her way over to Deku's light switch and flipped it off, shrouding the room in darkness. In the darkness of the room, she could hardly see a thing as her eyes hadn't adjusted yet. After a few minutes of adjusting to the light change, she could make out the shape of Deku's desk, bed, and window. Again, she moved over toward the door and gripped the door handle when she heard a soft murmuring from Deku's sleeping form. Izuocha turned round and stared in the darkness at the shape of Deku on the bed. He was murmuring softly enough that she'd not been quite able to make out the words, but she thought he'd muttered something familiar sounding. She moved away from the door again and closer to the bed. Once she was within a foot of the bed, she couched down and leaned her head toward where Deku lay. It was quiet at first, and she wondered if she'd missed whatever whispering in his sleep he was going to do. "One for all," he quietly murmured, surprising Ochako. She strained in the darkness to try and see him, but could only make out his form and nothing else. One for all? What was that? Weird, she thought to herself when he began to mutter again. Izuocha. Ochako felt herself flush red at hearing her name. Was he dreaming of her? She wondered what kind of dream he was having, if he was in fact dreaming about her. "I hope it's a good one," she whispered very quietly. She was suddenly struck by an overwhelming compulsion to climb in the bed with him, snuggle up to his side, rest her head on his chest, and quietly listen to the beating of his heart. Ochako felt herself move forward but stopped herself. "What are you thinking? That is awfully forward. He didn't invite you into his bed, and he is tired enough that he fell asleep knowing I was still here. If I climbed in bed with him, that would be not okay for a lot of reasons. First of all, it'd give him the wrong idea, and I don't want to do that. Secondly, he didn't invite me to stay the night, and thirdly, it would probably make him sleep poorly if I woke him up now by invading his personal space," Ochako thought to herself as she continued to stare at the sleeping Deku. But the compulsion and desire remained within her. Talking with him, hugging him, holding hands, using her quirk to get to him tonight, it had all been so nice. If she carefully placed herself next to him, that wouldn't be so bad, would it? She just wanted to listen to his heart for a few minutes. That was harmless, wasn't it? If he woke up, she'd just explain, and that should make it okay, right? She thought of his words earlier in the evening about how he just wanted to be near her, and a fond smile bloomed on her face. "I want to be close to you too," she thought to herself. Against her better judgment, Ochako very carefully climbed into the bed next to him. At first, she made sure to not touch him and lay on the very edge of the bed, almost ready to fall out of it. When he didn't budge or wake, she silently scooted closer to him so that she was on her side and his shoulder just barely made contact with her chest. She had her left arm tucked under her head, but her right arm remained free, and she cautiously moved her hand over Deku and placed it onto his chest. He continued to sleep without being disturbed. As she settled into her side-lying position, she began to feel the soft thump of his beating heart and couldn't help but smile. She wasn't entirely sure why feeling his heart was such a nice thing, but for whatever reason it made her feel warm and fuzzy. "I want to listen to it," she thought to herself nervously, but made no effort to move forward. She laid like that for some unknown amount of time until her own eyes began to grow heavy. In the darkness of Deku's room and lying next to him, things were too cozy to not get sleepy. Besides, it was a rare day that Ochako would be awake past 10 p.m. Have to get up. Not proper to fall asleep with him. He didn't invite me, she thought to herself sleepily, but made no move to get up. All she could focus on was how nice the soft beating of his heart felt under her palm, and how pleasant it was to be next to another person who was warm, especially since there was no blanket on either of them. She briefly thought that she should have grabbed some of her mitts that she would wear whenever she'd go to a slumber party with friends. Inadvertently activating her quirk in her sleep was a real problem. However, the tug of sleep was too great, and even though she knew that this decision would have ramifications, she fell asleep next to Izuku Midoriya. FN. I'm gonna share a quick, but most amazing poem ever written with everybody. The Woodchuck by 𝗵𝗵𝗃. The woodchuck in my backyard doesn't trust me. And he's right. Because the first chance I get, I'm gonna put this tiny witch hat on him. Stupid piece of shit. What will Minda think of next? Deku's mind was foggy when he woke, and he felt odd upon waking. His vision was somewhat blurry when he opened his eyes, and it took several moments to adjust to the light that was starting to creep in from his closed curtain. However, as his eyes adjusted, He realized that he was not in fact in his bed, but instead floating up near his ceiling. Surprise and alarm washed over him, and he briefly wondered if sometime during the night he'd accidentally unlocked and activated the 7th user's quirk, float. That is until he looked in the direction of his bed and saw 𝗬𝗧𝗏 there in his bed. Feeling an intense wave of panic wash over him, Deku used the ceiling to push himself down, but he couldn't get to the ground while still being weightless. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 would have to do that, and she was asleep. What is she doing in my bed? What happened last night? He thought to himself in a panic, and began hurriedly sifting through his memories of the previous night. Deku remembered her coming to see him by way of his balcony, talking with her, hugging, and then realized that it was late in the night and that they needed to call it. He vaguely remembered her saying she had to go to the bathroom and lying down, and then nothing but foggy half-remembered dreams. I must have fallen asleep. Not good. Still floating above his bed, he saw that sometime during the night 𝗬𝗧𝗏 had shed the pink hoodie she'd been wearing and was now dressed in a simple black tank top. Seeing her curled up comfortably on his bed filled him with both happiness and anxiety. Had anything else happened? Try as he might, he couldn't remember anything aside from falling asleep and perhaps feeling overheated at one point, but that was it. Gotta get her to wake up. Alarm hasn't gone off yet, but it will soon, and when it does, she'll probably be frightened by waking up in a place other than her room. With great caution, Deku called softly, 𝗬𝗧𝗏, wake up, 𝗬𝗧𝗏. But the sleeping girl didn't show any sign of waking. Instead, she rolled from her side and onto her back, and Deku turned a bright red as he realized that her shirt had crept up well above her navel while turning over. He wanted to have a lingering stare at her, shirt pulled up, pale belly exposed, lying serenely in his bed. The sight made him briefly have naughtier thoughts that he immediately squashed. 𝗬𝗧𝗏, he called a little louder. Still no movement from the bed. Damn it, gotta get her to wake up. Deku looked hurriedly around his room to see if he could grab something, anything to get 𝗬𝗧𝗏's attention. Aside from pulling the light fixture out of the ceiling, there really wasn't much. Black Whip, a small internal voice whispered to him. Yes, Black Whip could do. I wouldn't need to maintain it for very long, just long enough to grab something in the room and bring to me, or maybe even to just brush her to wake her. Black Whip it was, while he knew that this was probably his only option. Another voice was very skeptical of his ability to use it with such precision. He could capture things with it sometimes, but honestly bigger objects were easier to capture and ensnare. To use it with such finesse that he was able to grasp something small like one of his action figures, or even a crumpled up piece of paper, required a bit more control than he thought he was capable of. Reaching out with a tendril of Black Whip to brush her cheek or shake her, though, that was something he thought he could do a bit more easily. Focusing within himself, Deku directed his right hand in 𝗬𝗧𝗏's direction, and felt that familiar tingle of power just beneath his skin. Okay, not too strong, but strong enough to make her feel the touch, he thought to himself as the first tendrils of power woke, and the dark energy began slowly spilling forward from his outstretched hand. Black Whip suddenly shot out with more force than Deku had intended, straight at 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Thankfully, the power in it diminished slightly just before it reached 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Deku attempted to direct the dark energy up toward her face, as if to brush her cheek with enough impact that she'd be likely to wake at the touch. However, Black Whip seemed to have a mind of its own, and before Deku could call it back, the tendril of dark power whipped up across 𝗬𝗧𝗏's abdomen, catching the hem of her shirt and hiking it up to her chin, fully exposing her torso to him. All of 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was visible to him now. Well, all of her except what was covered up in her bra, which he couldn't help but gaze longingly at. It was relatively straightforward, nothing too fancy, but it was the first real bra he'd ever seen, and on a real girl. A girl he liked. He took in the little baby pink bows at the base of the pink straps, the curve of an underwire, the bulge of cleavage as she lay on her back. She looked so good in pink. Deku let out a small squeak of alarm excitement. Fear? He wasn't sure just as Black Whip moved to bump against 𝗬𝗧𝗏's cheek. Black Whip turned out to be unnecessary though, as the little squeak of alarm Deku had released was all it took to make 𝗬𝗧𝗏's eyes pop open. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 stared at him sleepily, but confusion swiftly blooming in her eyes. Her gaze drifted down to the Black Whip tentacle that still rested on her cheek, and her eyes widened in alarm. She took in the scene, fully awake now. immediately placed the pads of her fingers together and whispered, "Release." The tendril of Black Whip immediately recoiled from Uraraka as Deku began to fall, and instead redirected to the curtain rod to slow his descent. Even with Black Whip successfully latching onto the curtain rod, however, he still crashed down face first over the head of the bed, his lower half somehow managing to land literally right on Uraraka's face. To make matters worse, the power with which Black Whip locked onto the curtain rod and the speed at which Deku fell made the rod unstable, and it clattered to the floor loudly. Uraraka was caught under him and desperately clawing at him to get off and out of her face. Deku was dazed after having fallen headfirst over his bed and took a moment to get oriented. He felt Uraraka's hands on his hips suddenly, which immediately sobered him from his daze. His mind now filled with a strange mixture of excitement and panic. Before he could do anything or process the strange sensation of foreign hands on his hips, however, he was floating again. Uraraka shoved him off her and away as he became weightless. He floated about a foot away before Uraraka haphazardly released him, and he landed with an oof and loud thud on the floor. Well, if the loud noises in here were overlooked before, they certainly won't be now. Now everyone is going to come round to see what is going on in here, Deku thought to himself in a panic, his eyes moving to the door to stare wildly at it. His alarm clock went off then, and he practically flew out of his skin, emitting an alarmed yip in response. He looked toward Uraraka, who looked flustered, red-faced, and embarrassed. Somehow her shirt had managed to stay pushed up well above her breasts this entire time. Deku felt his face flush hot and looked away from her. If he spent even a moment longer looking at her, he felt certain that the excitement he'd felt rousing at the unexpected touch of her hands on his hips would potentially put him at full mast in a second. Why was it so damn hard to be a teenager? Pun not intended. Uraraka started quietly but stopped dead when there was a loud knocking on his door. They both stared at each other in pure terror as another knock sounded on the door. "Mon Dieu, are you all right, Midoriya? I've heard quite the ruckus," came Aoyama's sing-song voice. "Yup, all is well," Deku squeaked. The tone and pitch alone were enough to be entirely unconvincing. "Mon ami, do you need help? What is going on?" Aoyama asked on the other side of the door, and Deku saw the handle twist. Pure horror shot through Deku, and on impulse he raised his right hand, and a Black Whip tendril shot out with shocking speed as it latched itself onto the door handle, preventing the handle from turning. What was it going to take for him to realize that a locked door was an absolute must in the future? "Closet," Deku whispered with a panicky gaze at Uraraka. She immediately nodded, turned off the alarm clock, and stumbled out of the bed and toward the closet. Deku watched with panicked eyes as she slid it open, and then slipped into it in one frenzied but quick motion. Throughout her hurried trot to his closet, her shirt had remained hiked up, and the image of her breasts more exposed than he'd ever seen before, slightly bouncing in response to her frantic movements, seemed to burn into his brain. He felt a most unwanted teenage boy response in the form of tightening shorts. "Not now. Get it together, Deku." "Midoriya, the door. Is there something against your door? What's going on in there?" Deku heard other voices from outside his door that sounded like Tokoyami and Minato. "What's all the noise about? I had another 10 minutes of sleep before my alarm was gonna go off. What gives?" Minato asked from the other side of the door. "I too would like to know what's going on. Is everything all right?" Tokoyami asked. "As would I, Midoriya, the door," Aoyama called out in annoyance. Izuku gulped in a panicky breath of air, shifted his position so the embarrassing bulge in his pants was more obscured, and then retracted Black Whip and released the door. As Black Whip sprung back to him, the door suddenly flew open, only to have Aoyama suddenly spill forward into his room. Tokoyami and Minato stood behind him, confused expressions on their face. "Oof, what happened to your door? The handle wouldn't even turn," Aoyama grumbled as he got up. He looked around the room, and then at Midoriya with a very puzzled expression. "Mon Dieu, what happened in here?" "Indeed, it looks as if you got into a fight," Tokoyami added, also peering into the now incredibly messy room. Behind him, Minato looked silently around the room as well. He looked less confused and more so suspicious. Deku began, stumbling over his words as he struggled to come up with something that could explain the state of disarray. His eyes briefly darted down toward his palms, and the tingling sensation of black whip just beneath his skin. Black whip, of course. It seems that just as I woke up and a black whip randomly activated, and yeah, I kind of made a mess. He hoped against hope that they would believe him. 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷 Takoyami and 𝗵𝗃 looked at him doubtfully. They knew that he was new to using black whip, and that it was far from under control. But his quirk randomly activating, that seemed somewhat sketchy. Then again, he had broken his window on accident from apparently having his quirk randomly activate, so it might be a plausible excuse. Perhaps you should train more often with Bakugo, Takoyami suggested. Or wear mittens to bed, 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷 added. Deku absently doubted that mittens would stop the dark energy of black whip. 𝗵𝗃 strode forward then, past Takoyami and 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷 and into Deku's room. He stood just inside, more closely surveying the damage in the room. He looked back at Midoriya and narrowed his eyes suspiciously. I asked you this last night, but I'm gonna ask you again. Were you like hammering it home with props? It's the only reasonable explanation that I can think of that would explain the noise and the mess, 𝗵𝗃 asked seriously. No, I just accidentally activated black whip, and it got a little out of hand, Deku asserted, knowing full well that he was blushing again at 𝗵𝗃 having asked about masturbation. How crass, 𝗵𝗃, 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷 exclaimed with a wrinkled nose. Unless you were trying some freaky stuff with like black whip, and yeah, I could see that getting out of hand, 𝗵𝗃 mused mostly to himself. Why is it always something sexual with you? Takoyami asked seriously. Better question is, when isn't it a sexual situation? 𝗵𝗃 rebuffed. Well, whatever the case, Midoriya, I think we should leave you to it. You have a bit of cleanup to do, I would think. Takoyami gave one last look at Midoriya's mess of a room and then left the doorway. 𝐻𝐬𝐬𝐷 shot Deku a curious look and said, Well, I too must bid au revoir, though 𝐒𝐻𝐬𝐽𝐽 played in the future. Do try to be a bit quieter. 𝗵𝗃 remained standing in Deku's room, looking at him suspiciously. Midoriya, I think we both know what's going on here, he said seriously. We do? Deku asked, his voice high and tight with anxiety. You were shaking hands with the milkman with black whip, and it got a little crazy. It's okay, I get that. Hey, if I had crazy weird energy that could act like a whole other person's hand, I'd probably try it too, 𝗵𝗃 said with a serious expression. What? You're sorry, but no, it really, Deku began when 𝗵𝗃 interrupted him. Unless you had a girl in here, and that's the reason for all the noise and mess. 𝗵𝗃 stared pointedly at Midoriya. Deku felt his whole face blush red, and any words he'd had died on his tongue. He opened his mouth to speak, but the words froze in his throat as he caught sight of Izuocha's discarded sweatshirt just peeking out from under his bed. If 𝗵𝗃 looked more closely at anything aside from him, he'd most certainly see it. Barely able to find his voice, he managed. A girl? No, who would I have in here? Not a girl. I wouldn't even know what to do. The words sounded all wrong as they tumbled out of his mouth, yet somehow at the same time they rang with an embarrassing truth. Great, he was just making this worse. Right, 𝗵𝗃 said doubtfully. Well, keep it down next time. And if you did have a babe in here, well, expect to spill those details in full. 𝗵𝗃 added with a lecherous smile and turned on his heel and left, shutting the door behind him. Deku sat on the floor, sweat pouring out of every pore and his heart hammering in his chest. Oh, this was bad. This was very bad. He looked in the direction of his closet, which Izuocha hid in. Slowly he got to his feet, scooped up her sweatshirt, and moved over to his closet, and gently slid the door open to reveal Izuocha crouched on the floor, red-faced and clearly embarrassed. She'd managed to pull down her tank top, which Deku was somewhat relieved at seeing. He didn't think he could handle seeing that much of her on top of all the other things that had happened that morning. Deku, she began, her voice quiet and shuddering. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have just left, but you fell asleep, and you looked so peaceful there, and I don't know why, but I just really wanted to feel or hear your heartbeat, so I ended up getting into the bed with you to feel it, and I fell asleep. I am so sorry. Tears spilled out of her eyes as she desperately wiped at her eyes. Seeing her cry made Deku's heart ache in a way he'd not felt before. He decided that he didn't like it and never wanted to see it again. Getting down on her level, Deku crouched on the ground and instinctively took her face in both his hands and forced her to look at him. Hey, it's okay. It's all right. SHH, don't cry, he reassured gently. moving one hand from her cheek to her head to stroke her hair soothingly. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 instantly stilled at the touch, her tears still running down her face, but no new ones developing. She looked at him with big, quivering eyes and suddenly lunged into him, wrapping her arms around him in an embrace. Deku was surprised by the motion and took a moment to adjust to it, one hand eventually wrapping around her in kind, the other still gently stroking her hair. "I'm sorry. I should have just left. But I didn't," she murmured softly, her face pressed against his chest. "It's okay," Deku murmured. Now that she'd stopped crying, and now that they were locked together in a tight embrace, he became acutely aware of that proximity. It both excited him and made him nervous as a gazelle about to be pounced on. He looked down at her auburn head tucked into his chest and felt a pang of adoration surge through him. 𝗬𝗧𝗏 moved a bit away from Deku to look at him, her eyes still moist and red from crying, but not making new tears. She let out a little sigh and looked at him fondly. Something in the look that she gave him made his heart sputter in his chest, and he suddenly became aware of how close her face and mouth were to his own. It would only be a matter of inches, and he could close that distance with her and kiss her. His mind reeled at that thought. Kiss her. They'd barely started holding hands, and now he was thinking of kissing her. "It's the natural thing to do," whispered another voice in his head. Based on the direction of her eyes, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 was having similar thoughts. Deku followed her gaze and easily surmised that she was eyeing his mouth intently, also keenly aware of the small space between them and how easy it would be to lean forward to close it. There was something in her eyes that made butterflies dance in his stomach and a tingling start to grow in his groin. Her head moved forward a fraction. His head followed suit. One more subtle movement forward, and they'd be nose to nose, and after that, locking lips. "Bail. Get out of there. You can't kiss her. This is not the time," an inner voice chided urgently. His mind cleared a fraction to see 𝗬𝗧𝗏 lean a smidge closer and felt his stomach leap into his throat. "We'd better get moving," he abruptly said, a little louder than he'd intended. The statement seemed to pull 𝗬𝗧𝗏 back to reality as well as she moved several inches backwards, her face turning a rosy pink. "Right," she said softly and rose to her feet. Deku paused, then asked, "Let me peek outside and see if anyone is out there, and if it looks like it's clear you can make a run for it. Unless you want to float yourself back to your room." 𝗬𝗧𝗏 shook her head. "I don't know that would be the best idea since it's daytime, and if anyone is looking out their window, they'll see me just kind of floating around and start to ask questions." "Good point. Okay, I'll go with you until we get to the stairs," Deku agreed, and then moved toward the door. He pressed his ear up against the door and listened for what felt like several minutes. He then cracked the door open a fraction and looked outside. Turning back to 𝗬𝗧𝗏, he whispered, "Nobody is out there that I can see. Come on." Together the two deftly moved out of his room and into the hall. There wasn't anyone that they could see, though they could hear some footsteps on the floor above them. Deku knew that the two of them being together in what would mostly look like bedtime clothes would be highly damning, but he couldn't bring himself to just abandon her until they got to the stairwell. If they made it to stairwell, they could likely excuse away a lot of questions. She was going to take a shower, but forgot something and ran into him. She was getting up to get a snack before getting dressed, and they crossed paths. The possibilities were endless. They made it to the stairwell where 𝗬𝗧𝗏 paused. She looked at Deku, her cheeks slightly rosier than they normally were. "I guess I'll see you a little later," she murmured softly, and much to his surprise, she briefly took his hand and squeezed it reassuringly. "Yeah," was all he managed to squeak out, feeling hot and flustered with her holding his hand when at any moment someone could come by see them. "Is that such a bad thing?" a tiny voice inside him asked. Before he could answer that voice or do anything really, 𝗬𝗧𝗏 surprised him by suddenly leaning forward, standing on her tiptoes, and closing the distance between them to plant a swift and entirely unexpected kiss on his lips. Their lips touched for perhaps a microsecond, and then the contact was broken, and she was scurrying up the stairs, taking them 2 or 3 at a time. Izuku remained in the stairwell, looking blankly forward. He could feel a body-wide blush taking root on him, and he could only imagine how ridiculous he looked standing there in a t-shirt, shorts and socks, red-faced, blank stare. "She kissed me. She actually kissed me. I've been kissed. I just had my first kiss. And it was with 𝗬𝗧𝗏. Wait, Does that actually count as a first kiss? Of course it does. But shouldn't I have done something more? I think I need to research kissing. Slowly, he turned around and moved out of the stairwell and back to his room. He might have passed by 𝗂𝗧𝗵𝗲 𝗧𝗏, anyone or no one he didn't really know, and he didn't really care. For in that moment, all that was on his mind was standing in the stairwell with Izuocha and her leaning forward to kiss him. It had been so fast he had no time to feel or taste, or really anything in that shared kiss. What would a full kiss feel like? What would it taste like? What would it feel like? What would she feel and taste like? Something unfamiliar and primal seemed to wake in the pit of his belly at such thoughts. What would her lips taste like? What would she feel like against his fingertips or against his lips? The mere thoughts of such things made his mouth water, a phenomenon that both excited and confused him. He needed to stop thinking these things. Whatever this strange feeling was, well, it wasn't helpful or wanted. After some light breathing exercises and focusing his mind by running through some complicated math equations, Izuku finally managed to dispel the disturbing amount of desire that had filled his mind. He was not 𝗵𝗃𝗲. He was not going to be a slave to his teenage hormones. Even as he went through his morning routine in mechanical fashion, his mind wandered away from the mundane activities of his morning ablutions. Keeping the memory of Izuocha boldly closing the space between was proving pointless. It kept running on repeat in his head. All he could think about was that kiss, and how he really wanted to try it again, except this time he wanted to kiss her. FN. Haha, have no fear, my friends. I fully intend to make up for this all too brief first kiss. This is just the appetizer. Enter the hawk and the rabbit. It was dark in the room. The curtains that were pulled shut added to the gloom. Spread casually in his bed, Hawks lay in a reclining position, occasionally puffing on a vape. It wasn't a habit he was super fond of, but both of his parents had smoked, so a need for nicotine was just part of him. Besides, he rarely did it, only when he was under a lot of pressure. He was stark naked in bed, with only a gray sheet casually draped over his lower half. There were a few loose floating red feathers that were scattered about on the sheet that he paid little attention to. He could summon them back if he needed to. Hawks's phone chimed, prompting him to reach over to his nightstand and look at it. Glancing at the glowing screen and seeing who the message was from, he frowned. Great, he thought to himself with an eye roll. It was 𝗬𝗲𝗏 who'd sent him a message, or as he was listed in his phone, patches. Need you to deliver some intel. Tomorrow at the villa at noon, was all the message said. He hated getting messages from 𝗬𝗏𝗏, or from anyone in that infernal paranormal liberation front. In fact, he just hated that he had to be undercover doing dirty things, all at the behest of the Hero Safety Commission. What a joke. Sure, was the message he quickly composed and sent away. He knew that that was all 𝗬𝗏𝗏 would need for a response. He'd never been one who seemed to require or want detailed messages. Brevity and cruelty seemed to be his preferred language. Hawks took another huff on his vape and blew out a big breath. He sighed and watched with narrowed, cat-like eyes as the number 5 hero came trotting into his room, wearing a far too large white t-shirt, his t-shirt. Seeing her in his t-shirt did make him smile for some reason, probably because it was rare that she'd ever borrow his clothing. 𝗵𝗃𝗲 seemed to prefer to only wear her own clothes or forego them altogether. Not that he minded seeing her wander about naked, but there was something endearing about seeing the shapely woman wearing something of his. Especially when this little situation they had going on that was supposed to be a strict friend with benefits sort of relationship. That being said, they'd been having this little mutually beneficial relationship for over a year now, and while he felt fairly certain that early on she'd had other beds that she'd shared, he was quite convinced that his was the only bed she shared now. Of course, he'd been in and out of various beds and lovers during that time as well. But as things had progressed rapidly with the paranormal liberation front and his undercover work, the ability to roam had become limited. He certainly wasn't interested in twisting the sheets with any of the treacherous two-timing heroes or villains that he'd discovered within the front. Besides, things were easy with 𝗵𝗃𝗏 because she rarely asked questions and seemed perfectly content to let him keep his secrets. Not that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 herself didn't have her own secrets. He knew part of the reason that they'd worked well all this time was simply because she didn't care about whatever personal matters he had going on. Or if she did, it wasn't something that she expressed to him. For all intents and purposes, she seemed perfectly content to continue with their occasional romantic trysts. At least for the time being, that worked for him too. He watched as she bent over, the shirt riding up so that he got an oh-so-sexy view of her rump. She was bent over the dresser that was in front of his bed, apparently looking for something. "Something I can help you with, number 5, he asked silkily, enjoying the sight before him. It may have been gloomy in his room, but not so gloomy that he couldn't make out her exquisite shape. "Ha, judging by that expression, I'd say you have no interest in helping me find what I'm looking for," she shot back, looking over her shoulder. Hawks took another puff on the vape and gave a languid stretch. "Well, that depends on what you're looking for." Mirko turned around to fully face him and eyed him with a gaze that would have made lesser men gulp. It made him recall their first encounter and how she'd looked at him with those same intense and predatory eyes before she'd pounced on him. He'd found it to be unnerving at first, but that hungry, wild look she was prone to giving had soon become a pleasant thing to him. She was by far the rowdiest and wildest creature he'd ever bedded. She was also possibly the most physically fit and physically powerful woman he'd had the pleasure of knowing carnally. Mirko was all muscle everywhere, except for maybe her world-class breasts, which he also very much enjoyed. "That's a nasty habit," she said with a wrinkled nose as she looked at the vape in his hand. In all the times they'd been together, she'd never once taken a hit of his vape or had any interest in it. Hawks shrugged casually and gave her a carefree smile. "Yeah, it is, but what can I say? I'm a slave to my addictions." Mirko smiled and hopped onto the bed. She crawled her way up so that she was astride the reclining Hawks. She hovered just above his groin, a precarious position, but one that he was certain she'd planned intentionally. It had barely been an hour since they'd last had sex, but her hovering over his crotch, with only a sheet to separate them, made his nethers twitch in excitement. He took another drag on the vape and intentionally puffed out the smoke into her face. Mirko frowned and fanned her face in irritation. "Dick," she murmured. She knocked the vape out of his hand and leaned closer to him, their lips just barely apart. "Looks like someone's getting excited," she mused with a sly smile and a downward gaze. Hawks abruptly grabbed the back of her head to pull her into him with one hand. The other latched onto her hip to direct her pelvis down into his lap. Mirko allowed this, but just as their lips began to touch and her pelvis rolled into his, her legs suddenly came around and up, disrupting his grip on both her head and hip. A half a second later, and both her legs were all that he could see until she deftly rolled backwards, flashing him a full moon as she nimbly rolled off the bed. "Come on. If you want me, you gotta put some effort into it," Mirko teased with a smirk and moved around the bed. She stood somewhat proudly at the edge of the bed, still wearing his shirt, her hair messy. "Effort," Hawks mused softly, and then faster than the eye could see. A dozen of those red fierce feathers shot forward and pinned Mirko to the wall by impaling the corners of her oversized shirt. Mirko looked down at the feathers pinning her to the wall and gave a mischievous smile. "That's more like it." Hawks rose from the bed, the sheet falling away from him, leaving him completely nude as he approached the rabbit hero. Pinned to the wall with his feathers and wearing his shirt. Well, that just made him all the more excited. He strode over to her position on the wall, grabbed both her hands and raised them above her head. His face was mere inches from hers, golden eyes locked onto crimson. He dropped one hand from her pinned wrists and deftly slid it up under her shirt. The hard muscles of her thigh and abs graced his fingertips, and he had to repress a shiver of excitement. He wanted to drop his other hand that held her wrists and slide that one between her legs, but he felt fairly certain if he didn't continue to hold her in place that she'd playfully slip away from him. Mirko surprised him, then by giving the smallest of hops and wrapping her legs around his middle, pulling him close. He could feel himself itching to thrust forward and into her. Hawks moved the hand that was tickling its way over her stomach to help guide himself home, when suddenly Mirko used both of those powerful legs to tug him back from her, just enough to loosen his grip on her wrists. The second the grip loosened, her legs dropped from around his pelvis, and she nimbly ducked out of the shirt, leaving nothing but empty air and his pinned shirt before him. Hawks began to turn away, trying to catch sight of the sly little rabbit. But he wasn't fast enough, and soon he felt her calloused hands snatch hold of both his arms and pin them aggressively behind his back. She managed to pull his wings back into that pin as well. Of course, had they actually been fighting, he could have easily gotten loose. But this was just play fighting, and he just lost. "God, yeah," Mirko whispered, leaning forward to whisper in his ear. Hawks couldn't help but chuckle. He supposed that he enjoyed this as well, her playful yet violent bedroom play. It was difficult to ever get bored of her. "Oh no, what am I to do? I'm your captive now," Hawks said in mock defeat. "Whatever will you do to me?" 𝗵𝗃 released him and let him turn around to face her. She was completely naked just as he was. Even though he'd seen her naked a multitude of times, the sight never failed to excite him, as if he was a teenager and seeing a naked girl for the first time. Overtaken with that sight, and with his quickly mounting desire, he closed the distance between them, pressed his lips to hers, as he wrapped his arms around her middle. Without even realizing it, his wings also wrapped protectively around her. Even though she'd never been one for mushy moments, for now 𝗵𝗃 allowed this. That first kiss turned into shorter, more fevered kisses, with 𝗵𝗃 nipping and biting at his neck and collarbone. That was something he had always felt annoyed about after being with her. The amount of hickeys, scratches, and bruises she left him with was excessive. It always made him grateful for the high collar of his shirt and jacket when in his hero garb. He'd never been a biter himself, but whenever he was with her, well, he often found himself mimicking her behavior and had learned to give as good as he got. Their kisses rapidly evolved into touching, and the two had found themselves once again on his bed, rolling around. As Hawks managed to find himself atop her, working his way downward, leaving little kisses and occasional bites along her belly and thighs, he briefly hoped that she wouldn't get too excited and destroy the bed. That had happened last time, and he'd had to replace the mattress and bed frame, which had been annoying to say the least. The time before that, it had been his kitchen table that had gotten broken. Before that, the TV stand and the TV itself. And before that, well, he'd forgotten. But he knew that he'd replaced every piece of furniture in his apartment at least once since he'd started sleeping with 𝗵𝗃. It was all worth it, though. Looking up from betwixt her legs and seeing her flushed face, eyes squeezed shut in sheer bliss. Hearing her moans of satisfaction, it made the broken furniture worth it. In truth, he liked all of 𝗵𝗃, even her haughty and brash bits. He loved having sex with her, the feel of her body, the taste of her, the wild unpredictability of it. But he also liked just spending time with her. Of course, he'd never tell her that he was that fond of her. Hawks wasn't sure how well she'd take that. Casual was the name of this game, and Hawks didn't really have the desire, or honestly, the boldness to try to change the agreed-upon status. A while later, the two of them lay side by side, stark naked, and with a light gleam of sweat on them. Hawks was tired. Between doing double duty for the Hero Safety Commission by playing spy for the Paranormal Liberation Front, and some light hero work on the side, well, he didn't have the stamina to match 𝗵𝗃 the way he used to. He was ready for a nap. "Well, that was fun, but I got a jet," 𝗵𝗃 announced nonchalantly and sat up. Hawks watched her rise from the bed and begin looking around for what he assumed was her clothes. He couldn't honestly remember where they'd first disrobed. 𝗵𝗃 began sorting through a laundry pile that was outside of the bathroom attached to the bedroom. Hawks vaguely took note of that growing pile of clothes and made a mental note to get it washed before she came by again, whenever that would be. "What are you looking for? I know you've left some clothes here before." "Check the drawer," Hawks said with a shrug and pointed toward the dresser. 𝗵𝗃's ears twitched in response, and she wordlessly moved toward the dresser and began rifling through it. If she had been anyone else, he'd worry that she'd searched through all the nooks and crannies in his apartment. But thankfully, 𝗵𝗃 seemed mostly uninterested in digging up his secrets. It was a good thing too, since the second bedroom of his apartment was solely dedicated to his notes and findings on the Paranormal Liberation Front. That room was always locked, but a locked door wasn't really all that much of an obstacle for a super-powered person. In all the time that they'd been together, though, she'd never pried into any of his personal space aside from the rooms they occupied. Even though she was brash and at times frighteningly aggressive and forward, she seemed to have great respect for his privacy. "Some underwear," she replied as she shut the drawer and turned to look at him in frustration. "Well, there aren't any in there, just a bunch of useless shit. I'm gonna wear some of yours," she decided, and pulled open one of the other drawers to take out a pair of his more form-fitting boxer briefs. She slid them on, looked down at herself and laughed. "Haha, these barely fit. You've got no ass, Hawks." 𝗵𝗃 laughed again and looked at her backsides with a smirk. The boxer briefs sort of fit her, though she'd been right. In comparison to her, he had no ass. Her rear was practically busting out of the undergarments. "My quirk is fierce wings not having a bootylicious backside," 𝐒𝐭𝐻 quipped with a smirk. She laughed at that and again resumed searching for her clothes. A short time later, 𝗵𝗃 had managed to find the white long-sleeved blouse she'd worn and her jeans. 𝐒𝐿𝐻 watched as she'd shimmied into her skinny jeans, and he quietly marveled at how well-fitted they were to her. It was like they were painted on. Had she even worn the boxer briefs? He honestly couldn't tell. "Thanks for the sex, I'm gonna go," she said casually and started to head out, but stopped at the door and turned to look at him. "Did you hear from the stiffs in the commission yet?" 𝗏𝐻 sighed, remembering the angry phone call he'd gotten just the day before about their behavior at Izuocha and 𝗵𝗃's breaking of a student's desk. It had been more so a slap on the wrist kind of incident, but he'd still had to contend with the commissioner being upset. "Yeah, they weren't too thrilled that you broke that poor kid's desk. Apparently Izuocha gave them an earful like right after they finished class. She called me yesterday night to give me a talking to. Gotta say that wasn't a lot of fun," 𝗏𝗏 replied with an annoyed sigh. He already had to keep close communication with the commission thanks to his double agent work. He didn't need them to be harping on him even more. "Haha, sorry about that. That kid just had to mess with him," 𝗵𝗃 said with a laugh. "Is that what you were doing with the other one, 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻?" 𝗏𝗏 asked a little too casually. The way she'd fired up at 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝐻's words had concerned 𝗏𝗏, that she was liable to go feral and destroy the classroom. Thankfully, that hadn't happened, but she had continued to make a spectacle by jumping onto that kid's desk too, and then essentially flirting with him. 𝗏𝗏 knew very little of the spiky-haired explosion-based quirk-wielding kid. He'd worked with him and the green-haired kid, Midoriya, very briefly in the nationwide team-ups initiative, and he'd crossed paths with both Midoriya and 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 as well as Endeavor's kid, Shoto, when he was handing off the Paranormal Liberation front book to Endeavor. Aside from that though, he knew very little of the boy, although he knew that he'd apparently placed first in the sports festival and had to literally be muzzled at the awards ceremony. He vaguely remembered that it had been 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 that had been kidnapped by the League of Villains last summer. Aside from that though, he knew very little. 𝗵𝗃 had worked even less with him, and yet there was some sense of kindred spirits between the two. Maybe because they were both hot-blooded and prone toward violence. "What, you jealous number two?" 𝗵𝗃 teased. Frowning, 𝗏𝗏 said, "No, just saying, it could be seen that way by others, and that is a kind of thing you don't want to have whispered about you." 𝗵𝗃 let out a loud laugh and rolled her eyes. "Fuck 𝗏𝗏, he's a kid. What do ya take me for? A pervert?" 𝗏𝗏 felt a blush color his cheeks. It had been a mostly innocent gesture, at least innocent when it came to 𝗵𝗃. "Look, I'm just trying to look out for you." Again, 𝗵𝗃 just laughed. "What can I say? I like that kid. Guess I see a little of myself in him." A little of herself in him? Now that he thought about it, yeah, that did make sense. He'd not known 𝗵𝗃 as a teenager, but he could easily imagine her to be just as fiery and foul as 𝗵𝘃𝗀𝗏 was. While he hadn't known her at that age, he'd heard rumors that she'd been kicked out of school on multiple occasions for fighting, or getting caught fighting in fighting rings. Fiery definitely seemed a good way to describe either of them. "Okay, yeah, I see that," 𝗏𝗏 agreed and added, "You're both bloodthirsty." "Haha, yeah, thirsty for the blood of villains. Besides," she began with a playful smile directed at him, "I'm no cradle robber." Now it was 𝗏𝗏's turn to laugh. "Haha, yes you are. I'm almost 4 years younger than you. You're literally cradle robbing right now." "Oh yeah, I always forget you're younger than me," 𝗵𝗃 admitted. "Well, I guess you're the exception then." "How kind of you," 𝗏𝗏 said with an eye roll. "Damn right." 𝗵𝗃's ears twitched briefly, and she looked towards the window with the curtain drawn. "Well, I'm gonna jet. See ya." She nodded briefly, and then turned and left. Moments later, 𝗏𝗏 heard his door open and close and knew that she was gone. He felt surprisingly alone now that she was gone. His phone buzzed again and 𝗏𝗏 rather reluctantly picked it up, half expecting it to be some message from 𝗵𝗃𝗏 or even twice. He was surprised to see that it was a message from Tokoyami. "I hope to work with you for the work studies this weekend," the message read. 𝗏𝗏 sighed sadly and put his phone back down on the nightstand. "Wish I could spend it with you, kid, but duty calls," he murmured to himself and slowly rose out of bed. As much as he'd enjoyed his early morning distraction with 𝗵𝗃, she was gone now, and he had much to do before the day was done. So much to do and so little time to do it. FN. Oh, for the days when Mirko had 2 arms and 2 legs. Poor thing. A plan as made Mina Ashido looked less than agreeable. She sat with her arms crossed over her chest, eyes closed, and nose slightly upturned in disappointment or disgust. Maybe both. It was the picture of disagreement, and to Minta, that was very bad. Come on, Ashido. I told you what I saw, and I'm not lying. I swear. But you're the only one that can get that information. Midoriya sure as hell isn't going to spill his guts to me, let alone anyone. But Uraraka, well, you're friends with her. Minta pleaded. All morning he'd eagerly awaited lunch coming so that he could seek out Ashido's help in getting to the bottom of Midoriya and Uraraka hand-holding. His drive to get answers had only increased since Midoriya had been making all kinds of racket that morning, and his explanation of said noises seemed hollow. Minta had tried to explain it away as masturbating, but he'd not felt that little tingle in the back of his mind when someone had recently done the deed. Midoriya obviously would have denied such a claim anyway. When lunch had finally arrived, Minta had instantly sought out Ashido, and with great effort had convinced her to come with him to a more secluded portion of the cafeteria. The other girls in their class had shot confused looks their way, but he didn't care about that. This was entirely a professional encounter, and while yes, he most definitely was a pervert, he wasn't actually going to perv on Ashido. Right now, anyway. A few of the boys had shot curious looks in their direction as well, but no one had actually said anything or attempted to stop them from moving away from everyone else. So he'd been able to quietly explain everything he'd seen and everything he knew, and why he needed her help. However, she was less than agreeable. I don't know, Minta. You say you saw them holding hands, so what? Why is that such a big deal? Ashido asked doubtfully, though there was a soft blush in her cheeks that made Minta certain that the holding of hands was most definitely a big deal. It's a huge deal. Midoriya and Uraraka holding hands can only mean one thing: they're going out. Minta's voice had unconsciously raised, making him nervously look around. He lowered his voice and said, and if they're going out, then that totally means that they could have gotten to like second base, or even third base, or, he paused dramatically, made a home run. Ashido laughed out loud at that. She continued to laugh, even as Minta tried to tell her to quiet down. All her loud laughing was attracting curious glances in their direction. Come on, Midoriya and Uraraka, go all the way. Please, she said, still laughing. If they're a couple, it'd make perfect sense. That's what couples do. And in this co-ed society where we're all hormonal and horned up, well, being a couple for sure means that you'd at least hit all the bases, Minta defended quietly. Why was it so improbable that Midoriya and Uraraka could go all the way? Midoriya was a guy. He might have been a huge fanboy and bit of a nervous crybaby nerd. But he was still a boy, and that meant he had a sex drive. I'm sorry, Minta, I just don't see that happening, Ashido said with a sigh and looked at Minta with skeptical eyes. Then how do you explain them holding hands? I saw them holding hands, and Uraraka was clearly excited enough that she activated her quirk and started to float away. Bakugo had to grab her for Fu. Minta started to explain when Ashido suddenly leaned forward and stared at the little lecher. Wait, you didn't mention that Bakugo was there. You just said that you saw them after class holding hands and walking back to the dorm together, and you'd heard a bunch of loud, weird noises coming from Midoriya's room. But Uraraka started to float away, Ashido asked curiously. Yeah, doesn't she do that when she's excited or something and loses control of her quirk? Minta asked, vaguely aware of seeing Uraraka float at random times when she appeared to be embarrassed about something. Though honestly, when that happened, he was more apt to try to get an upshot of her skirt, if she was in school uniform, so his memory of her floating up and away was a bit spotty. She does, Ashido mused softly. She was very quiet for a few minutes, apparently lost in thought. Finally she asked, so she was floating and Bakugo, not Midoriya, grabbed her. Did she start to float before or after Bakugo's arrival? During? I don't know. He was just sort of there when I saw them, and she basically started floating right away. What does that matter anyway? Minta failed to see why Ashido was fixated on Bakugo in this scenario. It was clearly a Midoriya and Uraraka encounter. Bakugo just happened to be there and have superior height that he used to stop her from floating away. Did you see or hear anything that led to her floating? Ashido asked carefully. No, but I assume it was probably about them talking about what they've been doing together in bed, Minta replied without missing a beat. Gross. And not likely. 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 snapped and slapped the pint-sized pervert on the shoulder. The force of it knocked him forward and made him spill his drink. Hey! 𝗵𝗃 snapped and shot 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 an annoyed look. Sorry, 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐳 said only half apologetically. Whatever she and Midoriya had been talking about made her float. Or at least that is the only thing that makes sense. 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 being there was just coincidental. He's taller than Midoriya, and even though he's like Midoriya's frenemy, he still helps him out sometimes. That's the only part 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 played in this, 𝗵𝗃 explained. I just find it odd that he helped Midoriya or Ochako. Why would he do that? 𝗓𝐻𝐻𝐳 asked quietly, more to herself than to 𝗵𝗃. 𝗵𝗃 rolled his eyes. He felt fairly certain that 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 had only intervened because he happened to be there and was probably already feeling a bit off-center, since he must have had such a hard-on that he had to masturbate after class and couldn't wait till he got back to his room. 𝗵𝗃 thought it made logical sense that a dude like 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 would probably be more inclined to help if he already felt off balance by a break in routine or a break in his rock-hard psyche that required deviation from the usual. Haha, rock hard, thought 𝗵𝗃 with a smirk. Come on 𝗓𝐻𝐽. All I'm asking is for you to do a little investigation into what's going on with Midoriya and Uraraka. Isn't that something you'd want to know if they were together? 𝗵𝗃 said, trying his best to sound innocent, while also being coercive. It more so came off as creepy. Well, I think she would have told me maybe. 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽's voice trailed off and her eyes glazed slightly, her mind clearly somewhere else. Would she though? Isn't she like more close to Isui? 𝗵𝗃 asked with a shudder. The hot-ass frog was somehow always someone he had eyes for, and yet she was perhaps the most ruthless of the girls when it came to his perversion. She'd practically drowned him once just because he'd been perving a bit. Even though he had no doubt that Isui might in fact one day kill him for his lechery, he still had a soft spot for her. Something about that frog just set his blood ablaze. You're right about that. She spends a lot more time with 𝗬. So if anyone knew anything it'd probably be her. But Uraraka doesn't exactly have a good poker face. If done right, she doesn't even need to confess to anything for you to know what's going on, 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽 mused. So then go do it. Get her to spill, 𝗵𝗃 pressured urgently. He had to know what was going on with those two. He had to know if Midoriya had been shacking up with a babe this whole time, and not telling everyone about it. It's not that simple, and besides, I'm still curious why of all people, 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 chose to help her or him, the pink-haired girl said stubbornly. 𝗵𝗃 sighed in annoyance. Boy, she was hung up on the 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 idea. Why? There was nothing there. It was clearly a Midoriya and Uraraka thing, not the other way around. In all honesty, 𝗵𝗃 wasn't even sure that 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 knew Uraraka's name. As far as he knew, he'd only ever heard 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 refer to Uraraka as round face or cheeks. Though it was entirely possible that 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 didn't know most of his classmates' actual names, aside from maybe Kirishima. Did he even know Midoriya's first name? Was that even possible? If you want to go that route, fine. I don't care as long as you also investigate what's going on with Midoriya and Uraraka, 𝗵𝗃 said. And why would I even share anything I find with you? 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽 shot back with narrowed eyes. 𝗵𝗃 gasped in contempt. Because I'm the one who brought you this gold mine of information. You owe me, 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽 snorted. I don't owe you anything, but you did bring this to me and not anyone else. She sighed heavily, looked away, and then back and finally said, Okay, I will see what I can find out for you. But don't act or behave differently around any of them. If you do, they'll know something's up. Don't say anything to them. Leave that to me. Better yet, say nothing to Midoriya and leave all of it to me. If there is anything going on, it'll be much easier to find out from Ochako than from Midoriya, let alone 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽. 𝗵𝗃 rolled his eyes at 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽's mention of 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽. She really was hung up on that, wasn't she? He imagined that if they mentioned or asked anything to 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 that he'd just lob an explosion in their face. Going the 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽 route was a path that would almost certainly not lead anywhere. I'm not stupid, 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽. I'm not gonna say dick to Midoriya, let alone 𝗵𝘃𝐻𝐽. 𝗵𝗃 wrinkled his nose at just the thought of trying to strike up a conversation with the ill-tempered boy. And if I even attempted to say anything to Uraraka, well, we'd be shit out of luck. You got that right, 𝗓𝗍𝐻𝐽 said a little too loudly. More curious glances were shot in their general direction. Okay, we got a deal then. Partners, 𝗵𝗃 said confidently and extended his tiny hand toward her. The dark-eyed and pink-haired and skinned girl, looked at his extended hand dubiously, but grudgingly took it. Partners, for now. But just because I'm curious. Not because I think you should be creeping into the lives of others. Whatever, I knew she was the best route to go. 𝐒𝐩�ou𝐴 is a popular girl and popular girls always like to know what's what. 𝗵𝗃 thought with an internal sly smile. Oh, how clever he was. 𝗓𝐻𝐸𝐻 dropped his hand almost as quickly as she'd taken it. She briefly looked at it and 𝗵𝗃 swore he knew what she was thinking. With a lecherous smirk he said, "Yeah, you should probably wash that hand." "You!" 𝗓𝐻𝐸𝐻 snapped and shoved 𝗵𝗃, making him spill his drink yet again. "Hey!" 𝗵𝗃 exclaimed angrily. "You deserved that one," 𝗓𝐻𝐸𝐻 said with a wrinkled nose and got up and left. 𝗵𝗃 started blotting himself and his tray dry. Once he'd sopped up enough of his soda, he shot a surreptitious glance around the cafeteria. Everything seemed to be in order. Ida, Todoroki, and Midoriya were seated near one another, and not far from them Kirishima, Kaminari, Zero, and Bakugo. Most of the girls were at a whole other table, sitting together. Uraraka was seated next to Asui. He'd not been able to pay that much attention to her, or to Midoriya, so he wasn't sure if they'd exchanged any glances. He continued to watch them carefully, and was disappointed that no looks of longing or blushing cheeks were seen. How disappointing. They're playing it cool. Fine, I can play cool too, 𝗵𝗃 thought to himself as he abruptly got up and made his way over to Ida, Todoroki, and Midoriya. He loudly plopped down his tray and let out an unnecessarily long sigh. "Ah, 𝗵𝗃, good to see you. How is your lunch?" Ida asked positively. "Oh, it's been real good," 𝗵𝗃 said with a large amount of emphasis on the word real. He eyed Midoriya suspiciously. "How has your morning been, Midoriya?" Deku was in mid-motion of eating noodles and paused at his question. After a moment of struggling to choke down the noodles he'd been eating, he replied with, "Oh, it's been good." "Yeah, it's been good. Playing it cool, right? I know your secret," 𝗵𝗃 thought to himself as a knowing smile crept across his face. "Oh yeah, you had kind of a rough start to your morning, didn't you?" He asked far too casually to actually be considered a casual question. "You did? What happened?" Todoroki asked, apparently unaware of Midoriya's furniture crashing around that morning. "Oh, no, I activated Black Whip when I woke up, and well, the curtain rod fell down. But that's all," Midoriya exclaimed nervously. "Aha, I thought I'd heard loud crashing and had wondered what that was." "Midoriya, you must learn to control that newfound power. Perhaps you should seek out more assistance from the #1 hero," Ida chimed in. "That must have been difficult. I've never accidentally activated my left side in my sleep. But at least in the sports festival, I did unconsciously activate the left side when you were about to land a full-powered hit on me," Todoroki added thoughtfully. "I can't imagine accidentally activating a fire quirk could go any way other than bad," Midoriya said seriously. 𝗵𝗃 felt himself bristle. He'd wanted to put pressure on Midoriya, make him show a tell about what exactly he'd been doing that morning, but thanks to Ida and Todoroki that was probably not going to happen. This was just boring conversation. "Are you sure it was just accidentally activating your quirk, not something else?" 𝗵𝗃 asked, attempting to lead Deku in a conversational direction of his choosing. Yeah," Deku said with just the smallest of blushes beginning to show in his cheeks. "There it is. Got him," 𝗵𝗃 thought triumphantly. "You sure it wasn't because you had some hot chick in there with you?" he asked with suggestive eyebrows. "What? No," Midoriya sputtered in response. "Why would he have a girl in his room?" Todoroki also asked, confused. Why do the girls swoon over him? He's completely clueless, thought 𝗵𝗃 as he looked back at the innocent and curious expression on Todoroki's face. 𝗵𝗃, just as it was inappropriate a few days ago, this topic of conversation is highly inappropriate. And it is against school policy to have a member of the opposite sex in your personal room during designated sleeping hours, Ida chided. 𝗵𝗃 refrained from rolling his eyes. "It's totally cool if you had a girl in there," 𝗵𝗃 began and shot a venomous warning glance in Ida's direction. "I'm certainly not going to judge. Hell, I'd be jealous. It is not totally cool to have a girl, let alone anyone you could be engaging in sexual liaisons with, in your room after hours," Ida exclaimed, exasperated. "Did you have someone else in your room, Midoriya?" Todoroki asked, turning his gaze toward his friend with uncertainty. A deeper red blush was dotting Deku's cheeks now, and 𝗵𝗲 felt like he was on the cusp of getting something juicy out of him. No, it's like I said. Black Whip activated and got a little out of hand. That's all, Deku explained nervously. 𝗵𝗲 wasn't buying it. You can play 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲. But I know that something other than Black Whip tentacles was going on in there. You also made a lot of noise last night too, when you randomly cleaned your room. Why bother cleaning it if not for company? He asked. A clean living and working space is essential to academic performance. It is every student's responsibility to clean and have a properly organized dormitory. Ida rattled off before adding, if Midoriya was doing late-night cleaning, you should be commending him for his dedication to cleanliness. Yeah, I'm not buying that, 𝗵𝗲 said with a huff. Even if Midoriya did have another person in the room with him. That isn't any of our business. It's up to him if he chooses to share that kind of information with us or anyone, Todoroki added. Well, I think that as one of his neighbors, it is my business. 𝗵𝗲 started before something or someone abruptly bumped into him, making him spill his drink yet again. Oops, my bad. Sorry, 𝗵𝗲, I just didn't see you there, came 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐲's excessively cheerful voice. 𝗵𝗲 whipped around to look at her and saw that while she was smiling, there was also a look in her eyes that made any retort he'd been planning die in his throat. 𝗎𝗪𝗼, you must try to be more careful. Judging by the drying stains on 𝗵𝗲's shirt, I'd say this isn't the first time he spilled something on himself, Ida observed. I was just about to head back toward class. Guess I didn't realize that I was close enough to bump into him, 𝗎𝗪𝗼 explained. That's okay, I was just getting ready to head out, 𝗵𝗲 muttered, grasping that 𝗎𝗪𝗼 running into him hadn't been an accident. He gave a pointed look at the other boys at the table and refrained from sighing in frustration. See you guys later. I'll walk out with you, 𝗎𝗪𝗼 said cheerfully. 𝗵𝗲 briefly wondered if 𝗎𝗪𝗼 deciding to walk out with him of her own accord would raise any suspicions. This plan might be dead in the water before ever even launching. After he'd dumped off his tray, he left the cafeteria with 𝗎𝗪𝗼 trailing slightly behind him. Once they were out of the cafeteria and visible to far less eyes, 𝗎𝗪𝗼 picked up her pace and matched 𝗵𝗲. What the hell, 𝗵𝗲? I told you that I would investigate it. You going off on your own to try to dig up information is just going to put Midoriya more on his guard, if there is even anything to investigate, she said with a huff and glared at the puny pop-off quirked boy. Yeah, I know. But I saw an opportunity and couldn't help but try to take it, he explained, and then narrowed his eyes at her. But you totally deciding to walk out of the cafeteria with me to class isn't weird at all, is it? Whatever, just let me do the digging, and you can do the watching. I'm sure you'd prefer that anyway, 𝗎𝗪𝗼 suggested. Jumping at that idea and all it conjured in his mind, 𝗵𝗲 said with a smile. If you are referring to my part-time hobby of voyeurism, then yes, I do enjoy to watch as well as participate. That's disgusting, 𝗎𝗪𝗼 said with a wrinkled nose. It ain't for everyone, that's for sure. Okay then, 𝗎𝗪𝗼 stopped walking and turned to face 𝗵𝗲. From now on you let me do the talking and the digging. Leave Midoriya alone and do not say anything to Izuocha either. You do your part-time hobby and watch for things. Can you do that? Sighing, 𝗵𝗲 nodded in agreement. Yeah, I can do that. Good, now go walk to the bathroom or something. I don't want anyone to assume we're like together because we're walking together. Yeah, now you're concerned. Fine, suit yourself, 𝗵𝗲 said with a shrug, and made his way toward the nearest bathroom. Diverting off from 𝗎𝗪𝗼 suited him just fine. He could certainly waste a few minutes in the bathroom, engaging in his favorite adolescent pastime. A robust discussion of contraception. The weekend would be here soon, which meant that Shoto would be off to his work studies with Bakugo and Midoriya. While he enjoyed learning and improving himself via the work studies, he was never quite sure how he felt about having to be so close with 𝗵𝗲. My old man, he thought petulantly to himself. While his working relationship with 𝗵𝗲 had improved since starting the work study, he still had to contend with the fact that he was still his father, and that relationship dynamic was still horribly broken. He'd sometimes look at his sister, Fayumi, and wondered if he or Natsu could ever possibly develop a relationship similar to that one. No. There's too much that he's done. Too many things that I'm not certain can be forgiven. What he did to Mom, to my siblings, I don't know that I'll ever be able to look past that. It was an inner dialogue he had with himself anytime he was about to start the weekend and do the work studies. He liked training, and the lessons that 𝗵𝗃𝗏 had given him on his left side were undoubtedly invaluable. But it didn't change the fact that at least at this time, he had no desire to change the existing father and son dynamic between them. Perhaps one day with the passage of time he'd forgive him, or perhaps he'd encounter something that spurred him into forgiving. But today and probably tomorrow, well, those weren't things that were on the horizon. He sat straight-backed in class. The last lesson of the day, the dreaded sexual education material. Shoto continued to be unmoved by the lessons, or the subject material in general. Even when 𝗏𝗂𝐴𝐵𝗃𝗏 had been guest speaking, he'd only been mildly surprised at 𝗵𝗃𝗏's wild behavior. She made him think of Bakugo. How odd that was, considering one of them was all fire and flame literally, whilst the other was the embodiment of a rabbit, yet somehow came off as a rabid, lab-bred, savage creature. Not exactly the embodiment of a rabbit, after all. Shoto thought of Koda's albino rabbit and its docile and shy nature. That was what rabbits were supposed to act like. Perhaps 𝗵𝗃𝗏 was just an anomaly. Currently, he was engaged in an interactive lesson. Recovery Girl and Midnight, for some reason why Midnight had randomly come into this specific lesson, he couldn't have guessed, had passed around various forms of contraception. They'd then been paired up with the person who sat across from them in Shoto's case, that was Yaoyorozu, and were told to determine what kind of contraception they'd randomly been assigned to, briefly research the efficacy of said birth control, and then once the allotted time was up, they were to give a very brief explanation of their item, how it worked, and pros and cons associated with it. The item he'd received was a relatively small, silicone or rubber-like little hat. It was a very light pink color, and honestly looked like it could have been some kind of bowler hat, albeit in pink flesh tones. Shoto had no idea what kind of contraceptive device this actually was, and judging by the look on Yaoyorozu's face, she didn't know either. They were supposed to be able to look up the specific type of contraceptive in their course book, but he had yet to do that. Upon touching it, it felt flimsy and not unlike a stretched-out rubber band. He had no idea how a man would use this to prevent pregnancy, so naturally deduced that it was likely a female preventative method. Yaoyorozu, what are your thoughts? He asked sincerely, glancing at his classmate. Shoto was relatively surprised to see that there was a soft blush in her cheeks, and she seemed to be embarrassed. Looking around the rest of the class, he could see similar flushed cheeks, and couldn't help but wonder why everyone was so embarrassed about this. It was just basic sexual education, and that would naturally include contraceptive methods. Why was this perceived as so awkward? Well, I believe that this is. She paused and flipped through the pages of her coursebook until she stopped on one page that had multiple tiny pictures with various names next to them. I believe this is a diaphragm. She passed the book over to Todoroki, who looked at it with strictly academic interest. So it is for female contraception. I expected that given its shape and size, Todoroki said softly as he read the bits of information next to the tiny picture of an identical diaphragm. He flipped past the page that had identified it and moved to a section that detailed each individual contraceptive device in depth. As he read over the description, he couldn't help but shudder a bit. Apparently, this device went inside the vagina and sat on top of the cervix to prevent ejaculate from entering the uterus and eventually to the fallopian tube for fertilization to occur. It had to be specially fitted to each woman and was not supposed to be left in, and did nothing for disease prevention. Yes, it's only for women. A barrier method against sperm. Yaoyorozu agreed with a deepening blush. It's apparently a bit of an older form of contraception, not nearly as widely used as it used to be. Todoroki looked up from the coursebook in surprise. That wasn't listed in the paragraph describing the diaphragm. How did she know that? Yaoyorozu, have you done more reading than what we've already been assigned? Todoroki asked curiously, while he didn't seem to feel the same awkward embarrassment that all his classmates felt. He'd not desired to read beyond what was assigned. If Yaoyorozu had, though, well, it didn't surprise him. She was an exemplary student. Yes. While I've not committed it all to memory, I've finished most of the reading in its entirety and have memorized all the assigned reading, she admitted, her cheeks now deeply red. Shoto looked at her flushed cheeks and thought briefly to just a few days ago when she'd approached him with similarly red cheeks. Had she not actually been sick and instead just embarrassed and insecure? About what, though? She could not have been attempting to ask him out on a date, could she? Dismissing that idea, Shoto carefully picked up the diaphragm and looked it over. It seemed rather invasive to place something that for all intents and purposes seemed on the large size for sexually inexperienced girls. Not that he was all that familiar with an actual vagina's size and expansion capability. Turning it over in his hands, he thoroughly examined it. It seemed so flimsy and awkward at the same time. How would someone actually put it up there? A few fingers? A whole hand? 2 hands? He shuddered at that thought and set it down. So, what do you know about this type of contraceptive, Ieyasu? He asked, turning his attention toward the blushing girl at his side. When they'd been assigned partners, they'd pushed their desks together, so Shoto was quite close to Ieyasu. Well, it's inserted into the her cheeks broke out in a new blush. Into the vagina to sit over the cervix, which acts as a barrier for sperm. It has to stay in place for at least 6 hours post-intercourse, but can't stay in for more than 24 hours, and it should be cleaned regularly. If well cared for, it can last up to 2 years, though getting used to it and making it effective birth control takes some practice, and getting used to inserting it and placing it in the right spot. It has no ability to prevent styes and is not as reliable as an 𝐒𝐬𝐽, the pill, or the Nexplanon implant. Ieyasu explained, not meeting Shoto's eyes. This is clearly embarrassing for her, Shoto thought to himself. He felt bad that she was blushing and clearly uncomfortable with this subject. Perhaps he could help the blush in her cheeks by pressing a palm to her cheeks and cooling the hot skin. That thought did make him blush just a little. He didn't think he wanted to blindly, not to mention uninvited, reach out and touch Ieyasu's face. Not without explicit permission. Instead, using his right hand, he summoned forth a chunk of solid ice and then gently held it out to her. Ieyasu just stared at him in confusion. This subject is clearly difficult for everyone. This won't help with the awkwardness of the topic, but it should help relieve some of the heat in your cheeks, Todoroki said, completely serious. Ieyasu looked at him with a mixture of confusion and gratitude. Thank you, Todoroki, she said with a slight smile tugging at the edge of her mouth. She carefully took the block of ice from his hand and then placed it against one of her cheeks. He'd taken care to make that little chunk of ice very thick and cold, otherwise it would melt swiftly when pressed up against Ieyasu's warm cheeks. Looking at her with that block of ice in her hands, as she switched it to her other cheek, brought the tiniest of smiles to Todoroki's face. 30 minutes later, the pairs had to each present on their assigned method of birth control. First up was Aoyama and Ojiro, who were talking about spermicide. It's kind of messy and not all that effective, Ojiro admitted as he held the small tube of spermicide jelly in his hand. Like most everyone else, he too had a blush on his cheeks. Save Rai. This is not the recommended form of birth control out there. It should be used with another form of contraception. Aoyama exclaimed. It's inserted into the, vagina, Ojiro began but was interrupted by Aoyama. Deeply, he added with a shudder. Yeah, deeply into the vagina, 10-15 mins before sex, and should be reapplied each time you have sex. Most of them only last about an hour, and you should never, wash it out, Ojiro said with a growing blush on his face. They work well when used with another form of birth control like a condom or the diaphragm, Aoyama said, the blush also evident on his normally twinkly face. Yeah, Ojiro added, looking anywhere but at his classmates. After that awkward presentation, Ashido and Kaminari presented. Kaminari stood awkwardly beside Ashido who, while she had a bit of a blush on her face, otherwise seemed to be the only other student aside from Todoroki and probably Bakugo that wasn't all that uncomfortable with the subject. We got an id, she said cheerfully, and then elbowed Kaminari. Show them. Kaminari reluctantly held up a very tiny little device that looked vaguely like the English letter T with some sort of wiry-looking tail hanging off the end. Kaminari wouldn't even look at the small, unassuming device. His face was somehow pinker than Ashido's naturally pink skin. It stands for intrauterine device and is inserted through the cervix and just into the uterus. It acts as both a barrier and a hormonal deterrent to sperm, depending on the type of 𝐒𝐬𝐽 you have, Ashido said. She shot Kaminari an expectant look and again elbowed him. Oh, quit that, he huffed and looked at her with annoyance. Well, do some of the talking then, Ashido demanded with a frown. Yeah, depending on the type of 𝐒𝐬𝐽 you have. They can I guess stay in for up to 10 years, and I guess some as few as 3 years. It's placed in a medical clinic and is considered an easy procedure, I guess. Don't really see how that'd be considered easy though, Kaminari half muttered. That's what the book said, though I have it on good authority that they're actually horrible to have put in, Ashido added with a serious look. Glad that I'll never know, Kaminari muttered and glanced at the small little device nervously. Some bad things about a nude can be that if it doesn't stay in the right spot, it can move elsewhere, out of the uterus and beyond. If it moves or implants itself somewhere other than your uterus, you can definitely get pregnant, and an exploratory surgery may be necessary to find and remove the thing, Ashido added cheerfully. It is one of the most effective birth control methods available and has become a lot more popular in the last few years. Weird because the procedure to put it in sounds awful, Kaminari added, his cheeks growing ever darker. There are several to choose from, so you kinda have your pick if you decide to get one. It does not prevent styes though, and only prevents pregnancy, but can also, depending on the type of UD, you have help regulate or stop periods. You can check the placement of it by well, that is, Kaminari stopped and bumbled over what next to say. By feeling for the strings inside your vagina. If you can feel them, then that means it's in the right spot. The strings are more like little coils actually, and while they start off as somewhat rigid, they soften up over time, Ashido finished for Kaminari, who continued to look horrified in response to their assigned form of contraception. Is it true that they stab your dick when you're going at it? 𝗵𝗃 abruptly asked. 𝗵𝗃, you shouldn't speak unless you raise your hand and are called upon, Recovery Girl chastised. That I don't know, Ashido said with forced cheerfulness. God, I hope not, muttered Kaminari, a look of sheer horror on his face. That's just a rumor, Midnight purred with a saucy look at 𝗵𝗃. That's not what I hear, 𝗵𝗃 murmured to himself. Can we be done? Kaminari asked desperately. Next was Asui and Ida with a pill. We were assigned the oral contraceptive method, otherwise known as the pill, Ida said, all businesslike. Even though he seemed to approach this assignment with the same fervor and dedication he always did, he shifted uncomfortably at times. There are lots of variations of the pill, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, Asui added softly. The pill has many functions and uses, and not all involve contraception. It can help regulate a woman's menstrual cycle if she has too heavy of a flow or painful, debilitating cramps. It is also one of the most effective forms of birth control out there as long as it is taken exactly as prescribed, Ida lectured. It seemed the more information he provided, the less uncomfortable he was. While the pill is extremely effective at preventing pregnancy, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, it doesn't stop the transmission of diseases. It should be taken every day at the same time, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 added. If you miss a pill, it is imperative that you take the necessary precautions and introduce another form of birth control, or else you risk pregnancy, Ida said very seriously. Asui blushed a little and added, to prevent disease transmission, it's recommended that you use a barrier method, like a condom, especially if engaging in sexual activity with a new partner, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Some of the risks associated with the pill are heart attack, stroke, and blood clots. These are exponentially increased by tobacco use, and when using the pill over the age of 35. So, caution is absolutely necessary. Those are the main cons, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, that and having to remember to take it every day, though that seems like a small thing. Some of the various types of oral contraceptive can also cause weight gain, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏. Overall, it is a very reliable form of contraception as long as it is taken as prescribed. That concluded Asui and Ida's assignment, which meant that it was now Kirishima and Kota who were presenting on abstinence. So, we got abstinence, Kirishima began uneasily. It's abstaining from sexual activity, Kota added quietly. Dumb morons, Bakugo muttered from across the room. Hey man, lay off, Kirishima said poutingly. Kota continued, ignoring Bakugo's rude remark. Abstinence is by far the most reliable form of birth control and disease prevention, simply because you don't engage in the activity. Kota's right. Though it isn't a very practical form of contraception, since it requires you to not do the thing, Kirishima added awkwardly. It will 100% prevent pregnancy and disease transmission. But like Kirishima said, it isn't the most realistic method. The gentle giant's voice wavered just a hair, and a blush rose to his cheeks. And it's not any fun, 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏 interrupted with a snort. 𝗵𝗃𝗧𝗏, Recovery Girl chastised. While that may be true, it's rude to keep interrupting. Careful, or you'll need punishing, Midnight said with a flick of her whip. Much to the surprise of everyone, Aizawa abruptly rose up from behind his desk, still zipped up in his sleeping bag, and shot 𝗵𝗃 a warning glare. "One more interruption and I'll fail you on this assignment." Aizawa sank back down behind the desk, presumably to go back to sleep. "So fierce when it comes to the education of your students. I love it," Midnight gushed. There was a slight mumbling of annoyance from behind the desk. Izuocha and Sato were the next victims of the awkward class assignment. "We got the other implantable form of birth control, but this one goes in your arm," Izuocha began shakily. She held up what looked like a smaller than normal Q-tip without the cottony ends. "It may be small, but it packs a heck of a hormonal punch," Sato added, his eyes fixated on the floor. "It has a lot of the same pros and cons that the 𝐒𝐬𝐢 has. Migration can occur, and since it is a hormonal-based form of contraception, it can act a lot like the pill and make you at risk for things like a heart attack or stroke," Izuocha explained, her eyes squeezed shut and her cheeks bright red. "It does an excellent job at preventing pregnancy, but has no ability to prevent disease like the 𝐒𝐬𝐢, Sato said nervously, a blush coloring his cheeks as well. "Nud-dumbass," snorted Bakugo quietly. "Bakugo, how naughty," Midnight purred and stared pointedly at the ashen blonde. "Please try to limit interruptions," Recovery Girl sighed in frustration. Ochako and Sato shifted awkwardly before briefly covering the implantation of the device, before handing the stage over to Shoji and 𝐒𝐭𝐲. "We got kind of a bunch of different methods," 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said quietly. If she was blushing, it was invisible, making almost everyone else look on at her with jealousy. She must have had an excellent poker face. "We have surgical sterilization, withdrawal, the rhythm method, and the morning after pill," Shoji added. The mask obscuring the lower half of his face covered up any blush on his face. These two could complete this assignment with ease, since if they were feeling awkward about it, and no one would be the wiser. The surgical sterilization consists of what they call a tubal ligation, a hysterectomy, or for men, a vasectomy. The tubal ligation is when they cut, tie off, or block the fallopian tubes so that the egg can't travel for fertilization to occur. It is considered a permanent method, and not usually recommended unless you've had children, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 explained. A hysterectomy is when they remove the uterus, which can be done for many reasons, and like 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said, it is permanent and not recommended unless you've had children or are past your childbearing years, Shoji continued. A vasectomy is when a doctor cuts out a part of the vas deferens which blocks the 𝐎𝐬𝐻, sperm from traveling from the testicles to the penis. 𝐒𝐭𝐲 let out a little nervous giggle at that last word. All these mentioned procedures are quite effective at preventing pregnancy, but also semi-permanent. While they're good at preventing pregnancy, they do not stop the transmission of disease, Shoji said straight-faced, though to be fair, you couldn't see the lower half of his face, so he might not actually have been straight-faced. There is also withdrawal, a popular method of birth control that doesn't actually work all that well, said 𝐒𝐭𝐲, just a hint of a quiver in her voice. It is the method of removing the penis from the vagina before ejaculation occurs, Shoji said, now clearly embarrassed. It really isn't a good or reliable method, though, since it relies on good control of the man and doesn't account for pre-ejaculate, a fluid that can also contain sperm, I guess. So it really shouldn't be used as a contraception method. There is also the rhythm method, another form of contraception that doesn't really work all that well, Shoji explained quietly and quickly. It utilizes knowing a woman's cycle, and when ovulation occurs and plans around that for the best time to have sex, or so that's what it tries to do. But it really doesn't work all that well, and there are a lot of accidental pregnancies that occur, elaborated 𝐒𝐭𝐲. Lastly, there is the morning after pill. This should not be used as a primary form of contraception, and is typically only recommended for emergency contraception. Shoji paused as if to regain composure. It should be taken between 3 and 5 days after the unprotected sex, depending on the type of morning after pill available. It acts as a way to delay ovulation, I guess, so the efficacy of how well it works really depends on where a woman is in her cycle, and how soon she took it after the unprotected sex, 𝐒𝐭𝐲 said in a rush. None of these methods prevent disease, and are typically considered to not be the best forms of contraception, Shoji said stiffly. After Shoji and 𝐒𝐭𝐲 got through their assignment, J.I.R.O. and Bakugo headed to the front of the class. J.I.R.O. stood awkwardly, winding one of her earlobes nervously around her finger, while Bakugo stood looking off to the side, clearly annoyed. We have the injection, which can be one of 3 different types. All are hormone-based and should be done about once every 3 months. Waiting longer than that increases the risk of pregnancy, 𝗔𝗨𝗧𝗏 said quietly, her eyes downcast as she continued to play with her earlobes. This stupid shot comes with a ton of idiotic side effects. You can get a lot of zits, get fat, your hair can fall out, or start to grow too much like Chewbacca. Hairy changes in appetite. There's a whole lot of them. But those are the big ones, Bakugo snapped irritably. It can also cause some breakthrough bleeding with periods, or can make you stop having one altogether, 𝗓𝗏 murmured. It doesn't prevent diseases either, but does a good job at preventing a bun in the oven. Honestly, you'd just be better off with condom, huffed Bakugo, clearly uninterested in the assignment. Short and to the point. I love it. Midnight gushed and clapped her hands excitedly as the two returned to their desks. 𝗧𝗏 and Midoriya were next, presenting on the condom. Midoriya stood before the class stiff as a board, his eyes not focused on anyone, his face a vibrant red. 𝗧𝗏 looked a bit more composed. There was only a faint blush in his cheeks, and he appeared to be much more relaxed than his partner. So we got the condom, muttered Midoriya. Speak up, Midoriya, 𝗧𝗏 encouraged with a side glance at the smaller boy. We got the condom, Deku was shouting now. Ha, moron, Bakugo chuckled quietly. 𝗧𝗏 sighed and began to compensate for his petrified friend. We got the condom, which is a barrier method, and the only one of these birth control methods aside from abstinence that actually can prevent disease. They're pretty cheap and work pretty well when used correctly. Application is simple, but should never be taken lightly, and one should, they should practice before using one for the first time, Midoriya said woodenly, his eyes still empty and locked anywhere but at his classmates. It's actually pretty simple, though it can be kind of difficult since most, if not all, condoms are pre-lubricated, so they can get a little slippery, 𝗧𝗏 explained, blushing deeply for the first time. Allow me to demonstrate, Midnight interrupted and proudly strode forward with what was clearly a penis-shaped model. Where had she even been hiding that? She boldly placed the phallic hunk of plastic down on the teacher's desk, and then, as if she were a secret magician on the side, procured a condom safely tucked away in its wrapper from behind the ear of Midoriya, prompting a terrified yip from him. Observe, she commanded, and expertly removed the wrapper from the condom, and in one fluid motion rolled the tiny latex barrier over the stiff phallic prop. At this point, everyone aside from maybe Bakugo and 𝗵𝗏, though in 𝗵𝗏's case his eyes were twinkling, and they were locked onto the scene before them, were blushing. She's so talented, gushed 𝗵𝗏 quietly, his eyes darting between the expertly applied condom and Midnight herself. It is crucial to leave a bit of room at the tip of the condom. It should not be flush to the head of penis, she cooed in a demure voice. We will practice putting condoms on bananas in the days to come, though really, it isn't that difficult, Recovery Girl added calmly. But practice makes perfect, purred Midnight. You can continue, boys. Thanks, Miss Midnight, 𝗧𝗏 muttered, not looking directly at the voluptuous woman. Yeah, gee thanks, Midoriya mumbled, also not looking directly at her, his voice high and his cheeks scarlet. Anything for my students, she said with a brief wink before returning to sit behind the desk with Recovery Girl. As we were saying, the condom is very good at preventing pregnancy, and the only barrier method that can prevent sexually transmitted infections. If used correctly, it is very safe, 𝗧𝗏 mumbled only half coherently. The two boys woodenly returned to their desks, making way for 𝗵𝗏 and Tokoyami with the cervical ring. We had the cervical ring, Tokoyami began seriously, only to have 𝗵𝗏 cut in. I'll cut straight to the chase. Just like the diaphragm, it's a device that goes inside the vagina. Unlike most of the rest of the class, 𝗵𝗏 didn't hesitate or blush at the word vagina. It sits on the cervix, and just like pill, it releases a constant flow of hormones into the body, which increase the cervical mucus secretion, which in turn make it more difficult for the sperm to score home runs. Yes, it can stay in place for up to 3 weeks, at which time it should be removed, and a new one shouldn't be inserted for another week, Tokoyami said slowly. Anytime you have sex, you should check to make sure that the ring is still in place, since they can pop off, haha, kind of like my balls. But yeah, it should be checked regularly. It works pretty well for preventing pregnancy, but doesn't help prevent the spread of disease, 𝗵𝗏 said, completely seriously. It comes with a number of side effects that include nausea and vomiting, weight gain, fluid retention, spotting between periods, vaginal discomfort, and increase in cervical discharge, Tokoyami explained. On the word discharge, he'd blushed and shifted awkwardly. Because the ring can come out fairly easily, it's not a bad idea to combine it with a condom, which would make your chances of pregnancy even lower and prevent diseases. 𝗵𝗲 added a hint of pride in his voice. Clearly, the subject of sexual health and education was something he was quite interested in, enough to do thorough reading. Very well done, Midnight commended with a small smirk. Anything for you, Miss Midnight, he whispered with a lecherous smile. Anything? How tempting, teased Midnight as she waved the boys back toward their seats. 𝗵𝗲 practically floated with bliss as he returned to his seat. Finally, it was Yaoyorozu and Todoroki's turn. We got the diaphragm, which 𝗵𝗲 briefly referred to. Yaoyorozu began shakily. She held up the little silicone object for the class to see. Todoroki watched as the blush returned to her cheeks. If they weren't in front of the class, he'd make her another chunk of ice to press against her cheeks. The diaphragm is a barrier method that goes inside the vagina to sit on the cervix. Just like the cervical ring, it also increases the mucus production of the cervix, as well as acting as a physical barrier against ejaculate, Shoto said in a flat and even tone. It is uniquely designed to each woman since it is fitted to her cervix. It can be a bit tricky, though, since it has to sit securely over the cervix, which can take a few tries to get right. It does nothing for disease prevention, but when used properly, it is quite effective at preventing pregnancy. Yaoyorozu explained softly, her eyes downcast. The device has to stay in place for 6 hours post-intercourse, but shouldn't stay in for longer than 24 hours, and should always be cleaned after use. If the diaphragm is well cared for, it can last up to 2 years before needing to be replaced, Shoto continued, repeating what Yaoyorozu had told him earlier. Unlike many of the previously mentioned birth control methods, the diaphragm has no hormones, so there aren't any kind of side effects that you normally see with hormonal forms of contraception. It can cause some, she paused, her cheeks flushing a darker red, vaginal discomfort and general genital discomfort or swelling. Sometimes there is pain with urination or irregular bleeding associated with its use. And that's all we have on the diaphragm, Shoto said calmly. They were dismissed to their seats, then, with Recovery Girl wrapping up their lecture for the day. Todoroki glanced over at Yaoyorozu with concern. She was still blushing, but then again, most of the class was except for the ever-annoyed Bakugo and the sex hound 𝗵𝗲. Once class was dismissed, Todoroki gathered up his belongings and began to head out. Yaoyorozu was already ahead of him, and he once again thought of her flushed cheeks and picked up his pace to catch up with her. Her head was downcast, and she most definitely still looked embarrassed. Yaoyorozu, Todoroki called to her, and she halted but didn't meet his gaze. Yes, Todoroki? She asked hesitantly. Here, he said softly and tentatively extended his hand to her cheek. It was a bit bold and not something he'd normally do, but seeing that blush made something unfamiliar in him hurt just a little bit. He didn't like to see her flushed with insecurity. As his hand made just the lightest contact with her cheek, he felt the soothing coolness of his ice quirk come radiating down his right arm and onto Yaoyorozu's cheek. Her eyes widened at his touch, and for a moment the blush in her cheeks only darkened. But then, with the applied cold, it began to dissipate. Sorry if this is forward. I just didn't think it was fair to watch you be so red in the face when I could do something about it, Shoto explained calmly and gently removed his hand. Her cheeks only had just the faintest pink tint now. She looked at him with big, trembling eyes and said in the softest of voices, "Thank you." "Of course," Todoroki said with just a hint of a smile. "I won't see you all weekend since I'll be at Endeavor's agency, so have a good weekend, Yaoyorozu." "Sure, you too," she replied, her eyes still big and twinkling. Shoto briefly wondered if she had something in her eye, but shrugged off that thought and began heading out of the school and toward his work study. The thought of his father made him frown, but remembering that he'd helped Yaoyorozu made him smile.